This guy had an incredible life reigning as an MMA champion for several consecutive seasons, but at the age of 27, right after retiring, he got hit by a truck and kicked the bucket. A death as lame as it gets. Now the money Hyun-suk worked so hard to save for his early retirement is completely useless. At first he couldn't accept that he was gone, but 30 minutes later, Hyun-suk calmed down. He felt that maybe this wasn't so bad. No more living life in the grind. No more daily training. No more fighting. Suddenly a blinding light appeared right in front of him, and a portal opened up in the center of it. "Oh, hi, sorry for the wait. An SSS rank hero," she said. Choi Hyun-suk saw an angel in the flesh standing before him. She introduced herself as Jae-chol, a specialized hunter-recruiter, those whose lives on Earth had come to an end. The moment Hyun-suk saw Jae-chol, his eyes lit up. The reason her C-cup rack was incredibly eye-catching. He instinctively leaned in, wanting to touch her. "Hey, Angel, could you explain that a bit more clearly?" Rachel quickly caught Hyun-suk's wandering hands before he could make contact, then began to explain. "Well, you have two choices. One is to just accept death as it is, and wait to be reincarnated into your next life as a poor, lonely old man. Your other option is to be instantly reincarnated as a hero, destined to save a world." Hyun-suk felt like Jae-chol's explanation was missing something, but he couldn't put his finger on what. This is all so sudden. Give me some time to think," he said. But Rachel had no intention of letting him deliberate. She started using her words to sway Hyun-suk's will. "I mean, are you seriously going to pass up a chance to live again? If you listen to me, you'll have wealth, fame, beautiful women, and other exclusive perks. People who become heroes are even granted a status window. As a bonus, it lets you become a powerhouse just like in a video game. Honestly, we provide an incredible service with a huge variety of rewards." It sounded tempting, but if becoming a hero meant the responsibility of saving the world, didn't that mean Hyun-suk would have to fight again? He had retired at the peak of his career just because he wanted to relax. And yet Jae-chol wanted him to go back to fighting. In that case, he'd rather just stay dead. Seeing Hyun-suk's lack of interest in the perks she was painting for him, Jae-chol changed her approach to persuade him. "Please pay attention. It seems you don't quite get it yet, so let me, Jae-chol, explain it to you. If you become a hero in another world, the village chief will run to you barefoot and serve you food. From the very start, you'll look at him with a warm smile and handle the simple requests he gives you like a total badass. In that exact moment, the village chief will be moved to tears and say, 'My daughter is famous for being the most beautiful girl in this village. If you're willing, please marry my modest daughter because we have nothing else to repay you with.' That's how it goes." Even after saying all that, Jae-chol saw that Hyun-suk still didn't seem moved at all. She started to worry. If he stayed as stubborn as a rock, her headhunter bonus would fly away. Seeing the situation going south, Rachel decided to go with Plan B. She decisively turned to walk away. "Well, if you don't like it, just forget it. I'll just assume you don't accept. I'm leaving. Go ahead and accept ending your life like some old man. Enjoy your lonely next life then." Sure enough, the moment she turned away, Hyun-suk started to panic. "Wait!" Seeing that he was wavering, Rachel delivered a fatal blow. "Besides, it's not even guaranteed that you'll be reincarnated as a human next time." That statement really did some damage. Hyun-suk couldn't imagine what it would be like to be reborn as a pig or a dog in his next life. So in his desperation, he grabbed Rachel's ankle to hold her back. "Fine, I'll do it." Even though she was thrilled, Jae-chol tried to act arrogant. "What was that? I didn't quite hear you." Hyun-suk immediately shouted, "I said I'll do it! I'll be a hero! I'll become a hero!" A cunning smile appeared on Rachel's face, the classic smile of a salesperson. She hit her monthly quota. She was just waiting for him to say yes. She immediately opened the formation to send Hyun-suk to the world, waiting for its hero even though he had zero preparation. "There you go! Have a safe trip." Since he was going anyway, why think so much after hurriedly pushing Hyun-suk through? Jae-chol said her goodbyes. Her mood at that moment was as relaxed as if she had just tossed out a bag of trash. Immediately after Rachel received a notification, "Hero prospect number 137,421 Hyun-suk has completed reincarnation." But poor Hyun-suk had no idea he had just been scammed. He wasn't the only hero prospect. He was just Rachel's number 137,421st bonus check. Open your eyes and wake up. Sometime later, Hyun-suk groggily heard a voice calling him. He wasn't fully awake yet, but his mind had already started racing with all sorts of thoughts. So this was the village Rachel told him about, huh? In that case, once he opened his eyes, the village chief would probably be there to serve him a meal. Hyun-seok figured things would play out that way. Little did he know what would happen next. He suddenly felt unbearable pain as someone struck him hard in the stomach. "I'll gouge your eyes out! Get up now!" Hyun-seok had just been reincarnated and was already getting beaten and cursed at. Truly, this was unbearable. He bolted upright and screamed, "What kind of lunatic is spewing such deadly nonsense?" However, the moment he saw that lunatic, he stiffened and immediately shut his mouth. "Who are you to be sleeping in the slave quarters like that, huh?" The person in front of Hyun-seok right now had nothing in common with the gentle village chief, with the most beautiful daughter in the village that Rachel had described earlier. Anyone looking at him would just think he was a monster from a dungeon that Hyun-seok had to deal with, and so his tone dropped a few notches. I'm a hero." "You a hero?" the other guy asked mockingly. "Are heroes this stupid these days?" Hyun-seok looked closer. It was a tall man wearing a helmet made from the skull of a bull or an ox. Even though his face was hidden, the guy's presence was overwhelming, and now he felt like something was wrong. To calm his jittery nerves, Hyun-seok tried to reassure himself. Surely an angel like Rachel had no reason to lie to him. Could this bull-headed guy be his first trial mission? The more he thought about it, the more Hyun-seok trembled. It was a feeling he had never experienced in his mixed martial arts matches. "Calm down," Hyun-seok thought to himself. If he had figured it out this much. The next thing he had to do as a Korean man was act. He thought, I have to act. I have to pretend to be obedient. But what the hell? Hyun-seok's legs didn't listen to his brain. He lashed out with a kick at the bull-headed guy. Feeling his foot make contact with the opponent's skin, Hyun-seok was overjoyed thinking he had landed a hit. Little to his surprise, that contact was exactly because his ankle had been caught. "Didn't you just say you were a hero? I'm sick and tired of this nonsense. Where do all these lunatics keep popping out from, huh?" The man's grip was so powerful that Hyun-seok felt like his ankle was about to be crushed. He struggled to break free but couldn't. "You'll come to your senses after a good long sleep, self-proclaimed hero," the bull-headed guy said, and as he spoke, he threw a punch. It was the first time in his life that the multi-year mixed martial arts champion Hyun-seok watched an opponent punch him, without being able to counter. When he woke up again, he had been thrown into a cell. Locked underground, Hyun-seok couldn't accept that the situation wasn't going the way Rachel had promised. So he started yelling in the dungeon, "Open the door, you lunatic! Bring that bull-headed guy back here and let's have another round." The dungeon door actually opened. A jailer with a large blood-stained blade stormed in. Who's the one making all that noise, huh? He might have been a mixed martial arts champion, all right. But when faced with a real blade, Hyun-seok turned just as cowardly as anyone else. He fell backward, shaking his head frantically to indicate it wasn't him who was yelling just now. "If you yell one more time, I'm going to turn you into soup." "Yes, I'll be quiet," Hyun-seok replied without a second thought. "Keep an eye on yourself. Behave." "Yes, I understand. Goodbye." Hyun-seok was so scared he could cry. That jailer was a goblin. Before that, it was a bull-headed guy, and now a goblin with a real sword. It seemed like Hyun-seok really had been reincarnated into a fantasy world. He regretted agreeing with Rachel so quickly. This so-called wonderful adventure in another world. It was complete nonsense. Forget about the most beautiful girl, the village chief's daughter. Hyun-seok was afraid he'd kick the bucket for the second time while still being a virgin. "Hey, you new here." Suddenly, from the ventilation shaft above, someone's voice echoed down. Someone Hyun-seok immediately replied to me. "Hey, I'm a senior who's about to become a hero. We're in the Demon King's military fortress, the place that specializes in slaughtering humans." Hyun-seok realized he was also South Korean. Meeting a fellow countryman in a place like this, it made you incredibly excited. Even though there was a wall between them, Hyun-seok tried to press him. "Senior, what's going on here? Why did we end up in this place? Do you really want to know?" The other person replied, then suddenly raised his voice. "Are any of you self-proclaimed heroes still alive because a real hero has come to save us?" Immediately, countless other voices responded to him. Everyone was calling themselves a hero and begging to be saved. This surprised Hyun-seok even more. "What in the world is this place?" "As you can see, there are hundreds of heroes trapped in the Demon King's military fortress. The bull-headed guy you're looking for is the one in charge of this place. The red room and that prison guard you saw earlier, the one called Trash, he's infamous for his cruelty, so be careful. Though there's no need to be careful since you've already been targeted anyway. And one more thing, the reason all of us are here is because of that wicked demon named Jae Chol." The man explained it all in one breath. When he mentioned the name Jae-chol, Hyun-sok couldn't help but swallow hard out of tension, while the other guy, when mentioning Jae-chol, his tone couldn't hide his resentment. That demoness sent us to the wrong place. The wrong place? Hyun-sok became even more anxious. Senior, what do you mean? So we weren't supposed to start in this place? Yeah, absolutely. The heroes captured from other areas have said the same thing. They said there was a starting zone just for heroes, and most heroes usually start in cities or villages, living without any powers at all. But none of them started their journey right in the middle of the Demon King's army like we did. The more he explained, the more Hyun-sok felt like this was absolute garbage. Could my current difficult situation all be because of that angel? That beautiful girl with blonde hair and a huge chest was actually a demoness. Not long after that, Hyun-sok's hellish life officially began. He was promised he would become a hero, but now he had to experience the life of a slave every day. Hyun-sok and another hero had to carry a large piece of wood for the guard to sit on. He forced those in the same situation as them into hard labor until he had exploited them enough. He would let them go back. Hyun-sok had to stand all day in this position. His whole body was exhausted and shattered, but he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction. He could only think to himself, "You fat, short goblin bastard. One day I will definitely tear you apart." Later, Hyun-sok was released. That was the first time he felt this prison was actually not so bad. Thinking back before he came here, Rachel kept talking crazy stuff about hero privileges, status windows like some kind of game character. Because he was too busy, Hyun-sok had forgotten about this. Now he wanted to see if that was real, or if he had been tricked by her again. But when he called up the status window in front of him, something actually appeared. Currently, he was at level 1 with a strength stat of 28, agility 29, vitality 31, and mana 10 points. The only unique ability Hyun-sok possessed at the moment was called Nation Rank D. Is this my status stat? Nation Rank D, vitality 31, what does that mean? Hyun-sok muttered. The person in the next cell heard him, immediately reached through the ventilation hole and excitedly asked, "You have vitality points?" "Yeah, I think so. My strength is 28 points. You said you were a champion. Sure enough, you're different. You already have a stat over 30 while still at level 1. This was clearly a compliment, but Hyun-sok didn't feel happy at all, because even if his stats were higher, he was still just a slave. But that guy seemed very happy. No. If it's you, you can definitely escape from here and become a hero. Normal people only get nation at this point. Your case is very rare. Yeah, good night. The guy kept babbling on, making Hyun-sok's head ache. He flopped onto the floor and covered his ears tightly. Hyun-sok didn't let that guy's words get to him, because he didn't have a shred of hope. Get to work. A level 1 guy like him could escape this Demon King's prison. Until midnight, when the person locked in the next room was asleep, Hyun-sok quietly sat up to study the window more carefully. His status at the moment. He felt there were 2 things that looked promising. First, mana, which grants supernatural power. Second, the hero points, which he didn't know the purpose of yet. It seemed like the old heroes. They didn't know anything about it either. The proof is, Hyun-sok had asked the senior in the next room if he had hero points yet. The result was that he said he didn't. Hyun-sok was intently studying the window. A familiar blinding light suddenly appeared. "Oh, my long time no see, Mr. Hero." Hyun-sok was startled when he saw the new arrival. "Didn't that old hag Rachel deceive you and kick you over here?" Before he could even say a word, she put on a look so seductive, just like when they first met, and continued, "Should I tell you about this Rachel?" She began rambling about hero points, a crucial feature, before Hyun-sok could even answer her question about what they actually do. They help make a hero's life much easier. You can earn them by completing quests, and you can use those points to, Before she could finish, Hyun-sok's hand snatched her up. Since she was in her mini-form, he could easily pin her down with just one hand. Hyun-sok then gave a look of pure annoyance. "I don't care about hero points or whatever the hell that is. And you? You deserve a good beating for this." Hyun-sok then punished Rachel by tying her to a fishing rod, forcing her to scramble to explain her mistake. To cool him down, she explained that her magic circle had malfunctioned because she spilled some coffee on it while snacking something she hadn't even realized, which was why she sent Hyun-sok to this place. Rachel herself was punished by being made Hyun-sok's manager, or more accurately, his fairy assistant, who would have to stay by his side until he defeated the Demon King, even though she had finished her internship over 100 years ago. "Sorry, but I'm not interested in this hero nonsense anymore," Hyun-sok replied. What do you mean I'm not planning on defeating any demon king? I mean, I'm just going to live a normal life here. He finished speaking and lay down to go to sleep. Rachel looked panicked and hurriedly tried to convince him. Hey, look, there have been plenty of promising heroes who decided the same thing, but you have triple S rank potential. But Hyun-sok seemed much more stubborn than she had expected. That doesn't mean I have to do this or that. I never even considered it my mission in the first place. I don't want to live a life of endless fighting like I did in my past life. Good night. Hyun-seok had no intention of continuing the conversation no matter what Rachel said next. In that moment, she suddenly felt her future was under serious threat, but Rachel didn't understand why Hyun-seok suddenly had such a strong will. In her eyes, he was just some blockhead who only knew how to fight and chase women. Yet if he was that determined, what was Rachel supposed to do? She wasn't exactly thrilled about being transformed and sent here to be his fairy assistant either. What? Why do I have to be the fairy assistant for Choi Hyun-seok? Maybe I made a mistake, but having to be a fairy assistant all over again, isn't that a bit too much? On top of that, you want me to stay with him until he kills the Demon King. Rachel shuddered, remembering when her superior threw her into this place. Even though she had struggled with all her might, she couldn't defy that supreme power. The final decision rests with me, Rachel. Now go. I will send you to the demon fortress where Choi Hyun-seok is. Do not return until you have completed your mission. And just like that, Rachel was thrown into the human world, the place she hated most. Fairy assistant. Sounds pretty grand, doesn't it? But in reality, it just meant being the support for a hero required to actively cooperate and share in both the successes and failures of that hero. That was why she appeared here and had to listen to Hyun-seok's every word. After all, fairy assistants have to follow their hero's every command, right? He suddenly asked. Yeah, sure. Rachel thought Hyun-seok had reconsidered. Then you'll have to join my escape plan. As soon as he said that, the door was rudely knocked on several times. In a flash, Hyun-seok jumped up and grabbed Rachel to hide her. Right after that, the door opened, and the few green goblins appeared. Wake up, you piece of meat. Hey, I can use invisibility. Rachel held tight in Hyun-seok's palm, protested vigorously. He wasn't in the mood to care about her whining. Hyun-seok just wondered, why were these bastards showing up here when attendance had already been taken today? That cold shiver down his spine was definitely a bad omen, and sure enough, right after, Hyun-seok received a notification that Zedrun was looking for him. He was dazed and led to the bull-headed guy's room. I heard you've been working very hard these past few days, Jack said to him. He told me he had a beautiful new mount. Redrum looked at Hyun-seok, who was being forced to carry them. Jack spoke in a very gentle tone. This situation didn't seem like what Hyun-seok had imagined at all. He wouldn't have dreamed in a million years that this stinky goblin bastard would ever compliment him. That chilling sensation really was a bad omen, and sure enough, things went downhill right after. Hyun-seok got word that Zedrun was looking for him, and before he knew what was going on, he was dragged off to that bull-headed guy's room. I hear you've been working quite hard these past few days, he said, eyeing Hyun-seok as he hauled the load. Jack told me he's got himself a lovely new mount. Jack spoke in such a calm tone it wasn't anything like what Hyun-seok had imagined. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think this stinking goblin bastard would be complimenting him. Jae-jun seems to be giving you a genuine compliment. Honestly, at first I thought you were just some crazy human, but it's actually great that you've been working so hard. So how about it? Do you want to become the lead slave? It felt like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. Hyun-seok had no idea what was waiting for him. Was this invitation a trap or what? Red Room explained that he made the offer because work speed had dropped over the past few days. Meanwhile, Rachel, who was invisible, kept yapping in his ear non-stop. You're not going to accept, right? You're going to turn him down, aren't you? Answer me. Listen to me. How can a hero bow down to one of the Demon King's lackeys? Since Rachel was shouting and being invisible didn't mean she was soundproof. Both Zedrun and the others faintly heard some kind of noise. To cover his tracks, Hyun-seok had no choice but to roar to drown out the buzzing sound from Rachel. Thank you, sir. Leave it to me. I'll make sure these people work as efficiently as possible. Because of Hyun-seok's over-the-top reaction, Zedrun didn't pay any more attention to the voices. He said he was becoming more and more impressed with him. He even promised that if he did a good job as lead slave, he could write a special recommendation letter for him to join the Demon King's army. Now you may leave. After giving his final instructions, Red Room dismissed him. Hyun-seok tried to swallow his tears. His plan to escape had just gone up in smoke. A few days later, Hyun-seok played the villain even better than he imagined. His job was just to sit in the guard tower, munch on apples, and yell at the people below. Hey, you move it faster, don't you hear me? My grandma could run faster than you if you keep going like this. How are you ever going to finish your daily quota? By yelling, or rather leading everyone for a long time, Hyun-seok's hidden ability, charisma, had been boosted. Just sitting in the shade and getting paid in gold. While learning new skills, Hyun-seok was extremely satisfied with this lead slave position. Meanwhile, the others obviously found him incredibly annoying. That guy finally went over to the dark side. I heard he used to be a hero too. They weren't the only ones shouting about Hyun-seok's change. The person with the most intense reaction naturally was Rachel. She thought they would get into huge trouble if he kept acting like this. Teach, just trust me. Hyun-seok shot back. How could a little sparrow like you understand the heart of a phoenix like me? After that, he went right back to yelling, not even sparing those who had passed out on the ground. The system sent a notification to Hyun-seok that the favor that Zedran had for him had increased. Only a few steps left to reach the goal. After reading the notification, Hyun-seok immediately turned toward Red Room's room in the distance. He buttered him up loudly. Thank you, Sir Red Room. This time, Rachel really couldn't take it anymore. She screamed into his ear at the top of her lungs, Mr. Hero, I thought you wanted to continue your adventure and escape this place. Is this what you call an adventure or an escape? Look, I'm just following what the system tells me to do. Isn't following the system also a hero's duty? But raising the favorability of the Demon King's lackey. What is that about? You want me to believe that's a real quest? Why not? You want me to read it out loud for you? Hyun-seok retorted, and then started spouting nonsense, reading a system quest. You have woken up in the Demon King's fortress due to the mistake of some idiot. That's not right. That sounds weird. Rachel cut him off because she felt like Hyun-seok was taking a dig at her. The system is a program. It only uses neutral language, right? How could it call me an idiot? Maybe the SSS rank hero system is a bit different, but it's the truth. What else do you want me to do? Hyun-seok retorted, and Rachel, being short-tempered, couldn't really do anything to him other than scream. Remembering the previous night after returning from Zedran's room, she had also screamed at this exact volume. Rachel had questioned why Hyun-seok could happily accept the Demon King's lackey's offer. Just like usual, Rachel gets snatched up by him with one hand. She feels like if Hyun-seok just applied a little more pressure, she'd be crushed to a pulp. I'm not the crazy one here, you are. Whose fault was it from the very beginning anyway? Immediately after, a system window pops up right in front of Hyun-seok, and he wasn't lying at all because it clearly says, when you woke up, you found yourself inside the Demon King's fortress. All because of some idiot's mistake. Feeling like something's off, like needing to use the bathroom, only to find there's no toilet paper left. But don't get discouraged. Luckily, you've been granted a chance. Collect affinity points from the officer, a Zydron of the Demon King's army. Because a true hero must learn how to exploit their enemies. Objective gain. Zydron's favor. Reward, 100 hero points. At first, even Hyun-seok was skeptical about this ridiculous mission, but he adapted to it very quickly. Only Jacob was annoyed, but he couldn't do a thing about it. Furthermore, she knew that only superiors had the authority to change the contents of a mission. Then why on earth would they change Hyun-seok's mission? Jacob really couldn't wrap his head around it. Hey, you armored mount! He suddenly appeared and barked, follow me, Lord Zydron is calling for you. And just like that, he was back in that guy's office once again. Zydron looked pumped, which meant he was in a great mood because he'd heard slave productivity had skyrocketed ever since Hyun-seok took over as the lead slave. When he showered him with praise, Hyun-seok didn't get cocky. Instead, he flattered him right back. It's nothing, sir. I'm just a lowly ignorant human after all. Everything is all thanks to Lord Zydron's wise judgment. Rachel, standing to the side, was speechless. She thought, he can't seriously believe those cheap sucking-up words will actually work right. She muttered that to herself, yet somehow it actually worked because right after that, Hyun-seok received a notification that Zydron's affinity points towards him had reached the threshold. The hero mission had been completed. Hyun-seok's reward, as stated, was 100 hero points, and the newbie hero shop was unlocked. Seeing that it actually worked, Zydron was left with his jaw on the floor. As for Hyun-seok, things were moving along well anyway. The affinity mission was finished, so it was time for him to move on to the next step of the plan. So Hyun-seok tentatively spoke up. Lord Zydron, if you don't mind, could I begin the slave training program? Slave training. Zydron narrowed his eyes and asked again, This slight change in his demeanor made Hyun-seok particularly tense, but he kept going. Just imagine it, sir, an elite group of slaves working together. Highly disciplined slaves doing the work of 3 people without a single sign of slacking off. With those kinds of slaves, even the construction of the fortress could be finished within a single week. Sounds interesting, I suppose. But Zydran didn't feel it was very promising because human stamina was too weak to work and train at the same time. The commander will say to you, Zydran, you've done well. Hyun-seok jumped in, having already grasped the other guy's psychology that Zydran was actually just a small-time officer under the Demon King, and he too wanted to be praised by his superiors. So he answered without a second thought. Granted. Just like that, Hyun-seok's plan was approved. Rachel still couldn't understand his twisted way of thinking. She just felt like her hero had gone absolutely insane. First bowing down to the Demon King's army and now training slaves, Rachel started to pity her own fate for being tied to such a hero. It's way too noisy. Hyun-seok cut her off while she was still yapping. Listen, I have a plan. What kind of plan are you planning to trick me again? Rachel shouted in frustration. Trick you? What the hell do you think, I'm you or something? Look here. I'm planning to use the slaves to spark an uprising. What an uprising? Zydran finally calmed down enough to listen to Hyun-seok explain. This fortress has 3,000 people held as slaves. Meanwhile, the number of soldiers from the Demon King's army is only 500. Furthermore, there's a human alliance base not far from this fortress. And they'll rush to build it because of these people. In the chaos of the riot, Hyun-seok reckoned he could request support from the human alliance. When she heard this, Rachel suddenly felt her bleak future starting to brighten. Mr. Hero, looks like you're not just some idiot who only knows about muscles and fighting, huh? That's so moving. Hyun-seok ignored the fact that she was giving him the cold shoulder after praising him. Now he just had to check that mission reward. Those 100 hero points. He still didn't know how to use them. Do you really have hero points? Rachel asked, surprised, because until now she still thought that mission to suck up to Zydran was something Hyun-seok had made up on his own. I told you, now I even have something called a newbie hero shop too. Finishing his sentence, Hyun-seok opened the shop interface. He hoped the system would give him something decent. After all, this was basically his lifeline now. With eager anticipation, Hyun-seok did indeed unlock a few skills, but the first skill was Hold Breath, and the second was Hold Your Pee, all F rank. The remaining skills were either cooking, cleaning, or doing laundry. He stared at it completely dumbfounded. Rachel on the side couldn't help but burst into laughter. She explained that it was because the hero shop was only at level 1. If you collect more hero points and upgrade the shop, who knows, you might find something actually useful. Shut up, you scamming fairy. Hyun-seok roared and reached out to grab the whip, looking like they were going to have many more chaotic screaming matches like this from now on. The next morning, as usual, Hyun-seok continued his duties as the chief slave driver. Today was the first day of training for the heroes captured as slaves. The slaves had to stand in neat rows under Hyun-seok's direction, reluctantly singing songs, praising the Demon King, though they clearly weren't happy about it. But Zydran, seeing this scene, was very satisfied. He felt more and more that letting Hyun-seok train the slaves was the right move. Just then, Jack suddenly burst into his office. With a panicked look, he reported urgent news. Lord Zydran, the human army is heading this way. The 8th Division that went to confront them has fallen into a trap and been captured. Red Room Zydran was startled because the 8th Division was the largest unit in his territory. If they had been wiped out, then the human army reaching this place was only a matter of time. Must I abandon the fortress when it's nearly finished? He thought, feeling clearly unwilling. Jack urged Zydran to evacuate immediately, but he wasn't in a hurry. In Zedran's mind, war had always been viewed as a game of supply logistics, and the first rule of war is to never lose a competent supply officer. Thus he made a bold decision: keep going, Jack. I'll take care of Hyun-seok and follow you. Meanwhile, Hyun-seok was still focused on training the slaves to sing, as he had intended to train them in combat instead, but because Zydran kept supervising, he couldn't proceed yet. Suddenly, Hyun-seok heard a sound. It was the sound of Zydran smashing the iron bars of his window to jump out. Later, just as he was sighing about having no new tasks, Zydran jumped down from the upper floor and landed right beside him. Lord Red Room! Hyun-seok jumped in shock. What's going on? There's no time to explain. Come with me right now, Choi Hyun-seok. Yes, but why so suddenly? Where are we going? Seeing him so urgent, Hyun-seok became even more panicked. Before Red Room could even pull him away, they heard loud shouts. Attack victory is within our reach. The fortress gate was blown open, and the human army poured in. As soon as they appeared, they unleashed a volley of arrows, taking down many goblins. Red Room was immediately in their sights. "Over there. That bastard is the Red Nightmare Zedran infantry. Stand back. The knights will handle the enemy," an officer shouted, and the army quickly surrounded them. Zedran grabbed Hyun-Suk tightly, though he didn't know why. The human army had appeared here, but wasn't this his chance? A chance to stab the Demon King's commander in the back and return to human society. Just as that thought flashed through Hyun-Suk's mind, a human knight lunged straight at them. But the bull-headed guy seemed much tougher than he imagined. Zedran grabbed the knight's head with one hand. Then he squeezed hard. Even though the knight was wearing a sturdy helmet, his skull quickly shattered under the strength of Zedran's grip. Immediately after, Red Room unleashed the 7th technique of his martial arts. A wave of destruction named after himself exploded outward, creating a massive shockwave with him at the center, while the entire human army was swayed by that power. "Are you all right, Choi Hyun-Suk?" Once it was over, Red Room turned back to ask with clear concern, as if he truly considered him a loyal subordinate, which is why he cared for him so much. The thought of betraying Red Room and returning to human society that had just flickered in his mind was immediately extinguished. "I'll leave right away, my lord," Hyun-Suk said. Even so, the fortress couldn't hold out for long, and it was quickly controlled by the human army. The slaves were liberated and divided into groups. They were separated based on their home kingdoms, and warriors were kept apart from ordinary prisoners. This brought great relief to the warriors who had been imprisoned for so long. "Wow, we're finally being treated like warriors again. Thank you all for coming, warriors." Among the group, an elderly and majestic-looking man suddenly appeared. He introduced himself as Oliven Grimier. He was a duke of the Dragon Empire and the commander of the Allied forces. "Commander, the evacuation of the residence is complete. I have also compiled a list of those who claim to be warriors," a soldier reported to Oliven. "Then let's begin." He smiled a dangerous smile and replied. The soldier nodded and ordered the other troops to take their positions, but strangely they drew their swords. Then they received the order to execute all the warriors who had been separated into their own groups. This extremely sudden situation left those who called themselves heroes filled with shock and panic. Meanwhile, Hyun-Suk was sitting in the evacuation carriage of the Demon King's army, groaning incessantly. "Farewell, otherworld, farewell, my adventure. Farewell, my second life." He didn't know that being forced to go with Zedran had accidentally saved his life. If he had stayed at the fortress and claimed to be a hero, like the others, he would have been on that unlucky list by now. Along the way, Hyun-Suk rode in the carriage with Zedran. He was so violent that he had crushed the heads of those pursuing them, so now no one dared to follow. "Warrior, please come to your senses." Hyun-Suk was clearly in a bad state of mind. Redron, standing nearby, whispered to comfort him, saying that this time of crisis was actually a great opportunity for him. "Go to their headquarters and get an accurate grasp of the Demon King's army." "Shut up, you liar!" Hyun-Suk growled, though he couldn't quite control the volume of his voice. Zedran, who had been dozing off, was startled. He suddenly woke up and asked, "What did you just say, Hyun-Suk?" Hyun-Suk hurriedly shook his head repeatedly, claiming he was just mumbling to himself about how honored he felt. "To be riding in the same carriage as you, sir." Redron was also a bit gullible. As soon as Hyun-Suk said that, he believed it immediately and seemed very pleased. According to Redron, they had almost evacuated to the 3rd Legion's headquarters. Once they arrived, he would officially induct him into the Demon King's army. "It is truly the absolute greatest honor for me, sir." Hyun-Suk lied through his teeth, though he was already falling apart on the inside. Before long, they reached the 3rd Legion's headquarters. The guards at the gate, having heard that Zedran had returned, hurriedly opened the city gates. "Follow me. I'll lead you straight to the commander," Redron said to Hyun-Suk as he stepped off the carriage. "It is truly an absolute honor for me to meet the commander this quickly." Hyun-Suk continued to spam his fawning, sycophantic praises, but his heart was breaking more and more by the second. "It's an honor indeed, but remember to watch your manners in front of the commander if you don't want to lose your head." Redron reminded him, seemingly emphasizing the words "lose your head" on purpose, making Hyun-Suk's legs go weak. He tried to force himself to stay calm. "They say as long as you have your wits about you, you can survive even in a tiger's den." Hyun-Suk wasn't a fool. He believed he would overcome this ordeal. And so, he followed Redron to Commander Hamus's office. After reporting, the two were permitted to enter, but Hyun-Suk heard a woman's voice from inside. "Could Commander Hamus be a woman? Oh, my, look who's here, you're back." "Redron, you're even more muscular than before." When they walked in, the person sitting on the chair was indeed a woman, or more accurately, a female demon, with long ears like an elf, her eyes covered by a silk ribbon, and a mouth split all the way to her ears, though it had been meticulously stitched shut. Ah, that was Hamis, the commander of the 3rd Legion. Your beauty is becoming more and more radiant, Commander, Hyun-seok replied. The two exchanged banter, making the air thick with tension. However, Hyun-seok was currently stunned by Hamis's eerie beauty. He didn't know what he should say. Should he compliment her beauty? Commander, I am deeply ashamed that I could not protect the fortress, Redron said, moving forward. Hamis didn't seem to care much. She said that it was entirely the fault of the 8th Division commander, not his. At the mention of the 8th Division commander, Hamis's expression didn't change at all. She calmly remarked, I should have skinned him to make a new bag. Hyun-seok withdrew his intention to compliment Hamis's beauty earlier. Her cruelty made him unable to breathe. The pressure Hamis exerted was on a completely different level from anyone he had met before. Thankfully, right after that, Hamis withdrew her malice and slowly sat up. Whatever. But who is this human you brought along at this moment? Redron finally had time to introduce Hyun-seok. Listening to him, it seemed he had reported about him to his superiors beforehand, and this time Redron wanted him to officially join the demon army. Hamis stepped closer, her razor-sharp nails lightly pricking Hyun-seok's skin. Cute, isn't he? A talented one handpicked by Redron himself. Should I have high expectations? I will try my best, ma'am. Hyun-seok was so tense that he couldn't control his volume, almost shouting. Hamis looked him up and down once more, then remarked that he wouldn't be able to survive in the demon army with such a flimsy body. Redron completely agreed with that view, and added that Hyun-seok would soon be devoured by others, and a human joining the demon army was unprecedented. Therefore, Zydron asked Hamis for permission to train Hyun-seok himself, but this time she quickly refused, reasoning that Zydron couldn't waste his time on a human. When she said that, Hamis' sharp claws slowly moved to her mouth, then tore open the stitches at the corners of her lips. Instantly, she transformed from a beautiful, eerie woman into a monster. Her head transformed into a man-eating flower, and that sight left Hyun-seok frozen in place. Next, Hamis pulled a creature from her throat. It was unclear what kind of creature it was, and then her face gradually returned to normal. From now on, you are assigned to be the caretaker of my pet, Hamis said to Hyun-seok. This little guy is Bobo cute, isn't he? Hyun-seok really had to swallow his criticisms. A pet. It looked like a dog and also like a damn demon straight from hell. Just as he was trying to figure out how to fake a compliment, Zejun spoke up first. Wow, I can feel such powerful energy even though it's still just a baby. I can sense its elegance too, Hamis replied, looking quite pleased with the praise. Then she turned toward Hyun-seok, her tone dropping a few degrees. What's with that reaction of yours? Do you not like it? Hyun-seok reacted instantly. As a candidate for the Demon Lord's army, I, Choi Hyun-seok, am truly honored to be the one taking care of Bobo. Good, that's what I wanted to hear, Hamis replied, satisfied. She then tossed the dog into Hyun-seok's arms, not forgetting to remind him to feed it on schedule because Bobo was still growing and would get angry if it went hungry. Yes, milady. Hyun-seok obeyed. He went to get his uniform and took Bobo back to its kennel, and by the time he got there, the creature was already asleep. Only then did he dare tell Jae-cho that he had received a new hero quest to increase Bobo's affection level with a reward of 200 hero points. This time, even Hyun-seok himself had to question that damn quest-giving system. First, it made him earn affection points from the commander, and now it wanted him to make the commander's pet like him. How was any of this supposed to be heroic? Before he could finish his thought, the door was knocked a few times and a goblin stepped in. By instinct, Hyun-seok immediately bowed to greet it. This guy was also one of Bobo's caretakers. Although he hated being looked down upon by these low-level goblins, Hyun-seok couldn't find a way to fight back. Where are the other seniors? He asked, trying to strike up a conversation. There are none left. They're all dead, the goblin replied. So from now on, you and I will be preparing meals for Bobo, he added. If you understand, then get moving. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bobo woke up from its short nap. It seemed to be hungry already. Otherwise, it wouldn't have started licking that bald goblin's head. Realizing he was about to be turned into a meal, the goblin lunged, grabbed Hyun-seok's leg, and kept shoving him toward the vicious dog. Are you awake here? This fresh human is prepared just for you. Hyun-seok was horrified. He no longer had the heart to suck up to this insane goblin. He struggled to break free and kept cursing while the goblin kept desperately pushing him toward the dog. Shut up, human, one of us has to die today, so it's going to be you. But Hyun-sok wasn't about to give up that easily. After all, the guy was just a goblin only a third of his size. How could he lose? With that thought, Hyun-sok grabbed the goblin and tossed him toward Bobo. "Here's your meal, Bobo." What followed was a scene too tragic to watch. It seemed Bobo was quite satisfied with this meal. Both Hyun-seok and Jae-cho witnessed it. He had temporarily escaped death, but Jae-cho was spotted by the monster which started chasing her. It was just a game to the beast, but Jae-cho didn't find it fun at all. "Don't make it run for too long, it'll get hungry again," Hyun-seok reminded her. Meanwhile, he was scrolling through the hero store hoping to find something useful, and to his surprise he actually found it a giant bone. It could attract any kind of monster, and it only cost 30 hero points. Hyun-seok bought it without a second thought. Bobo, who was busy chasing Jae-cho, heard him call its name and turned around annoyed. "Bobo, do you want this?" He pointed at the bone in his hand and then threw it with all his might. "If you want it, go chase it." The dog quickly took off and caught the bone. Finally, Jae-cho got a chance to catch her breath. "Where did you find that item? I wish you'd found it sooner," she asked, panting heavily. "It's all thanks to my genius brain that doesn't miss a single detail. This mission will be a piece of cake." Hyun-seok hadn't even finished his sentence when Bobo rushed at them. If Jae-cho hadn't been fast, she would have been gobbled up in one bite. It seemed that one bone wasn't enough. Hyun-seok guessed it wanted fresh meat. Once again, he had to use his head to save his life, otherwise he would be eaten sooner or later. Hyun-seok wondered if there was any kind of magic that could calm this mad dog down. Then he decided to take it outside. As soon as it heard it could go out, Bobo instantly turned into a well-behaved dog, and so one human, one dog, and one angel left the room together. Jae-cho tried to sniff out some food but had no luck. Out of options, she told Hyun-seok to grab a goblin they happened to pass by to ask for directions. "Excuse me, could you help show us the way?" Hyun-seok followed the goblin's instructions. The goblin was stunned to see a human suddenly appear in the army, but then it saw Bobo. It was even more shocked, so terrified its legs turned to jelly and it fell backward. The goblin demanded to know why Hyun-seok was with Bobo, while the dog lunged forward to lick the goblin. That goblin was terrified. "Hey, Bobo, don't eat him," Hyun-seok commanded. To his surprise, the dog actually listened. Once it let the goblin go, he explained, "I'm the person who's going to be taking care of Bobo starting today. Do you know where the kitchen is?" "The kitchen is to the left," the goblin spat out, then bolted, seemingly afraid that if it stayed even a second longer, it would be turned into dinner. Watching the goblin scramble away, Hyun-seok and Rachel couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, why was he so scared? Are they really soldiers of the demon army?" I was just about to say the same thing. After laughing for a while, the two returned to their main mission, finding meat in the kitchen. However, a serious problem occurred while they were busy. Mocking that cowardly goblin, Bobo had completely vanished. "Where the hell is that damn dog?" Hyun-seok screamed. If he lost him, he wasn't sure what Hamus would do to him. Hyun-seok felt like every time he looked away for a second, everything turned into a disaster. Rachel scanned the area and finally spotted the dog. "Oh, my little cutie, you had me so worried." Hyun-seok, feeling like he'd grabbed a lifeline, and started buttering him up. But when Bobo ran back, 3 words flashed in his mind: "We're screwed." Why? Because the corners of Bobo's mouth were covered in blood. Just a few seconds later, the surrounding air turned chaotic. Hyun-seok heard panicked voices from more than one person. "Commander Regis is dead. Who did this? We're going to get revenge." Hyun-seok was speechless. It didn't take a genius to know that Bobo was the culprit behind the chaos, and since they were the ones watching the dog, they had become the targets of the goblin's revenge. Hyun-seok and Rachel were quickly chased by the mob. With no other choice, he scooped up Bobo and ran. Rachel kept crying as she ran. "Oh, hero, are we really going to die here? Is it really the end for us? Shut it if you've got time to whine, run." Hyun-seok yelled, running with all his might. But as luck would have it, they ended up in a dead end. The goblins were closing in. Hyun-seok was backed into a corner. In their eyes, he was the one who had murdered Commander Regis, and they planned to tear him apart, chewing on his arms and legs like chicken wings. "That's it, rip both the dog and the human to shreds, and then we split the meal." The goblins looked at Hyun-seok like he was a delicious piece of meat. In this situation, trying to reason with them was impossible. Hyun-seok was incredibly anxious. Even though his mind was a mess, he forced himself to calm down. For a human, the most important thing is mental fortitude. If your mental state is unstable, you're bound to be defeated. So even though he was terrified, he raised his voice and shouted, How dare you? Do you know who this brave soul is?" Isn't it just some monster? The goblins were a bit confused by Hyunsuk's sudden change in attitude. What? That's so rude, he shouted even louder. This is Bobo! As soon as they heard the name Bobo, they immediately recognized it as Commander Hamus's pet, though they only knew the name and had never seen it before. The goblins were hesitant. Half thought it was just a bluff by Hyunsuk to escape. The other half feared he might be telling the truth. Hyunsuk then set Bobo down on the ground. How can you not recognize Bobo? How shameful you— What are you doing, human? The goblins instinctively backed away from his actions. A dangerous, sinister smile appeared on Hyunsuk's face. What was he doing going into beast mode, of course? Once unchained, Bobo's cute, obedient appearance vanished. He turned back into a mad dog and lunged at the nearest goblin. The scene that followed was chaotic and reeked of blood, while Hyunsuk stood leisurely on the sidelines watching. A mad dog, without a muzzle, was more than enough to start a bloodbath. After Bobo finished off the first goblin, the rest of them instantly became much more obedient. They lined up neatly and bowed at a 90-degree angle. We're sorry, Hyunsuk. We're so sorry, it's our ignorance. Although they were afraid of Bobo, Hyunsuk soaked up some of the reflected prestige and authority. He had subdued so many demons that his hidden prestige attribute skyrocketed. Just as Hyunsuk was walking by enjoying this feeling of power, Hamus's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. I was just wondering why it was so noisy outside. Is a cute little rookie doing something interesting out here? After that, Hyunsuk followed her back to her private office. He recounted everything that had just happened to Hamus. Upon learning that Hyunsuk had used her name and Bobo's to survive, Hamus let out a delighted, smug laugh, and Hyunsuk immediately knelt at her feet to beg for forgiveness. Forgive me, my lady, I have committed a grave offense. That's actually a compliment. Hamus replied, after all, you are just a human, aren't you? You are very smart, unlike the idiots here. And you have guts. Hyunsuk seemed not to hear the last part of Hamus's comment, only able to stammer out his thanks. But it was clear that today's events had genuinely amused her. Because in the demon army everything is always resolved by force, which has caused no shortage of noise and trouble. Hyunsuk causing a scene today felt like a breath of fresh air. It made her suddenly blurt out an offer. Do you want to become an enforcer? Compared to Redron's previous offer to become the head slave, this proposal from Hamus left Hyunsuk even more bewildered. With this frail body, and skills that were practically non-existent, was she really inviting him to become an enforcer? Right now it's a bit difficult. I can't just keep letting you hide behind my name and— Bobos, Hamus spoke slowly. But the demon army has a qualifying match that allows you to claim your opponent's rank. I will protect you for 1 month, but after that, you will have to defeat an opponent of my choosing. Each time you win, you will have your protection extended for another month. And if you can slowly climb your way up to the position of a battalion commander, perhaps then you will be of some use. It was certainly an enticing offer. But Hyunsuk couldn't help but think about the alternative, so he asked, what if I lose? Then don't expect a peaceful death. Hamus replied, her smile growing increasingly twisted. You will definitely wish you had died in battle. That smile gave Hyunsuk goosebumps, but he was forced to accept this bizarre offer, because Hamus looked like she was ready to slice him in two if he dared to say no. After leaving Hamus's office, all of his strength seemed to have been drained away. With opponents chosen personally by her, Rachel felt like she would have to say her final goodbyes to Hyunsuk in just 1 month's time. Hey, you said my potential was SSS rank, didn't you? Hyunsuk suddenly asked. Don't you understand what potential is? It's capability, not some fixed power, the fairy retorted arrogantly. You call yourself a fairy assistant, but it seems you're not much help at all, Hyunsuk muttered. But then he suddenly discovered that the two of them were walking past the kitchen. It's just that this door looked more like something out of a horror movie than a normal kitchen. Hyunsuk cautiously pushed the door open, but before he could even say hello, he heard a voice reeking of irritation. You must be the human the commander mentioned. I am the chef Kunkan. What did you come here for, just a cook in the demon army? It still sent a chill down Hyunsuk's spine. He quickly confessed his true purpose. He had come to ask for some snacks for Bobo. At this, Kunkan let out an ah. It seemed he had realized that Hyunsuk was Bobo's new caretaker. Even so, he bluntly refused Hyunsuk's request. Why should I help you when the only order from Commander Hamus is not to lay a hand on you? Is there any other way? Hyunsuk tried to negotiate. Kunkan thought for a moment and replied, If you really need meat, then go hunt it yourself like they do. Following Kunkan's gaze, Hyunsuk saw a group of goblins sharing a pile of fresh meat, but that greenish type of meat. Bao looked exactly like the flesh of their own kind. Hyun-seok even overheard their bloodthirsty conversation. What kind of meat is this? It's so tender. Oh, heh, it's the meat of Patio who kicked the bucket yesterday. He tastes exactly as good as he looked. It turned out they really were cannibals. Hyun-seok tried to suppress his nausea as he looked at the goblins who were no different from butchers behind Kunkan. Did he just mean to tell Hyun-seok to go hunt for himself? A ferocious wild boar lunged toward Hyun-seok, its eyes filled with hunger. It squealed in delight, "Kill him, our dinner!" This left Hyun-seok startled, wondering, "Why am I here?" But just a moment later, as the wild boar was about to get close, he quickly dodged and realized that this was the boar that had killed Morgan. He realized the cruel truth. They said it was hunting, but it was just endless slaughter. He resolved to take revenge for Morgan and then unleashed a counterattack on the boar, forcing it to reveal its true form. At this moment, he looked confidently at the miserable state of his opponent and said, "I wonder who's the dinner now?" An invisible voice spoke up. "What do we do now, hero? Should we run?" "No, we win." Confidently looking at his opponent's pathetic state, he thought, "Who's actually going to be dinner here?" An inner voice echoed, "What do we do now, hero? Should we run, or should we go for the win?" Hyun-seok calmly replied, "Do you honestly think we can escape a crowd like this?" Deep down, he remained extremely cautious. He realized she was right. He was in grave danger, so he told himself he had to take action. A serious voice suddenly boomed, "Hey, human!" making Hyun-seok jump. He immediately raised his hand and replied, "Yes, next time it'll be me." Kunkan tilted his head back to look at him. "No, you don't need to do that." Out there, a massive crowd surrounded the carcass of the wild boar they had just taken down. They cheered wildly. The hunt was over. But Hyun-seok couldn't help but wonder, "I thought they just hacked and slashed without a thought. How on earth did they take it down?" A demon soldier stood before Kunkan to report the progress: 12 dead and many more injured. Hearing those numbers, in stark contrast to Kunkan's calmness, Hyun-seok was shocked. He thought to himself, "The casualties are huge." Kunkan spoke up. "All right, good work. We'll find our next prey after a short rest." Hearing that, he realized the man didn't care at all. He turned to the invisible Vedran and whispered, "Vedran, I've thought it over. Escaping isn't an option anymore." Vedran asked, confused, "What?" She then angrily challenged him, "You're planning to go monster hunting with them?" He denied it immediately. "No, why would I do that?" He gestured behind him, explaining, "Stats only increase when I level up. That means I just need experience to level up." But Vedran was still baffled. "Right, but where are you going to find experience in this situation?" He stammered, continuing, "Well, that experience. I can still get it if I land the final blow right." This statement stunned her. She looked at him in surprise, trembling, and pointed a finger at him. You... That's true, but that's so dirty." But he didn't care. He turned away sharply, saying, "Thanks for the answer, let's go." He thought to himself, "I don't have many choices here. If the commander is truly serious, I have to get stronger within a month." With a flattering expression, he approached Kunkan and gently called out, "Chef!" The man responded with a surprised, "Oh, human, I thought you had run off." That remark made him flinch. He replied awkwardly, "I would never do that." He thought, "Does he know what I'm thinking?" He explained to him, "I was thinking about joining the next hunt as a member of the brave demon army." Hearing this, Kunkan's gaze became intensely serious. He said, "Human Hyun-seok, is that so?" He thought to himself, "Did I cross the line? Vedran would like me to do this right." But suddenly Kunkan burst into a radiant laugh. "I like it, human." Hearing that, he scratched his head. "It's all thanks to you, chef." But then the sentence, "Then you will lead the next hunt," left him frozen in place. The chef gave him a thumbs up and said seriously, "For us, leading the charge is the most honorable position. Usually we wouldn't let a rookie take that spot. But you're a special case." Hearing this, he tactfully declined, "Chef, how could I stand in front of the demon nobles? The other chefs will complain if I take the lead." Another demon rushed over frantically. "Chef!" The man asked sternly, "What is it?" The guy yelled with a panicked, terrified look, "Monsters are invading." Strange sounds echoed through the sky. Kunkan looked up at the sky and said, "That cry, damn it, and urine is coming." Hyun-seok asked, confused, "Are we in danger?" But contrary to the earlier panic, he replied calmly, "Not really, but urine meat isn't very tasty." This left Hyun-seok completely helpless. The chef drew his sword and said softly, "Whatever. He raised his sword to the sky and commanded everyone, "Everyone grab your weapons. Let's add Yuran stew to the dinner menu." Hearing this, Hunsuk laughed triumphantly to himself. "Delicious! Just stay close and land the final blow." At that moment, Vedran pushed a surge of power toward him from behind, saying loudly, "Take this too." Hunsuk felt it. His stamina and strength increased slightly. He was surprised. "This is—" Vedran was smug. She patted his head and said, "Haha, no need to thank me." But Hunsuk wasn't grateful at all. On the contrary, he raised a fist right toward her head, scolding, "Why didn't you use this sooner, huh?" With that, he shoved her aside, causing her pain, while he triumphantly surged forward, yelling, "Let's go! The final blow is mine." At that moment, he also thought, "Think Choi Hunsuk, the blonde noble lady, not many, just 5 kids, they look like little rabbits." He happily raised his fist full of spirit, thinking of this. He gathered all his strength and leaped high into the air. Believing he was protecting his retirement plan without hesitation, he slammed his fist into the Yuran's neck, causing it immense pain. Suddenly, a system notification rings out, "Urine killed, level up." He looks stunned. 4 levels from 1 finishing blow, seriously. He calculates the pace. At this rate, I can hit level 20 today. Finally, I'm getting stronger. His face lights up with excitement. Nearby, a demon is standing over a group of urins. They've collapsed, looking incredibly weak. Just as the demon raises his sword to finish one off, Hunsuk lunges out of nowhere and slams his elbow into the guy's chest. He says, acting completely casual, "Oops, my bad, my elbow just slipped." He wears a sinister, triumphant grin. He feels manic and gloating, thinking to himself, "Every final blow in this world belongs to me. The battle is over." Vecchio walks up to Hunsuk and asks, "Are you done?" He just replies calmly, "Yeah, good job, musclehead." He informs her, "We've killed all the monsters and it looks like they're already butchering them." Right now, the demons are happily grabbing and enjoying chunks of meat, fighting over who gets the bigger piece. This makes Hunsuk feel like an outsider, and he finds it off-putting. A hand slams onto his shoulder. "Hey, Choi Hunsuk!" The head chef, mouth full of meat, asks him, "What are you staring at?" He jumps startled and asks, "Chef, are they allowed to just eat the military's rations like that?" The chef replies calmly, "Don't you know? That's a chef's privilege. Monster meat loses its flavor after a while." He looks at him and continues, "Do you think soldiers like us ever get to eat fresh meat? Good meat is the reason I want to live in this place." Hearing this, he looks confused. "A privilege. Will they die because of this? There's no labor union or anything?" The chef, seemingly oblivious to his mood, holds out a piece of meat toward him. "Eat up, Hunsuk. You fought like a warrior. You have the right to eat this." Hearing that and looking at the meat in front of him, he cannot hide his confusion and hesitation. Then, gathering all his courage, he bites into the meat. He tastes it. It's not bad, though the smell is strong. "Too bland and tough," he thinks. "If this were sold in Korea, it wouldn't last a day." Then he looks at the demons fighting over the bland meat and thinks, they're risking their lives for this flavorless stuff. Suddenly, an idea sparks in his head. I can control them through their stomachs. I will be the god of cooking. But just then, the system voice chimes in. "Are you listening?" But he ignores it, focused on his own plan. Open Hero Shop. This catches Vecchio by surprise. As the screen opens, he thinks to himself, I have 70 points left after buying toys for Bobo. I'll spend it all on this skill and this item. A look of satisfaction crosses his face as a blue light emanates from his palm. Rachel is furious. What did you just buy? But he ignores her, thinking, I'll show you all. You stupid demons, right now. He is holding a jar of seasoning full of MSG that cost 20 points. He feels proud of his purchase. The pinnacle of Korean cuisine, Vecchio is stunned by his decision. She asks angrily, Salt, do you have points to burn or something? But he remains unfazed, scratching his head. Geez, don't be so narrow-minded. He sprinkles the MSG onto the meat, explaining, just watch, seeing is believing. This will give you a taste of pure flavor on your tongue. He excitedly carries out his plan, sprinkling the spices evenly over the grilled meat. He looks at the delicious food. He beams with pride, shouting, done, juicy, aromatic, perfectly cooked. He looks at his masterpiece, feeling like a god of a new world. He excitedly brings the grilled meat to head chef Kunkan, bowing respectfully. Lord Chef, please try this meat. This surprises him quite a bit. Hunsuk is so desperate he leans in at a 90-degree angle. But the chef refuses, saying, thanks, but I'm a bit full right now. Can we do it later? But he doesn't give up, continuing to persuade him. I put a lot of heart into this. If the great Kun-kan would just try it, I could die without regrets. Hearing such pleading, the chef reluctantly takes a bite. He says, "Fine, let me try a piece." As soon as he puts it in his mouth, he feels it. Wait, this flavor. He remembers the days of the past. When I was a kid, I was quite introverted. Even when I grew up, my mother would always say, "Little Kun-kan, do you want some meat tonight, Mo?" He remembers the taste of his mother's cooking and his former introverted self. Tears start to fall. After eating Hun-suk's meat, Kun can happily brings him a giant bag of meat before he leaves. He even adds, "This food will stay fresh for 2 more days. Come see me if you need more." Hun-suk is absolutely delighted and responds sincerely, "Thank you, sir." At Bobo's house, Hun-suk is slowly walking in. He peeks his head through the door, calling out excitedly, "Bobo!" From inside the house, Bobo rushes out happily, running straight toward him. He's not angry at all. Instead, he looks incredibly happy. Bobo snaps at a piece of meat in his hand, but he playfully teases the creature by holding it out of reach. Watching it get worked up, he jokingly said to the creature, "Eat up, little guy, you're practically a dog owner yourself now." He watched Bobo eagerly tearing into the delicious meat, promising, "If you like it, I'll bring you more tomorrow." Bobo looked up at him with glittering eyes, unable to hide its happiness. Just then, the system pinged Bobo's affection level had increased. Affection level target reached. Hero mission complete. You have received 200 hero points. Notification received. Hun-suk couldn't hide his smug delight. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, just as planned, finally. Rachel popped up from behind, looking surprised. "You finished the mission already?" Hun-suk replied happily, "Yeah, I'm feeling a lot more confident now." Pointing to his status board, he added excitedly, "Now I've got a whole pile of bonus points." Rachel asked, "Those things increase your stats, right? Haven't you used them yet?" He answered calmly, "How could I dare use them when I don't even know what they do? It'd be a waste of my 22 hard-earned points." He shot a sharp glare at her. "Isn't that because some idiot skipped the tutorial?" Rachel couldn't hide her embarrassment. She stammered, We can still go over it." She immediately jumped into action. "All right, here is the instructor's guide, Hun-suk. You can spend your bonus points on 4 basic stats: strength, stamina, agility, and mana. Strength increases your power. Stamina boosts your endurance and durability. Agility improves your reaction time and speed. And as for mana, well, you know that's for magic." Hun-suk tilted his head. "And what about charm?" She replied, "That's a hidden stat. You can't upgrade it with bonus points, you only grow it through proper training." She concluded, "Simply put, just level them up evenly." He rubbed his chin, confused. "Really, isn't it usually better to just stack strength?" This question clearly annoyed her. She snapped back, "What? Maybe at the start, but near the end, mana is crucial. Obviously, a body reinforced with mana is stronger than one that's just pure muscle." Seeing her reaction, he started to think it over. "So should I do it like this?" He pointed at his status screen: strength 23, agility 40, stamina 34, mana 36. J-Chol looked it over and nodded. "Yeah, not bad." She prompted him, "Now go to the shop and buy basic mana control." Hun-suk looked puzzled. "What's mana control?" She explained patiently. "It simply teaches you how to manipulate mana. It should cost about 100 hero points." He checked the shop. "Basic mana control?" Hun-suk didn't look happy. He cut her off. "It's not there at all." Rachel exploded in frustration. "No way! That's a common item in the shop." But he didn't care. He thought, "I was wondering if you'd finally be useful, but you're totally useless, aren't you?" He silently mused, "I really can't believe this." Rachel countered angrily, "That's impossible! It's supposed to be there!" 3 weeks later, Hun-suk lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted. He sighed. "Finally reached level 100. That took way longer than I thought." Beside him, the creature agreed. Of course, the experience points needed keep going up, right? He looked at his improved stats, proudly boasting, "Is there any other hero as hard-working as me?" But the creature scoffed. "What are you talking about? You're already a slacker." Irritated, he shouted, "A slacker!" He slammed his hand onto the floor, pinning her down. "Do you have any idea how many times I almost died today?" The creature squealed in pain. "But it usually takes half a year to hit level 100. Now completely flattened, she tried to explain, "I was just trying to be friendly." Hun-suk didn't care. "You brought this on yourself." Suddenly the door swung open, and a demon guard walked in. Instructor Choi Hun-suk, the commander, wants to see you. Get ready. In Hamisa's office, she sat perched on her chair. She greeted him, "Welcome, Choi Hun-suk. You look a lot better than the last time we met." She gave him a playful smile. "You've gotten stronger, too. Your mana levels seem to have doubled." At her compliment, he beamed. "I did my best to give Bobo the highest quality meat every day," Hamus continued, ignoring his comment. "But you're growing too fast." She questioned him. "Is this thanks to the hero system?" He jumped in surprise, thinking, how long has she known I'm a hero? Hamis seemed to read his mood. "I've known since the first time we met." He grew even more flustered. "How?" She reassured him. "Don't look so shocked. I know you're interested in researching heroes." She laughed. "Now worry about yourself." "Why do you think I called you here?" He stood there trembling. He wondered, is it about Bobo's training the final battle, or... He clenched his fists, hesitantly trying to guess, is it because I'm going to the front lines? She didn't answer right away. "That's right. Do you remember our promise?" He grinned, answering with a confident smile. "Of course I do." Hamis's smile grew even wider as she replied, "Really? Then why the long face?" Suddenly, she transformed into a monster and snapped her massive jaws toward him, leaving him completely stunned. She shouted furiously, "I knew you were a hero all along. Did you really think I wouldn't notice how fast you were leveling up?" She continued, "Work harder unless you want to die. This is all just to amuse me. Remember that?" He clutched his chest in pain as she kept pressing him. "What do you think excites the audience the most? Is it blood-soaked spectacles or overwhelming victories? No. It's when there's an unexpected twist." Back in his room, he pondered, that monster must be thinking the same thing. He was lost in thought. She chose an opponent I couldn't possibly defeat, wanting to see me on the losing end. She's already on guard, so right now. Vekol suddenly interrupted his train of thought, asking seriously, "So what are you going to do? Are we going to die?" He snapped, gritting his teeth. "Calm down, let me think." He explained, "It's better to know your opponent before the day of the fight. I need to study how strong it actually is." But she wouldn't have it, anxious and insisting, "But we only know its name. How are you supposed to identify it?" He didn't answer. Instead, he tapped the screen and said, "There's an item I want to buy from the hero shop." He ignored Jay's surprise. Cole decided to place the order anyway. He picked up the glasses and said, "It's called a combat power scouter." The screen displayed the item's detailed specs, and she stared at the device in amazement. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, a power scouter." He nodded. "Yeah, use it to gauge power levels, then train by fighting a tribe leader with similar strength." "Just like the experts, huh?" Hearing that, she just sighed and complained, "You're always quick with these trivial things." He stuck his tongue out, teasing, "Better than being useless." With that, he looked through the lens at Vechol and saw she was at level 375. He mused, "I wonder if that's high or low. Should we measure ourselves while we're at it?" Vechol struggled to hold on to the glasses while Hunsuk grabbed for them, barking, "Give it here!" Using his superior size, he quickly snatched the glasses, making her pout in annoyance. But then he looked surprised. "What's wrong? Can't see anything." Vechol couldn't help but grimace, trembling as she said, No, I just thought it was broken." "Otherwise, how could you possibly be stronger than me?" Vechol saw that Hunsuk's power level was 1,560, and she shrieked, "What? Why are you so surprised? Are you sure you're not the weak one here?" Stung by Hunsuk's jab, Vechole slumped over, muttering, 10,000 years ago. I was plenty strong too, you know." He didn't pay her any mind, just put the glasses on and said, "Whatever. So it actually works then. Let's see just how strong our little Bobo is." Hunsuk spoke and looked over at the pet, only to see it innocently gnawing on a bone with a power level of 47,422. Hunsuk stammered, 44,722. Are we even weaker than a puppy? Is that puppy on drugs or something? A while later, the three of them headed down to the streets to scout. Time to check the levels of the others. He glanced at a few creatures that looked as weak as goblins. The strongest had a power level of 1,620, while the weakest was at 231. He sighed. Most of them are around my level. Suddenly, a goblin commander glided past. He broke into a cold sweat when he saw the power reading 14,300. Commander Bookman is here, he signaled. Those with power levels over 10,000 are at least commander class. Hunsuk turned to ask, Dechul, you said my opponent would be a squad commander, right? That's right. His name is Kotkin. I heard he's a total airhead. A squad commander probably only has a power of 3,000, so I might have a chance. Wait, is that airhead him? Hunsuk adjusted his glasses and looked at the raging idiot. Kotkin cleared the training yard and charged in. The power level displayed on the glasses was 6,671. His eyes nearly popped out. 6,000, man, that's unexpected. Well, I'm dead for sure. Suddenly, the system panel appeared. Damn, Hero Quest. Your chance of winning against that pig is practically zero, but your strength is that you never give up hope. In the direst situations, right? That's why you're being given a second chance. Increase your power by 3,000 in 1 week. Reward 300 hero points. Hey, this quest popped up at just the right time. Is it watching me? Well, the arrow has been fired. I have to follow it. Do or die. Watch closely, Hamis. No matter who it is, I'm going all in. I will definitely survive. The next morning in the kitchen, he rushed in. I'm here. Come on in, Hunsuk. Kunshin immediately noticed the new thing on his head. That item looks pretty stylish. Where did you get that? I saw others wearing them, so I went and bought one. Kunsin couldn't understand it and let out a sigh. Do the younger generation these days like things like that? Anyway, get ready for the hunt. While Kunkan wasn't looking, Hunsuk pulled his glasses down to check the power level. It was up to 35,230. Why is it so high? This is the power of a regular general. He was shocked and looked around nervously. No, it's not just him. I'm starting to get suspicious. But all the chefs here have higher power levels than the ones fighting monsters. The weakest is 1,969, and the strongest is 2,620. He held his breath. That means, if I can practice with someone as strong as Kotkin, I might be able to get a feel for his level. He thought it and did it immediately, bowing low. Lord Kunkan, please allow me to spar with a chef. Spar? Yes, I want to help you after learning a thing or two more. Seeing Hunsuk's sincere expression, Kunsin hesitated a bit. Well, that's a bit of a bother. Hunsuk, you're already strong enough compared to a human. No need to rush. Hearing him say that, his attitude did a complete 180. If you don't allow it, I'm eating all the meat today by myself. Seeing him start to leave, Kunkan reached out to hold him back. I've been waiting for someone like you. Who do you want to spar with? A moment later, the goblins in the kitchen were whispering and gossiping. What's going on? It's nowhere near hunting time. What Choi Hunsuk wants to spar with Golbazem. So is he going to die today? No. I can't live without his meat. Looking at Golbazem's massive build and power of 2,620, Hunsuk didn't back down. Other goblins saw the situation wasn't looking good and whispered to each other. Should we kill Golbazem first? Kunsan heard them and cursed, Shut up, you idiots. He approached the guy and instructed, You understand right, Golbazem, try not to kill him, don't overdo it, just put on a show. The idiot gave a goofy, dim-witted look and replied, Gone, Golbazem understands. Waiting for the two to get into position, Kunkan shouted, All right, let's begin. Ready, positions. Start. At his shout, Hunsuk opened his eyes wide, observing carefully while Golbazem muttered casually, No, don't kill Hunsuk. Hunsuk was the one who opened combat. He let out a shout and lunged only to be met by a fist. He dodged the blow and concluded, This guy's punches are based entirely on instinct. Hunsuk smiled confidently, spun around, and returned a kick. But do you know in battles like these, Hunsuk's instep landed straight on Golbazem's face. How many times I've won? One kick caused his face to distort, and he collapsed on the spot. Kunkan was stunned and stammered, announcing the unbelievable result before his eyes. Choi Hunsuk wins. What? Golbazem lost. What happened? It was too fast, I couldn't see anything. Hunsuk was also stunned. He went down with just a single punch. If that's the case, I actually have a chance to win. Scene changed to the north of the Black Forest where the goblins and Hunsuk gathered. I took down an idiot with double my power with just a simple kick. Hunsuk couldn't help but feel smug. It's true. Those power level numbers are just symbolic. If I'm just a little stronger, then I'll win easily. The battle was in full swing when a goblin scout rushed over to report, Chief Kunkan, a massive horde of Talus has appeared ahead. Oh, really? So that's Talus territory, is it? What a pain, Hunsuk muttered. What's wrong? Is the meat no good? No, it's not that. Their meat isn't bad at all, and their bones make a great stew. But they live in swarms, and they have an extremely strong protective instinct. So if you dare lay a finger on their young, you're dead meat. After Kunkan finished his briefing, he scratched his head. Well, I guess the hunt is over for today, then. Kunsen scoffed. But the meat is delicious, forget it, let's keep hunting. In the next second, he pulled a massive butcher's knife out of nowhere and grinned. Everyone charged today's meal is going to be talus meat. The goblins obeyed Kunkan's command and roared, "Charge! Get that talus meat! Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. Not one gets away." The talus, seeing their aggressive enemies, trembled, but Hunzuk was the type who didn't fear strong enemies, only incompetent teammates. He shoved his own team members aside. "Ugh, why are you blocking my path?" He smirked. "So much EXP today. The finishing blow belongs to me." A while later, 2 mounds of skulls had formed. The more they fought, the more fired up they got. Hunzuk was thrilled to hear the system's level-up notification. He aimed for the last one and stomped on it. Rachel saw this and couldn't help but praise him for stealing the final kill. "You're amazing, I knew it. That's why I love working in the kitchen." Suddenly, the ground shook. He froze and turned around. "What the hell?" a goblin shouted. "It's here. The Talus Queen." A massive skull surrounded by toxic mist approached. Inside the skull, the monster lady's golden eyes glowed as she saw her kin lying dead in heaps. She gnashed her teeth in anger. Hunzuk quickly pulled his goggles down to scan her. Just how strong is she that everyone is panicking? He checked. Power level immeasurable. Warning, Hunzuk faltered and turned back. "Kunkan Chief, what do we do now?" To his surprise, all he saw was the chief running for his life. "What the hell? Everyone try to survive, see you later. You irresponsible old man." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced Hunzuk's ears. He turned on guard and shouted, "Spread out!" A bloodied hand reached out weakly. "Chief! Chief!" Where did he go? The Talus Queen had lost control, blinded by hatred. She shrieked a sound so agonizing and vengeful that it made Hunzuk's head throb, forcing him to cover his ears. "What kind of spider is that, huge and gross?" Rachel felt the killing intent and warned, "Hero, watch out behind you." He spun around to see the Talus Queen commanding her swarm charging straight for him. Just following the crowd, Hunzuk booked it running for his life. There was no other choice. Time to bail. Running while listening to the desperate screams of the goblins, he didn't dare stop. Stopping meant death. He had to save himself first. After separating from the pack, he panted and stopped before a pitch-black cave. "A cave here, is it safe?" "It looks empty inside." "We just checked it earlier, though." "Geez, why is it here now?" Hunzuk didn't dare go in immediately. It just didn't feel trustworthy. But it was still safer than wandering in the forest, so he decided to head inside, scanning his surroundings. It's deep. Is this a natural cave? Who knows what's in here? The ceiling was high, too. Rachel floated after him, whispering, "I hope there aren't any spiders in here. Oh, we need to be careful." Suddenly, a strange, sticky green slime on the cliff wall caught his eye. "Wait, don't tell me," Rachel hurried to explain. No way. The chief said there were no spiders around here." Hunzuk curiously reached out to touch the slime. "I've seen this before. Wait, are these all spider webs?" A thought flashed through his mind. If that were true... Hunzuk looked up at the cave ceiling. It was covered in webs and eggs. Was this actually a spider's nest? His voice trembled slightly. "This is bad. We have to leave now?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a claw lunged at him. The Talus Queen had caught up, attacking relentlessly, out for blood for the death of her young. Rachel reported in a panic, "Look, the Talus Queen." "I can see that." The two hurried back toward the exit. "Run! Get out of here!" "This place is too dangerous. We can't stay here." Suddenly the ground under Hunzuk's feet felt lumpy. It seemed he had tripped over something. Whatever it was blocked his path, causing him to sprawl forward. "What the hell did I trip over?" While falling, he grabbed the first thing he could reach to use as a weapon. He threw it hard at the Talus Queen. "Get lost! Get away!" The egg flew toward her, but strangely, she caught it gently and stopped attacking, leaving him stunned. "What the—" It stopped attacking. "Is that thing distracting it? I can't believe you. You turn around and ask Jontro about why it's acting like that. It seems to really like the round, sticky thing you threw. Looks just like Talus spider eggs." You jump back, startled, staring at that slimy pile. Choi Hunzuk licks his lips and flashes a grin. Guess so. He decisively grabs another one, aiming it at the Queen Talus, threatening, "That's enough, you crazy spider." It really works. The Queen Talus actually cowers, looking at him. "Oh, ho, ho! All right, all right." Choi Hun-suk winds up and throws it like a pro pitcher. The egg streaks through the air, and the Queen Talus chases after it in a panic, reaching out to catch it. Whoa, nice catch! Raicho, hovering nearby, is amazed. Must be that monster physique of yours. Not bad, Choi Hun-suk. He smirks. What now? The look on Choi Hun-suk's face is pure creep mode. Think I only have one, I've got hundreds of these. Oh no, they're all crushed. That's not good. Guess you'll have to do better than that. Hearing Choi Hun-suk's smug laughter, he turns to Jontro. Give me more eggs. What? That was the last one. What do you mean the last one? Her words hit him like a lightning bolt. What the Queen Talus enters a full-blown rage, shrieking in anger and charging at Choi Hun-suk at breakneck speed. Hey, hero. The spider's coming. Bap, Neem, Bap Tang, speed it up. It looks like the Queen Talus is ready to swallow him whole, though she seems exhausted from chasing the eggs. Focus, Choi Hun-suk, you can win this. She screams and lunges at him. Choi Hun-suk doesn't wait to die. He activates his ultimate skill, Nirvana Kick. They collide, and a shockwave sends rocks and debris flying everywhere. The Queen Talus takes the hit head-on and goes down for good. The system's level-up notification chimes repeatedly, leaving Choi Hun-suk stunned. Wait, I actually won. Raicho, who's been hiding this whole time, finally pops his head out. Hero, you okay? Does it look like I'm okay? No, I'm scared to death. Raicho just laughs nervously. Ha ha, let's move out of here fast. They reach a temporarily safe spot and Vector starts healing his wounds. Are you using healing magic on me now? Exactly. Investing points into magic was worth it. You're not hurt that badly. Just stopping the bleeding is enough. All right. I'm adding my stat points. Let's go. He taps the system screen. He's level 108. He boosts his strength, vitality, agility, and magic. Looking at his stats, Choi Hun-suk can't help but feel proud. Finally, my magic is balanced with my other stats. Not sure how it'll play out, though, but this is an investment for the future. Suddenly, deep in the cavern, someone else appears. A voice calls out, Is that Choi Hun-suk? That voice, could it be it's Kunkan, the guy who ran off earlier? Ha ha ha, never thought you'd still be alive. He laughs heartily and claps him on the shoulder. Yeah. What about you, Kunkan? What are you doing here? When asked, he boasts, I was running and found this cave. Guess we're both lucky. Choi Hun-suk has had enough of this guy. He says it straight, this is the Talus spider's nest. Kunkan freezes, stammering as he points to the slimy things. A nest. Then those sticky things are Talus eggs, you old geezer. This is an incubator, run for God's sake. But contrary to Choi Hun-suk's expectations, he rushes over to cherish an egg in his hands. Talus spider eggs, a delicacy the high-ranking guys only dream of. Is it really right here in front of me? Chef, wake up. We need to get out of here. Your shout brings Kunkan back to reality. Ignoring your warnings, he just lifts the egg to take a bite. The ones chasing me are probably in the nest by now. Besides, it takes at least a Legion commander to take down a Queen Talus, so let me eat my final meal. Suddenly, from the dark side of the cave, a sound echoes. There's a room over there. Oh, thank goodness we're saved. It's two of his subordinates. They're surprised. Whoa, is that the chef? He barely survived, and he's already eating. Choi Hun-suk looks down at the egg in his hand, suspicious. Is this really my last meal? No way. I still have to taste the feast my future wife is going to cook. I can't let it end meaninglessly like this. I will get out of here no matter what. In Hamus's study, a voice speaks, Greetings, Commander. Hamus lounges on his chair with a charming smile, still as rigid and formal as always. You have completed the assigned task. Red Room looks at her, answering seriously. Yes, my lady, I have succeeded. The successor to the Saintess of the Holy Kingdom has been captured just as you ordered. Hamus jumped up, looking delighted. See, I told you. I told you the Red Room was amazing. To surpass that cult and their faith in just 3 weeks, that's incredible. He blushed shyly at her praise. You are too kind, my lady. Hamus heard a knock at the door and frowned. What is it? You're interrupting a wonderful moment. The blue monster quickly reported, Commander, there is an urgent report. While the chefs were out gathering ingredients, an incident occurred. Hamus lowered his voice. Is it just the usual stuff? What could possibly be making you this flustered this time? The minion replied, The scale of the incident is quite large, sir. Queen Talus suddenly appeared, and now most of the chefs, including head chef Kunkan, are either dead or missing. Both of them were stunned. Oh my god, oh my god. Redrun asked, "What about Hunsuk?" The monster replied, "The beastkin Hunsuk is also missing, sir." Redrun muttered, "Hunsuk is missing." The scene shifted to Hunsuk and a group of monsters who were currently feasting and drinking to celebrate their deaths. Kunkan watched them with great satisfaction. "Yes, yes, keep drinking. I'll see you all in Valhalla, my brave comrades of the kitchen." Hunsuk immediately shoved him. "Get a hold of yourself." Kunkan looked up confused. "What the hell was that for?" Hunsuk said seriously. "I think you've been bewitched or something, so I just snapped you out of it with my secret weapon." Item Encyclopedia of Beasts Magic Beast Edition. An encyclopedia about magic beasts filled with useful information you'll want to know. It contains almost all information about almost all types of magic beasts. Hero points required 50. Hero System 1 Magic Beast, a spider-type species that lives in colonies possessing especially sturdy legs. To defeat a talus, aim for its relatively weaker parts, especially the body and head. The fluid from a talus's body is highly flammable, and even its eggs contain a liquid that explodes like a bomb. The nests created from talus's saliva are very easy to catch fire, so be careful. Do not use fire magic in there. Hunsuk closed the book. So that is that. I want to ask Head Chef Kunkan, are you able to use fire magic? He replied reluctantly, "I can, but only simple tricks like casting a small spark." Kunkan sighed, "Give it up. Hunsuk, the talus's nest isn't something that can be easily burned with magic like yours." He pouted. "It doesn't matter, I wasn't planning on burning the talus." The old man looked at him confused. "Oh," Hunsuk suddenly shouted. "All right, everyone, listen up, senior chefs, I have an escape plan." He held up an egg. "We need to survive. Only then can we continue to enjoy things like this." "Right, let's escape." Hunsuk smiled and continued. "And I, Hunsuk, will provide unlimited precious magic beast meat as a celebration for our survival." The monsters shouted, "Let's do it." Kunkan put a hand on his shoulder. "You're right. Hunsuk, if we want to enjoy a buffet, we have to survive first." His eyes sparkled as he looked at him. "So what's the plan?" Hunsuk turned away, thinking to himself it worked. He instructed them seriously, "Remember the plan. From now on, no one is allowed to stop no matter what happens," Hunsuk shouted. "We have to keep running without stopping until we get outside." Everyone heard this and replied in unison, "Understood." He led the charge with great momentum. "All right, let's move out." Hunsuk looked at the horde of talus ahead and shouted, "A swarm of talus ahead! Head Chef Kun can get ready!" He launched a fireball, shouting, "Got it!" A powerful fireball was launched. "Here we go." A large explosion occurred. They were gathering against the wall. "What did you do?" Hunsuk smirked. "Well, if the fire spreads all over the cave and it collapses, the rest of the eggs are gone too. So I intentionally left some eggs deep inside." He looked at the talus and shouted, "Quick run while they're distracted! Keep running!" The talus were burned by the fire, screaming loudly. "My arm! Everyone run fast! Run, don't look back! We can't stop now! Throw an egg!" "Distract them! Focus on surviving!" Kunkan held an egg in his hand. "There's only one egg left now. We must find the exit before using it." Vecho pointed the way for Hunsuk. "Hero over there. There's light over there." He ran for his life towards the front. "Everyone this way. That's the exit." Hunsuk was attacked by the talus. He gritted his teeth in agony, thinking, just a little longer. Just a little longer. Hunsuk's group sprinted toward the light. He cheered, "It's the light we're actually saved." But then he froze. A massive talus stood right in front of him. Kunka was speechless. The talus queen Hunsuk gripped the egg tightly while the queen seethed with rage. Kunka stared at the monster, trembling with worry. "The queen, she's back. Is this really the end?" Hunsuk thought to himself, no. He frowned. The queen wasn't attacking even though she saw them. There had to be a reason. Hunsuk tore off his sleeve, held the egg high, and pleaded, "Chef Kunka, can you light this for me, please?" He turned dazed. "Huh, oh yeah, all right," Hunsuk shouted defiantly. "Hey, you see this? This is your last egg. If this blows up here, we all die. If this cave collapses, your babies inside will be wiped out too," he demanded. "I'm asking nicely, so get out of our way. Otherwise, we're all going down together." The talus queen gnashed her teeth in fury. Hunsuk screamed, "Damn it, I said get lost now." She lunged to attack. Vishele cried out in fear, "Hero, what do we do now?" He immediately lit the egg and hurled it. "Damn it, even I'm out of options now." The egg bounced off the rocks, sparks flying. The walls shook violently. The green monsters panicked. This shaking, don't tell me! Hunsuk looked up, thinking, the cave is collapsing. He yelled, everyone get out, now run! Hunsuk hesitated, looking back. Vachele grabbed his hair. What are you still doing? If you don't get out right now, everything's going to collapse. The talus was crushed by rocks, screaming. Level up! Messages flashed repeatedly. The explosion triggered a chain reaction. Hunsuk chuckled, looking back puzzled. No way! Did all the talus turn into XP for me just because the cave collapsed? He scratched his head. Is it because I was the only one who caused the cave in? Hunsuk stomped, shouting, whatever, let's just get out of here, Rachel, carry me! She snapped. Finally, you've come to your senses. He used all his remaining strength to bolt forward. I finally escaped that mess. But with the queen in the way, it's going to be hard to get out. Hunsuk had a bold idea. I have to distract the queen. Kunka held the egg high and shouted, for the great queen! Tears streamed down his face, his voice trembling. I'll give you this egg in exchange for our exit. Hunsuk dodged the queen's strike. Now's my chance. He leaped with all his might. I'm going to survive no matter what. His strike made the talus queen spew green slime. She wrapped her silk tightly around Hunsuk's arm. He panicked. What the spider silk? Hunsuk gritted his teeth. Is this it for me? Vaderun appeared, grabbing the spider's leg. He asked with concern, are you all right, Choi Hunsuk? Hunsuk was shocked. Vaderun. He grinned. I knew you'd survive. Redrun shouted, let's go. He used his strength to pull the spider queen's leg and snapped it right off. Hunsuk watched, amazed. Wow, that's awesome. The Demon King's army chefs, 105 total 6 survivors. 99 dead or missing, including Chef Kunka. At the Black Castle in Bobo's room, Bobo leaped onto Hunsuk, clinging to him. He happily said, come on now, I just came back from the dead to see you. Vechele replied reluctantly, we were only lucky enough to make it back thanks to that bull-headed guy. Hunsuk laughed, you should enjoy it while it lasts. We might get assassinated again soon, you know. She gasped, huh? Why? He quickly explained, well, the final boss isn't that far away from us. Vechele wondered, but you've gotten a lot stronger, haven't you? Hunsuk nodded. True. Thanks to the cave collapse, I leveled up 75 times in one go. The system board displayed his info, named Choi Hunsuk Class Apprentice Hero Level 200. Strength 80. Agility 77. Stamina 80. Mana 78. Grit 27. National Ability. C rank Leadership. E rank Cooking. F rank Skills. 0 hero points. 200. Hunsuk said calmly, I've hit level 200. Vechele frowned deep in thought. Still feels like something's missing, right? He glanced over. You think so too. The opponent has over 6,000 combat power points, while I only have around 3,500. I immediately blurted out, there's a puzzle here. If you had 6,000 combat power points, would you be as strong as Akerken? Hunsuk rested his chin on his hand, saying, it doesn't just depend on combat power. Rachel quickly confirmed, exactly, this power doesn't just use strength, but magic as well. If you want to face the enemy, you have to be good at using magic. I sighed. She said, it's easy to say, but reality is far different. Vechul added, but you already have experience using magic, don't you? Did I remember that wrong? Actually, I have to admit that was too faint to even call magic, I wondered. Me, when? Back at the Talus Cave. I bowed my head in thought. The power was terrifying. Was that what I suddenly felt back then, magic? The door suddenly opened, and Redrun walked in, saying, Hunsuk, are you in there? Both of them were surprised and said in unison, Redrun? I looked at him and scratched my head. Oh man, why did you come to this dump? Redrun said sternly. Come with me to see the commander. At Hamus's office, Hamus smiled as she looked at the three of them. Why did you come here, Zejun, and meeting privately too? That's not like you at all. He replied seriously. Commander, please let me personally teach Hunsuk military tactics. Hearing that, I was taken aback. Hamis found it interesting and laughed. Is there a reason? Redrun explained slowly. Akerken is a platoon leader, but recently I've seen him in a different light. I believe he is very well suited for the position of deputy battalion commander. If things go on like this, Hunsuk will definitely lose, Redrun suddenly asserted. He is someone with potential. I want to see what Hunsuk's future holds. Commander. Hearing that, I was startled. Why confess something like that so suddenly? Surely the commander wouldn't accept it, but Hamus, full of excitement, accepted the request. Very well. Vetchul replied, "Thank you, ma'am." She stretched, adding, "If you're done, get going. I have other things to do." Hunsuk stammered while closing the door. "Truly thank you very much for your generosity. Commander, we will take our leave." Hamus watched him happily. "Hunsuk, he's already twice as strong as when we last met." She smiled. Encountering a creature that evolves so quickly is truly interesting, but that also makes me a little uncomfortable. Hamus stood up. If Zajan helps Hunsuk, Ken might actually lose. Her voice became menacing. "I should also bestow something upon Ken to make the match fairer." At the training ground, Redrun introduced, "This is my private training area." I looked around in amazement, thinking, this entire place. Hamis must pamper him a lot. He remained silent, turning to look at me. Redrun thought to himself, there is an enormous amount of mana in Hunsuk's body, but he still doesn't know how to use it. He is growing too fast. The best way is to teach him from the basics. But the match is in 4 days, there's no time left. So there's only one way. Redrun quickly threw a punch at me. Pain is also part of getting stronger. I was surprised. "What?" he said in a low voice. "Hunsuk, focus." Immediately I was hit by Redrun. It sent me flying. I frowned, thinking, is he crazy? Why would he hit me right after saying he would train me? Redrun kept attacking. "Focus! You'll die if you don't block it with your own mana." I quickly put my hands up to block. "Wait!" Redrun kept attacking, making it incredibly difficult for me to resist. I was pushed far away. Redrun looked at me and thought, strange. His physique is nothing special, but his reflexes and perception are on par with veteran knights. He observed carefully and concluded, his soul is truly different. It's not a coincidence. I can't dodge Hunsuk's kick. His battle instincts are truly amazing. I believe in his instincts. Redrun shouted, "You made a bet with the commander. You can't take down Ken without mana, so you'd be better off dead here." Then, he focused his energy into his lungs and blew out a long, powerful breath. It pierced through me instead of killing me in front of everyone. I frowned, struggling, thinking, he's not joking. I'll die if I get hit one more time. I haven't even gotten married yet. I haven't even had kids yet. Redrun immediately rushed toward me and shouted, "Block it or die!" I quickly clenched my fist and lunged forward. My fist tore through the air, creating a shockwave. "Oh God, please help me." The power of the two made the ground crack. I was punched until I lay flat on the ground. Rachel appeared and called out, "Hunsuk, Hunsuk!" Kunkan approached me. He looked at me with concern and asked, "You controlled your mana. Did you notice?" I reached out with a trembling hand. My face was full of satisfaction. "God has answered my prayers." Redrun grabbed my arm and replied, "Good. You will win if you keep this up." He gripped my hand tightly. "Stay still, I will heal you." Suddenly, something made me grimace. My eyes widened. I shouted and grabbed my throat. I coughed up blood. Redrun suddenly froze. "Ah, I forgot black mana is poison to humans. I forgot that Hunsuk is human." He quickly picked me up. "I'm sorry, Hunsuk, just hold on a little longer. There are countless powers that create this world. Black magic is stronger than ordinary magic. Magic is stronger than holy power, and holy power is stronger than black magic. Magic belongs to humans. Black magic belongs to demons, and holy power belongs to those who serve. The gods, the Tyosis Cathedral. The largest religious organization sparked a religious war and brought all other religions under their control. They became the Holy Kingdom of Garen. Garen chooses those who can hear divine revelations and makes them the Saintus. Outside the room, Mario there was whispering, "Word is that the next Saintus is locked in that room." Really, the white-haired girl in the room is the Holy Kingdom's successor captured by the Demon Legion. Mario the goblins outside the door kept whispering. "She hasn't even prayed all day, has she? Is she really a Saintess? But there's no way Lord Zajan could be wrong. Are you bowing your head to pray? What good is praying to the gods?" Mario thought to himself that this was better than being at the cathedral. Outside the door, Redrun suddenly burst in carrying Hunsuk in his arms. The Saintess woke up, looked at him, and blurted out, "How rude! What do you think you're doing?" Redrun said in a stern voice, "You need to heal this person." Hunsuk fell into a pitch-black void. My head hurts. What did he do to me? He thought indifferently. There's no way the last arm I hold on to would be his. At least it should have been John Trow's arm. Hunsuk slowly opened his eyes. Huh. Who is this? A silver-haired beauty. I guess I died somewhere again. I really thought I could do something different this time. He held his face and whimpered, I will never forget you, Angel. I'd rather become a grand mage at the age of 30 than go through this. This is all so wrong. And please take John Trout to this hell. Hunsuk kept muttering, she is a demon wearing an angel's mask. Mario looked at him and thought, he's crazy. He continued, and I have one wish before I am reincarnated. If you intend to turn me into a hero again, could you marry me before that? Mario frowned. Saint, you are pathetic. Hearing those words, Hunsuk suddenly snapped awake. Redrum grabbed his shirt joyfully and called his name. You're awake. Hunsuk felt itchy and replied, yeah. He was hugged by him. Hunsuk gasped. You're going to kill me. He wondered. Why didn't I die? Hunsuk glanced over at Mario. So that's the real one. Did I say all of that in front of her? Redrum looked at her and asked sternly, Saintus, has he fully recovered? Mario replied coldly, not quite. You should have noticed by now the dark magic hasn't left his body yet. She looked at Hunsuk and continued, I don't know what will happen to him next. Redrum asked, Can't you purge the dark magic with your holy power? Mario explained slowly, he will die if anything goes wrong. The dark magic will fade over time, so just wait. Redrum looked at him and said, I'm sorry, Hunsuk. I will make up for it by training you. Let's go back to training. Hunsuk replied with a tremble, You don't need to do that for someone as lowly as me. He dragged him away. Wait, hold on, Mario interjected. A human being trained by a demon. Who is he? Hunsuk was being dragged away by Bobo. Thanks, Bobo. I heard you destroyed the house and ate the soldiers who brought you food. Thank you so much, he said helplessly. If I didn't have to worry about being away from you, I'd still be in training. So many things have happened to me today. Hunsuk's tears welled up and flowed down. Too much. There is still dark magic in me. He slowly sat up. This is a big problem, isn't it? Am I going to die? Hunsuk glanced to the side and called out, Rachel. She sat on the ground and sobbed. Ruined, it's ruined. My hero is no longer the same. Hunsuk was confused. Huh, why are you crying? I'm the one who really wants to cry here. Rachel wiped her tears, her voice sulky. Forget it. It's all my fault. The dark mana in your body and that near-death experience, it was all because of me. A demon in an angel's skin and a madwoman. Deserving of eternal torment in hell. Hunsuk said softly to coax her. Hey, I was just joking. There's no way you're some kind of item like you said. Rachel shouted. Shut up! I know you don't mean anything you say. I can't take this anymore. Hunsuk gave a forced smile. Oh boy, how do I coax her now? I'm going crazy. 3 days later, Mario looked at him and said, Finish your training and I will heal your wounds. Hunsuk laughed until he cried, You're as beautiful as ever. She frowned. Oh my God. He immediately replied, I'm sorry. Mario used her holy power to heal him. Hunsuk stammered a request. I have one favor to ask before tomorrow's battle. He scratched his head. Could you pray for me not to die tomorrow? And if you don't mind, could you come and watch me fight? Hearing that, Mario was surprised. At the match the next day, the announcer's voice drowned out everything. Welcome, you demons. The commentary by Sissom kept echoing. A human daring to fight for the position of commander. How foolish, you are just a human. The announcer's voice rang out again. I am Ras, your announcer for this commander selection competition. Hamis laughed excitedly. I like this atmosphere. Who do you think will win, Vedron? He replied in a low voice. Hunsuk. He has put in all his effort, and his talent is truly extraordinary. She looked at Vedron and made a request. So do you want to make a bet if Hunsuk wins, can he continue his training? Vedron countered. And what happens if he loses? Hamis replied, I thought you were the one who said he'd win. Her smile turned sinister. Then you'll have to kill him with your own hands. That's the responsibility you'll have to bear for your words. He clenched the armrest. Understood. Hamis smiled full of satisfaction. Good. It's been a long time since I felt this excited. The announcer's voice boomed. Now introducing today's contestants, a mere human daring to challenge the commander himself. Hunsuk frowned, thinking, my condition is at its peak. I have nothing to worry about. The announcer shouted his name, Choi Hunsuk. He stepped onto the stage with a confident stride. I've got a new skill and a new trait. I'm much stronger than I was before. New skill Jae-jun-style combat. Martial arts trained by Jae-jun based on Kaldan dueling techniques passed down through the Kaldan lineage consisting of 10 different forms. Proficiency level 8%. Hunsuk gave a wry smile. The proficiency is a bit low. From the stands, Mario looked down at Hunsuk, thinking to himself, I hope he'll be all right. I have to win this match and go on a date with the silver-haired saintess. Rachel immediately blurted out, Hero, what are you thinking about right now? The announcer shouted, The one who will punish Choi Hunsuk's arrogance, the contestant Cut Ken. Rachel was stunned. What is that? Hunsuk frowned. He looked different than before. Zaejun stood up abruptly. It's him. Hamus laughed. Now there's no turning back for you. Cut Ken quickly proved his overwhelming strength. Hunsuk gritted his teeth as he adjusted his glasses. His combat level has exceeded 10,000 in just a few days. Vekol was incredibly shocked. That red-lipped monster must have done something. He clenched his fists. Of course, nothing is ever easy. The battle has begun. I have to do this. The fight started. Hunsuk charged forward with all his might. Cut Ken raised his hammer, and Hunsuk thought, just one hit from that hammer, and I'll be dead instantly. Hunsuk quickly dodged and evaded the strike, but the opponent's movements were wide and predictable. I just need to stay calm and keep dodging. He lunged forward and punched him straight in the face. Let's find the right opening. The announcer yelled, A direct hit. That's gotta hurt even for Cut Ken. Hunsuk clenched his fist and shouted, Take this! His punch landed straight on Cut Ken's face. The monster growled, leaving Hunsuk flustered. He hadn't even flinched. He quickly turned around. Wait! The hammer came swinging at him. Hunsuk backed away, but from just that one blow his left arm was already broken. He looked at the massive monster before him. Hunsuk watched Cut Ken charging again and analyzed. He seems normal and his movements are still easy to predict. He planted his feet firmly. I've endured worse hits than this. Don't be afraid. Just remember what you learned. Hunsuk recalled the times he and Zaejun trained together. Martial arts is the fusion of mana and combat. That is how one can shatter the ground or crush a boulder with a single punch. But martial arts isn't just about raw power. The important part is, martial arts is a technique to destroy your opponent, Zaejun emphasized. I don't know where you learned to fight, but you can't defeat Cut Ken with that. You have no killing intent. Every word Zaejun said made him freeze. With no clear intention to kill, your attacks are meaningless. Hunsuk snapped back to reality. Now I remember. The important part was, he focused his breath and power into his fist and charged. With the intent to kill anyone standing before him, Hunsuk's power erupted. He screamed, Die! His punch was so powerful that it made Cut Ken's flesh ripple in intense pain. Jae-jun-style martial arts first form instant destruction. A massive explosion erupted. The announcer was taken aback. The stage was filled with dust. Mario gasped, Who won? Cut Ken lay on the ground with a massive hole in his stomach. Today's winner is the weak human Choi Hunsuk. He raised his hand in victory. Hunsuk was surprised by his own strength. This damn skill. It'll kill me if I use it a second time. Rachel flew around him joyfully. You did it. You pierced right through his heart. Hunsuk slowly sat up. Did I really win? In front of them, Cut Ken's body parts began to fuse back together. No way. Cut Ken was still standing. The announcer's voice rang out to Hunsuk's horror. This is a miracle. His eyes changed. It seemed Hunsuk had realized something. The commander definitely played dirty. Redron looked at Hamus with a puzzled expression. She had shared mana with Cut Ken and placed an undying curse on him. What is she thinking? Hamis seemed to guess what Zaejun was thinking. He mastered short-range combat in such a short time. His talent is truly extraordinary, but I had already predicted this. Hunsuk was stunned by the sight. He's still alive. Vashol spoke up. No, he's moving because of a curse. That curse won't last much longer, though. Empowered by the curse, Cut Ken charged aggressively toward Hunsuk. You stand ready waiting for that attack. It's too easy. Suddenly, Ken lunges, grabbing you and locking you in a chokehold. You quickly wrap your arms around his, shouting, Die! You exert all your strength to tear his grip away. You grit your teeth and think, all right, let's do this. A flash in Ken's eyes, he swings his arm, sending you flying. His massive strength sends you crashing into the wall, shattering it. It feels just like that last time, back when I almost lost my life. You cough up blood, feeling like your bones are shattering. The image of the Saintess Mario flashes before your eyes. Stand up, she signals to you. You can do this. You mutter to yourself, can I really win? You clench your fists. That's right, the battle isn't over until it's over. You slowly stand up. I can't humiliate myself in front of the girl I asked on a date. If my bones are broken, I'll just wrap them in mana like armor. You quickly boost your morale and move forward. Mana control increases from F to E. Mana control increases from E to D. You clench both fists, gathering all your mana for the finishing move. You shout, Saintess, go on a date with me! You slam your fist into Ken's back. Die! He groans in pain, the curse making it hurt 100 times more. You clench your fist, gathering mana all around it, and sneer. Total annihilation. If I can shake the ground with just the pressure of it, I'll pour all that pressure into this one strike. You raise your fist high. Check this out. And swing it down hard onto Ken. It works. Everyone in the stands goes silent. Hamis rests her chin on her hand, asking, Zejun, did you teach him that? He replies immediately, no, I've never seen anything like it. At this moment, you mutter, a date. 2 days and 1 night, including dinner and a hotel. Hamis smiles to herself. Well, be careful. That's a monster, she smirks. A hero in the Demon King's army. You remind me of a face I despise, Choi Hun-suk. This is going to be interesting. You jolt awake. You look at the IV drip and ask, where and what about the battle? My expertise, of course, she replies. Where else in your recovery room? Vechu explains slowly, you won. The Saintess healed you and then left. Hearing that, you open your system window. I need to check my stats. Status, name Choi Hun-suk. Hero candidate level 212. Strength 80. Agility 77. Stamina 82. Mana 81. Reputation 30. Attributes. Mining type C. Leadership type E. Cooking type S. Mana control type D. Combat skills. Powerful style. Hero points 200. Vicho adds, I could have healed you, you know. You reply indifferently, I leveled up. My level went up 12 times and other stats increased too. Mana control went up by 2. Vichu is shocked. Mana control, I've never seen that happen. I've never seen that before. You sigh. You're overreacting again. She says angrily, what's that supposed to mean? Mana control isn't easy to level up like other skills. A piece of paper falls out, making you curious. Do you know that it... You cut her off. What's this? At Abelson Prison, Mario gazes at the moon and whispers, it feels so unnecessary. She thinks of you. You're truly strange. He discovered mana in 3 days and learned combat in 1. It would take a knight at least a week to achieve all that. A normal human couldn't do that. He has mysterious potential, but his personality is a bit strange. Even very strange. Mario stands up and grabs her cloak. Perhaps God has answered her prayers, or perhaps it's simply his own talent. She drapes a purple cloak over her shoulders. She bites her lip, thinking, it doesn't matter anymore. He changed his own fate by winning that battle. The Saintess steps outside with a fierce belief. Perhaps he is the hope she has been looking for. She walks to the wooden door and knocks gently. The guard hears and asks, what do you want? Saintess, Mario replies coldly. I have a favor to ask. I want to go for a walk. You received a message from Mario. Meet me in the back garden after sunset. Abelson, you are shocked and shy, stuttering. Is this an SSS rank date invitation? Outside, the moon shines brightly. You stand there trembling like a leaf, muttering to Rachel. A date. A real date. What should I ask first? Should I ask for her phone number? No, in this world it would be a mailing address, right? Hearing you so flustered, Rachel gets even angrier. She orders, forget those messages and stay in your room. You hear that? You don't argue back, but you coolly flick Vechu, making her scream in frustration. You always ignore what I say. Just then, the Saintess appears behind you with 2 soldiers. Seeing her, you say happily, you came, Miss Abelson. Only then do you notice the guards and stutter. Wait, who are the people behind you? Hearing that, she explains, my escorts. They said I couldn't go out alone. Hearing this, tears well up in your eyes. You whisper to yourself, I see. After all, Miss Abelson is the Saintess being held captive by the Demon King's army. Why on earth did you expect anything else? Abelson leaned in and suggested we go for a walk. As the 2 of us strolled along, those 2 goons were still tailing us. And honestly, it's driving me crazy. Having those hulking idiots behind my back makes it impossible to even talk. Suddenly, she spoke up, Choi Hun-soo, asking if I was a hero. I was completely caught off guard, asking how she knew, and she explained that in this world only heroes and demons have black hair and that it grows quite long. She turned back to me and said, "Besides, you seem to have a lot of questions about me, so feel free to ask." I awkwardly replied, "Oh, thanks." Mustering all my courage, I asked, "A man like me, would it be possible to—" My face was burning with embarrassment, and my question made her blurt out, "You really are." Just then, that red monster stepped up and knelt right in front of me. I screamed in shock, "Lord Jae-jun," thinking to myself, damn it, he ruined the whole vibe. Standing there, he said seriously, "The commander wants to see you immediately. Follow me, Hun-soo." Hearing that, I cried out, "Right now, like right this second." The Saintess watched, clearly confused, wondering if someone like him could actually be trusted. Hummus sat before me, challenging me. "I really enjoyed watching your fight. Choi Hun-soo, looking at how you kept coming back from the dead, it seems our great hero has quite the resilient lifeline." She continued, "Do you remember my offer?" I listened. I replied, "Yes, that in exchange for fighting the opponents you choose, you'd protect me." She agreed, "Exactly." I asked, "So I'm to become an official working under you?" Lady Hamus gave a sinister laugh and replied, "Honestly, the official part was just me saying things for fun, because I thought you'd be dead soon anyway." Then her smile turned even more wicked and she shifted her tone. "But I've changed my mind." She turned toward the Red Room and said, "Red Room, didn't you say Choi Hun-soo has the talent to be a commander in the Demon King's army?" She continued her train of thought. "So this time, instead of fighting, let's try something else. We can't waste someone with your talent on a measly platoon leader position, right?" She added, "I'm sure you're aware. This time the kitchen crew took a massive hit," she explained, "which caused a major disruption in the meat supply for the officials. At this rate, we'll end up eating each other." Listening to this, I felt like something clicked. I said, "I understand, but why are you telling me this?" She ignored me and ordered, "From now on, you are a company commander, specifically the commander of the kitchen company." Hearing that I was stunned and just managed to say yes, she didn't even care about my shock. Put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Pick any cooks you want. By the day after tomorrow, get the kitchen back to normal." She finished with, "You can do that, right?" The demand left me frozen, and all I could say was, "I'll do my best." As soon as I got back to my room, Vicole smugly said to me, "Look who it is. Isn't this the company commander of the Demon King's army? Who happens to be a hero, no less. Are you happy? Aren't you happy to have achieved such success?" I snapped back, Yeah, thrilled to death." She muttered a reply, thinking, "I guess you're still holding a grudge. If we're doing this because we want to, it's not exactly a bad thing, is it?" With that, I seriously put on the item glasses, determined. "All right, let's start this company commander business." I immediately looked at Gunroom, who was slumped on the floor. I said, "Lokchok, what are you doing?" Hearing Hun-soo call him that. He got incredibly angry. "Lokchok has this meat-grilling slave lost his mind." I wasn't going to take his mockery lying down. My eye twitched, and I strode toward him with authority. "You're wrong, Lokchok. From now on, call me Commander." I landed a powerful kick that sent him flying several meters. Utilizing my new authority, I ordered, "Everyone gather here now." I sat on the large table with an imposing presence. I thought to myself, the average combat strength of the kitchen company is around 2,000, and the strongest is 3,500. My face clouded over as I wondered, why are there so few people? I buried my face in my hands. There should be 300, but there aren't even 20. The more I thought, the more trapped I felt, so I just had to compromise. I have to do this. Otherwise, I'm going to get sliced to pieces by those bastards. I called out, "If you know who I am, raise your hand." Suddenly, there was a noisy clamor below. A demon guy confidently raised his hand and said, "He's all wrong, that is just a tasty human." Hearing that, without a moment's hesitation, you land a kick square on the demon, pinning him flat against the wall. You assert yourself, "I am the commander, you bunch of brainless idiots." With that, you hold up a document and issue your orders. Listen up, everyone. This is an official order from me, your commander of the cooking battalion. From now on, you will treat me like a god. Does anyone know why we only have this many people? A cook steps forwards to explain. A serious-looking one speaks up, saying they went hunting without orders and got torn to shreds by demon beasts. Hearing this, you seem to snap back to reality. You reach behind your head and mutter, "That makes sense, since you guys always rush in head first." You think to yourself, "Looks like I'm out of options. There isn't even a single crook in here." You cut to the chase with a final question. Who here is the best cook? The demons all turn in unison to look toward gunroom. With everyone in agreement that it's gunroom, you declare, fine, gunroom will be the vice commander. Any objections? The weary demons mumble, no, sir. Satisfied, you order, good, dismissed. You sit alone in your chair, lost in thought, calculating. You need at least 200 people in the kitchen to gather that much in a single day. Suddenly you have an idea. It turns out there is only one way. The next day, Rachel screams, Bobo, you're going to use Bobo to threaten them. Hunsuk just quietly replies, oh ho ho. This is just plan B. You go back to work surveying the area, thinking to yourself that there is only one condition for picking cooks, the expendable low-life scum and the ones who have no other choice. Then you seem to spot something and shout, found you. Out of nowhere, you blast a palm strike at Abert. You execute your plan of rebellion against yourself. Looking down at Abert, who is writhing on the ground, you arrogantly propose, hey, Moleface, you're the cook now. Abert seems annoyed by the nickname. He speaks up as if to confirm Moleface. Then he screams furiously, you insolent human! You've lost your mind, I will! But you ignore him, slamming a hand into his face and ordering, cut the theatrics! You negotiate with Abert in a calm voice. However, you were the first one recruited today. Do you know what that means? This leaves Abert confused. You flash a smug, bright smile and explain, in the military, rank is everything. And the superiors bully the inferiors, you know how it goes. If you join now, you won't be at the very bottom of the food chain. You continue. So go drag your underlings here to take the hits for you. Abert looks genuinely happy as if he can't believe his ears. Underlings, you agree? That's right, so go fetch your buddies. If you bring 5 of them, then when others take 10 hits in the future, your face lights up as you sit down looking at Abert with an inviting gesture. You'll only have to take one, and you call that Plan A. In the dining hall, the sound of forks clinking echoes. The Demon King's Army 3rd Battalion Commander Doris is enjoying a delicious meal. So peaceful. This elegant meal is a testament to the peace. From outside, a loud shout comes, Commander Doris, sir, we have a problem. Doris wipes his mouth and coldly replies, can't you be a little more elegant? What is it this time? The Blue Monster reports, most of the members in our battalion have vanished. Doris says dismissively, don't tell me they've deserted their posts. They have nothing to do but serve me. The Blue Monster rushes to explain, it's not that. It seems they've all been drafted to work as cooks for the army. Doris pokes a piece of meat with his fork. The head chef is a human that Commander Hemis values highly, right? Tell them to be more careful next time. Let's leave it at that. The soldier struggles to shout. This isn't something we can just easily overlook. They've taken 200 soldiers as cooks. Doris freezes for 5 seconds. What did you say? At the training ground, Rachel calls out, we've gathered over 200 people. Sir Hero. Hunsuk smirks. This is why you have to be smart. You suddenly jump, looking into the distance. Enough kitchen staff. Should I stop the recruitment? Doris and the Blue Monster soldier approach. Hunsuk thinks to himself, uh-oh, this is bad. You adjust your glasses and casually say, I wonder what's going on. But it's clear the guy is furious. A warning sound blares. This measuring device cannot read combat power exceeding 50,000. If used beyond its capacity, it may break. Hunsuk exclaims, damn it, pack it up, time to run. Doris, losing patience, shouts loudly. Hey, Choi Hunsuk, you're the one serving Lord Bobo here, right? Hunsuk glances back, thinking, what, seriously? He slowly walks over. Yes, that's right. What brings you here, sir? Doris begins his introduction. I am Doris, commander of the Demon Battalion. He speaks arrogantly. You dare ask me why I'm here? What the hell is going on? Doris points at the group of blue monsters. Stealing all the members of my battalion. Hunsuk freezes, thinking, don't tell me this bunch of ruffians. Did they bring all their friends from their unit? Doris bellows, follow me. We'll talk in my office. Yes, battalion commander. Damn it, Henry. Everything was going too smoothly. Inside the private room, Doris asks, so you're saying it wasn't intentional? Hunsuk explains. That's right, sir. I only chose the bravest soldiers, but they just happen to belong to the great 3rd Battalion. Doris mumbles, The army commander favors this human. Better to let this pass peacefully. He says cheerfully, I understand now. Then there's no problem, right? Just keep using whoever you want. Hunsuk is surprised. Really, I have a good feeling about this. As soon as Doris hears this, he speaks up. But I have one condition. Hunsuk freezes. I have a bad feeling about this. He said excitedly that you've already done it. Then take one of my soldiers with you too, Hunsuk thought to himself. Does he want me to take another one of his guys? It seems he wants to offload a loser onto me. Doris's eyes lit up. What's the matter? You don't want to... After you've taken all my soldiers away, is that the attitude you're going to give me? He immediately insisted, no, I'm just really happy. Doris replied, understood. It's decided then I'll introduce you. A hand appeared from outside the door. His name is Usaru. He's a cute hybrid creature. The monster looked at him and greeted, Usaru, present commander. The system notification rang out, combat power unmeasurable. Doris spoke up. His flaw is that he's very stupid, but he's incredibly strong. So use this guy. The massive Usaru spoke. Usaru bumped head. Both of them stared in helpless silence. At the training ground, Hunsuk looked at the group of green monsters and said, I'll introduce myself again. I am Choi Hunsuk, Mr. Bobo's caretaker, and your new head chef. The crowd below murmured, Is that the legendary Mr. Bobo everyone's been talking about? Hunsuk looked at Bobo beside him and said, Good job, kid. He looked toward the crowd. From now on, we're reorganizing the unit. Hunsuk pulled out a paper. I've prepared a new list. Check the list and get in order. Rachel looked at him. You even prepared a list. What's your criteria? Hunsuk explained. I figured their intelligence levels were similar, so I listed them by combat power. He secretly praised himself. I've assigned the weak ones and those with long-term cooking experience to the kitchen. I'm a genius, aren't I? Head chef, it's finished. Hunsuk replied excitedly. Really? Let's see then. He started assessing. The team on the right is the cooking unit, and the team on the left is the combat unit. No one has any issues with their assignments, right? If you do speak up right now. An arm suddenly shot up. I have a problem, the green monster shouted. I want to go hunting too. I want to eat fresh meat caught right on the spot. Hunsuk scratched his head. What's your stubborn, huh? Come here. The guy slowly approached, and Hunsuk immediately landed a kick, sending him flying high. There. That's your entrance exam. The green monster shrieked in pain. I'm finished. My future is ruined. Hunsuk replied indifferently. Can't even take a hit. You failed. The system popped up a notification. With your excellent leadership and commanding skills, you have reorganized and stabilized the unit. Latent ability. Command leveled up. Leadership leveled up. He shouted, anyone else? He cleared his throat and shouted forcefully, if that's confirmed, then combat unit, grab your weapons, it's hunting time. North of the Black Fortress, Great Forest, Hunsuk observed everything and said, the forest is exceptionally quiet today. Not a single demon beast in sight. Vichol heard this and chimed in, maybe it's because of Bobo or Usaru. Perhaps their incredibly powerful presence has made the beasts afraid and run away. He looked at Bobo and Usaru and said, that's possible. Hunsuk sighed. They're our strongest warriors, we can't just leave them behind. Vichol suggested an idea, then just lure them with bait. He replied, bait? If we had meat, we wouldn't be in such a rush to go hunting like this. Vichol said excitedly, it's not complicated bait like that. The bait I'm talking about is biological bait to lure the demon beasts here. Hunsuk was stunned. Oh my God, what happened to make his child turn out like this? Hunsuk spoke up. All right, number 14-3143 and number 7 on the list. Step forward. Vichol asked curiously, how are you choosing the numbers this time? He covered his face and explained, the lottery serial numbers I left on Earth. What if I'm the winner? Hunsuk shouted, whatever. The mission started immediately. He ordered Usaru to grab number 14. He rushed over and snatched up number 14. What the are you crazy? Hunsuk said softly, all right, let's go. Usaru used his ultimate move, Ballistic Spirit Bomb Round 6. Hunsuk thought smugly, if we throw the weak ones as bait like this, it'll definitely grab their attention, right? He pointed at a soldier and ordered, light a fire so our missing comrades can see the smoke and come back. Yes, head chef. Vichol worried, but if you throw them like that, they'll die. Hunsuk replied, I'm sure one of the 6 will survive and come back. Usaru, don't stop. Keep throwing. The monsters in the back whispered in fear, that human chef is crazy, I want to live. One of them suggested, it'd be better to just run away. Bobo was right beside him by now. The monster stammered, No, it's not what you think, Mr. Bobo. I will dedicate my whole life to the Demon King's army. A scream echoed from behind. Help me. Hunsuk pretended not to hear. Shoot. The ones I sent first should be coming back by now, right? A green monster came charging out of the forest, screaming for help. Hunsuk looked at it and smiled with satisfaction. Oh, so you're back now. I'll leave the rest to the soldiers. And all it takes is one final blow. Before he could finish his sentence, Usaru lunged forward with a fierce roar. Usaru loved a good fight, and he grabbed his blade in a flash. He charged straight at the swarm of bees. Rachel and Hunsuk stood there frozen. Final blow what? Hunsuk slumped to his knees, his eyes welling up with tears.
Nothing. There's nothing left. We didn't get anything.
They've all been crushed to bits.
I can't even use them for meat,
Rachel exclaimed in surprise. Just one hit from Bobo and Usaru was enough to wipe out almost all of those monsters, Hunsuk said sadly. I need to go back tomorrow without those two. Rachel looked at him and asked, There's only one day left until the head chef mission resets. Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure about this? Hunsuk shouted immediately. We're going back right now. Everyone gather at the kitchen early tomorrow morning. Rachel wondered, Why are you heading there after just getting back? Hunsuk answered firmly. I need to see if the minced meat is still usable. He assessed the situation, cleared his throat, and then kicked the door open with all his might. Hunsuk roared, Where are you lazy bums hiding? Gather up now! In a flash, someone came running. Oh, chef, what's going on? He asked seriously, Have you collected the meat from today's hunt yet? Gallum the sous chef looked at him and replied with a tremble, Yes, we have. But the condition is a bit... Hunsuk's gaze sharpened. A true craftsman doesn't blame his tools, does he? Do you understand, you? The man replied in a panic. Yes, I understand. Hunsuk pouted, looking at Gallum. Even with your experience as a military cook, you don't know how to prepare minced meat. The man replied honestly, Well, the kitchen squad's main job is just to secure ingredients. Unless you're the private chef or the regiment commander, you don't really get to cook anything other than roasting meat. Hunsuk crossed his arms. You guys have it rough, don't you? I get it. Now get going. The man understood and hurried off. Hey, gather up, now get the firewood going, Hunsuk thought to himself. So everyone below the rank of regiment commander has to survive on these bland, tasteless meals, he smirked. If I play my cards right, things might be easier than I thought. In front of Marriott's room, Hunsuk knocked and called out, Marriott, it's me. It's Hunsuk. Are you in? She was startled and replied, Ah, hero, please come in. He stuttered, trying to greet her. It's nothing, really. I just wanted to see you. Rachel stood to the side, muttering, It's all just an excuse to see this woman, isn't it? Isn't that right? I wondered why you'd go to the kitchen, but it turns out that's why. Hunsuk held out the roasted meat to Marriott. You haven't had dinner yet, right? He added, I was able to win the final match thanks to your support. I wanted to treat you to a meal as a thank you. Marriott was surprised. Thank you, I'll have a little bit then. She tasted a piece of meat. The aroma is better than I thought. Can I really expect this much from this dish? Marriott was amazed. This is so delicious. It's even better than the food I get at the castle. The flavor is incredibly rich, Hunsuk said happily. Seems like the food suits your taste, huh? You've eaten the whole plate clean. He scratched his head and said softly, Well, if you're finished, I'll take my leave. Marriott immediately called him back. Hero Hunsuk. She looked at him with glistening eyes. What do you plan to do after you leave this place? Hunsuk gave a wry smile. Get married. Marriott shook her head gloomily. Ah, I see. You may go. He spoke up immediately. Actually, I wanted to do one other thing. She turned to look at Hunsuk. He said shyly, Ah, what about you? What do you plan to do after you leave here? Marriott's mood sank. I don't know. Once I leave here, I don't really want to do anything at all. Holy Kingdom of Godrin, capital Gradium. A theocratic regime governed by the Pope of the Church of God. Your Holiness, we have located Abelson Marriott, the next Saintess. The man dropped to his knees. The Saintess is being held captive at the Black Fortress where the gluttonous monsters live. Oh, why did the next Saintess have to fall into such a wicked place? A white-haired person sitting on the throne asked softly, Is there still no news regarding the Demon King's army? The man replied, Still nothing. I don't understand what they're planning. They're holding her captive without making any demands. The white-haired person on the throne suddenly stood up. In the history of the war between humans and demons, and there have only been a few times when humans could infiltrate the Black Fortress, he emphasized, and even then, it was always when that gluttonous monster Hemet was away, Attacking head-on right now would be very disadvantageous for us. The white-haired man pulled back the curtain. Secretly send in a rescue squad. He leaned forward and said, "Summon the hero, Sir Ocel, the King of Garin and Pope of the Church of God, Ivan IV." At the training grounds, Hunsuk stood observing his surroundings. He recalled the words Marriott had once said, "I won't do anything at all." Hunsuk said in annoyance, "What is that supposed to mean?" He stood his ground. "All right, this spot will do." The platoon leader stepped forward. The group of monsters behind him cheered, "Platoon leader, step forward." Hunsuk picked something up. "Come on, eat up." "That's a piece of meat." "Is that wolf monster seriously just tossing us his leftovers?" You ask coldly, "What are you lot doing?" "Not planning on eating." The monsters scramble to devour it. "We'll eat, my lord," they shout, immediately realizing something. "Wait. This flavor. It's pure bliss." The monsters drop to their knees and roar, "We pledge our loyalty to you. Please give us another bite." Hunsuk laughs and replies, "Oh, so your tasting session is over. From now on?" The monsters realize what's coming and surge forward. "Charge only the squad that catches the most live magic beasts gets to eat with me." They run for their lives. Faster. I am absolutely not letting myself go hungry today. Time for the dinner lottery. Grab those magic beasts. Hunsuk smirks triumphantly. I was right. Every living creature is a slave to their appetite. The plan is a success. A system notification pops up, level up. You wipe the sweat from your brow. I just kept hacking away at them, and before I knew it, I'd leveled up 10 times already. The wolf monster from earlier sees you and speaks up. Head chef, so who's the winner here? Hunsuk puts his hands on his hips. All right. The winner is the wolf squad. The wolf squad gets to enjoy a marvelous meal with me. Hearing that the other monsters protest, well, what about the rest of us? You reply indifferently, why would I care? Go scavenge for leftovers. Hunsuk shouts loudly, all right, everyone clean up. We're moving all the slaughtered meat to the kitchen. They answer in unison, yes, my lord. Inside the black fortress, monster corpses lie scattered everywhere. A man in a black cloak walks past the pile of bodies. He approaches the final door. At this moment, Mario is still blaming herself. She shouldn't have said those things to that man. But I can't keep hiding this forever. The room door slowly creaks open. The cloaked figure steps inside. He calls out, Sister Abelson. Mario speaks, and then he removes his hood. I've come to save you. Mario backs away. Geffen, did the Pope send you? He replies softly, you could say that. I thought so, she says, trembling. I'm sorry, but I won't go back. Her eyes are guarded. So please just leave. Geffen scratches his head and laughs. I'd like to go back too, but orders are orders. What can I do? Mario says coldly. As you know, the glutton resides in this city. If you try to take me, he steps closer. Then what? She trembles. I'll use my holy power and make her come here. Geffen immediately grabs her. Listen, Saintess, I already told you. This is a mission. Right now I'm not a prince, I'm a soldier. His eyes are full of murderous intent. Sleep tight, because when you open your eyes, you'll be in the capital. Mario is in pain, looking at him with conflicted eyes. He can use divine power. How is that even possible? Mario's gaze goes blank. No, I can't go back there again. Suddenly, an arm lunges out. Get your hands off her! It's Hunsuk. He slams his fist hard into Geffen's head and yells, Leave her alone! You bastard! He looks at you and calmly asks, a fist infused with magic energy. You look like a human, though. Who on earth are you? Your moves are pretty good for the amount of magic you possess. Hunsuk roars in fury. What the hell are you talking about? Get your hands off her right now. Geffen starts to counter. He lands a powerful kick toward you. This isn't my mission, but we can always use more materials. Useful, right? Are you coming with me too? Hunsuk is annoyed by the kick. Geffen regains control of the situation and speaks with a mocking tone. Puny little bugs keep bothering me. Vecho sees the scene and is terrified. He defeated the hero in just one blow. What do I do? Should I bring Bobo here? She senses something unusual and turns around. Huh, what is this aura? Geffen pulls out a scroll. I didn't expect this to happen, but I have no choice. Let's see. He starts muttering, to take someone else with me, I need to adjust this scroll a bit. From behind Geffen, a voice rings out. Hey, is something wrong? Hummus looks at him and smiles bewitchingly. Need a hand. He quickly turns on guard. The glutton Hamus. but I was certain I'd sealed the Saintess's holy power. She looked at Geffen and spoke, "You can call me a gourmet." He trembled slightly, thinking to himself that he couldn't sense even a shred of magical energy coming from this woman. Is it because of the difference in our power levels? Hamus the Glutton. The story about her devouring thousands of soldiers in a single day might actually be true. Hamis, start releasing your energy. Now let's see what kind of skills our guest has. Geffen was instantly surrounded by a wave of purple magic power. He told himself, don't panic, just focus on dodging her attacks. I'll take the Saintess with me when I get the chance. Geffen sensed something.
Am I dizzy?
Is it because of that moment before? He shouted. Damn it, I'm too late. Hamus's face shifted, looking far more savage. She said coldly, I like the look of fear on your face. Can you make this even more interesting for me? Geffen bit down hard on the scroll. Considering his current physical state, it was best for him to get out of here alone. Mission failed. He immediately used his own abilities to escape. Hamus looked bored. Oh, man. She scanned her surroundings and whispered happily, our guest just ran away. Even though she had relied on him, Hamus gradually became more sinister. But that's okay, because the real fun is just about to begin. A monotone voice echoed through the void. Devourer, Ancient Monster, and Ageless Witch. These are all nicknames attached to the name of the 3rd Legion Commander Hamus throughout the eternal timeline. Countless demons have been born and died, but among them only the Demon King and Hamus have stood as firm as a mountain. Even so, nothing remains sharp forever under the flow of time. This is a fate too cruel for any sentient being. Returning to the scene, Hunsuk took a full kick from Jadran. He calmly retracted his leg, watching him lie flat on the ground. Your attacking style is still too predictable, and the way you use mana, it's just too direct.
Think more complexly. Don't be so rigid.
Hearing Jadran's teachings, Hunsuk teared up, choking back his emotions. I'll remember that. He smiled, watching the boy's state. One more thing, no matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger than you. Jadran leaned down, reaching out to pull Hunsuk up. So, to win, use whatever means necessary. Fair fights are a privilege reserved only for the truly strong. Don't you ever forget that. After finishing his lecture, he grinned. That's enough for today. You did well, Hunsuk. Watching his back as he walked away. You could only force a stiff smile on your exhausted body before collapsing, unable to hold on any longer. Seeing you in such a sorry state, Rachel asked with concern. Hero, are you okay if you're not? I'm done for. Please heal me. As she treated you, your aching muscles finally began to relax. I'm back to life. Am I just your walking potion bottle now? Rachel looked annoyed and didn't answer, just fell into deep thought. I can only say this much. Abelson's voice and image suddenly appeared in your mind. Become stronger. Only the true confidence that comes from genuine power can protect you. You still didn't quite understand what she meant by that, though. Abelson was right. I really do need to get stronger. When you mentioned that Saintess-in-Waiting from the Holy Kingdom, Rachel flared up. You're still talking about her. She almost sent you to meet your maker with that so-called coming-of-age ritual. Hey, you'll get punished for saying things like that. She pouted and continued healing you. But she used holy power. If she's really a saintess, why would she attack you? You thought about it too. It really was strange. A Saintess-in-Waiting should be a highly noble figure, right? The more you thought about it, the more your head hurt. You sighed. Forget it. Drop the subject. What do you really like her that much? Rachel was so mad her face distorted as she yelled, You're just a moth flying into a flame! All right, stop being jealous. Do you want to die? Where do you think you're living right now? A while later, after the two of you finished bickering, you were slumped over the table, sniffling and crying. Rachel and Bobo, one was helpless, the other just confused. You groaned, My life is over. Please let me be reborn as a rich family's pet cat in my next life. Bobo barked when he heard you talking nonsense. Rachel finally noticed Bobo turned her head and asked, Do you actually care about that idiot? Woof. Fine, fine. You sighed as you recalled under Bobo's curious gaze what happened 30 minutes ago in Hamus's office. You, the platoon leader, were facing a major problem. I'm bored, she had said. You jumped in surprise. Exactly, I need some entertainment, she added. You replied dejectedly, Fine, I'll give you 1 month to defeat the captain. Hearing her final ultimatum, cold sweat broke out all over your body. The captain, she smiled. Is that too hard for you? Want me to help you like how I helped Cat Ken? You were terrified and quickly refused. No, I'll handle it myself. Back in the present, you continued to feel depressed. That's how it is, sadly. Say your goodbyes, Bobo. You won't be seeing him for much longer. Woof! Rachel poked you from behind. Hero, just accept your fate. How could a weakling like you possibly defeat the captain? You were already depressed, and her snide remark made you boil with anger. Hey, can't you see I'm struggling here? What do you want to die? She quickly backpedaled. Of course, Hero. You've improved a lot, but the captain is simply on a different level, you whimpered. The captain's average combat power is around 40,000. There's no way anyone could reach that level. In just 1 month, no way. You looked down at Bobo. His combat power was unmeasurable. He was looking at you with wide eyes. You sighed. It would be great if my purebred dog could fight for me. Bobo might be as strong as or even stronger than the captain. Rachel continued to shatter your wishful thinking. But this is a one-on-one duel, right? Suddenly you realized something. Wait. A one-on-one duel? You asked. Rachel replied, Exactly. What exactly did the commander say? She said you have 1 month, defeat the captain. You grasped the loophole in her request and rejoiced. Exactly. She didn't specifically say it had to be a fair duel. What if I use swords, bows, use Bobo, use poison, use a partner, or use assassination? I can totally defeat the captain that way. Thinking about this, you felt overjoyed. That means as long as I take him down, any method is fine. You can interpret it that way, Rachel said helplessly. You anxiously bit your nails. I just need to lure him out and fight alongside Bobo, that's it. That's the only way. The elf sighed. Should I call you smart or just cowardly? Rachel wondered. But seriously, how exactly do you plan to lure the captain out? A weakling like you, what method do you have to force him to go along with you? Of course I have one, I've got it right here. Recently I met someone, a pig, who loves fancy meals, and now it's time to whip up some braised ribs. Absolutely divine. To really win over the captain first, you must use carefully stored uranium meat. Soak the uranium ribs in honey water to draw out all the blood. Once you've drained the meat while it's simmering, use some level 50 multi-eyed mushrooms. They've got a delightfully lumpy texture, and saute them with onions. Add sugar, soy sauce, and garlic. You've got to use level 80 Drake garlic, though. Be careful, it screams when you peel it. And don't forget the level 30 fermented fish. The juices from its organs really add that extra kick. It makes the flavor absolutely perfect. Toss everything into the pot with the meat and simmer for at least 30 minutes. Suddenly, 2 black and white blurs flash across the screen. Oh my God, it's Hoon-suk and Rachel. They collapse, gasping for air. To think we'd lose to that guy. How humiliating, Hoon-suk pants. Rachel calmly reminds him, Hoon-suk, it's burning, causing him to panic and scramble to lift the lid. The fragrant, tender, braised uranium ribs are finally done. Now plate it neatly and sprinkle some chopped green onions on top. Unlock the ultimate braised ribs and unlock the captain's heart. It's all set. The table is fully laid out. A moment later, Doris's face appears, looking absolutely blissed out. I love this stuff. It's been so long since I've had a moment of peace like this. He happily raises both hands, fork and knife in hand, turning to Hoon-suk. Bringing you here, that was truly the best decision I've ever made. Suddenly a subordinate enters and announces, Lord Doris, the commander of the cooking squad, is here to see you, sir. Hearing this, Doris wags his index finger and says, giving back the Usaru isn't even an option, and that's not why he's here. The subordinate watches him baffled. Shyly, he speaks up to express his gratitude. He wants to serve you a dish he made himself, sir. Hearing this, Doris looks surprised, puckering his lips. A dish, you say? He lifts a towel to wipe his plump, stretched lips. I hear that guy is an amazing cook. I wonder just how good it really is. Not making him wait, a knock sounds at the door, clack, clack. The door swings open with heavy footsteps. Hoon-suk appears with a rose between his teeth, radiating charm. Long time no see, Lord Doris. Seeing his handsome appearance, Doris is clearly hungry for more than just the food. But no matter how smitten he is, Doris has to keep his cool. Wait, something's not right. Oh, right, I heard you came here to thank me. Hoon-suk quickly sets the plate he brought down. That's right. Thanks to you, I have this position in the kitchen. I'm sorry I couldn't thank you sooner. I've been so busy, he smirks. My skills might be lacking, but I've poured my heart and soul into preparing these uranium ribs. As a token of my gratitude, I hope you enjoy it. Looking at the appetizing food, Doris starts drooling uncontrollably. Oh my, this aroma. Well, I'm digging in. He grabs a piece of rib with his hands and takes a deep whiff. Doris exclaims, "It smells so good." As he starts devouring the meal, Hoon-suk stands by, feeling smug. This dish made me the lord of the kitchen. Let's see if he gets hooked. Just as he predicted after tasting a bite, Doris cries out in joy, "Delicious! It's so delicious I can't take it. This is just too good." How did you make this? How could a human possibly make such an amazing dish? His high-pitched machine gun-like voice fires right into Hoon-suk's eardrums, giving him goosebumps. I'm very glad you like it, Hoon-suk says, sweating bullets. If you'd like, I'd love for you to try some new items on the menu later. Of course, I'd be absolutely delighted. Hoon-suk forces himself to answer, yes, then I'll be sure to visit you often, sir. Rachel is barely holding it together, turning her face away. Amazing. No wonder the Legion commander is so biased toward you. Yes, sir. I'll head back to the kitchen now. Hoon-suk struggles to keep his composure, his hand gripping the doorknob as he says a difficult goodbye. Hoon-suk and Rachel exchange a glance. Finally, we escape that guy. Without a word, both of them immediately bolt. I can't take it anymore. After a bout of retching, they sit there panting. Rachel, looking pale, praises Hoon-suk. You really have nerves of steel. It was all part of the plan. I'm going to fatten him up, and then when he least expects it... Hoon-suk wipes his mouth, his voice full of determination. I'm going to butcher that pig. Doris at this moment has no idea that his chubby body is the target of Hoon-suk's sinister plot. Time flies like a dog running through a field. A week has passed. The hand holding the fork stops midair. After finishing 3 stacks of plates, Doris sighs. I don't have much of an appetite today. He shyly pokes his finger. I have a duel tomorrow for the battalion commander position. I guess I've become so important that everyone can't help but respect me. Hoon-suk, hearing this, gets anxious. So, what if you lose? True, I'd lose the title of battalion commander, but there's a saying, even a ghost should have a good meal before they die, and this still has its charms. As he speaks, Doris bows his head and continues stuffing his face. Hoon-suk's eyes go wide. I'm dead! Hoon-suk feels like his life is over. His entire week, his time, effort, and ingredients, all for nothing. The leader suddenly speaks up. Hoon-suk, if you're free, come watch the match tomorrow. You're my good luck charm. Looking like he's aged 80 years, Hoon-suk weakly replies, Yes, of course, I hope you win, sir. The next day, welcome to the endless plains, Hoon-suk sits in the stands clutching his head. Rachel flies around trying to comfort him. Cheer up, you never know what life has in store. Maybe he'll evolve into a super-class triple S wild boar. That would be better, Hoon-suk mumbles gloomily. He ate everything I cooked and he can't even walk properly anymore. How could he possibly win? Well, it's too late now. Focus on the match. You lean against the corridor railing, peering down at the arena. An elf with silver hair appears and the MC's introduction echoes through the air. The Demon King of the 3rd Legion Regiment, Commander Roiger, the MC calls out. Both the challenger and the defender step into the arena. As he speaks, a U-shaped barrier magically forms. Actually, it's more like a ring. As for Doris, he's so bulky that just climbing the stairs has him wheezing. No doubt those stairs are the hardest part of the fight for him. Suddenly remembering something, he scans the stands. Oh, Hoon-suk, you came. My good luck charm. Good luck to you. He pauses. Wait, I'm busy. You idiots, Roiger says coldly. Start the match. At the signal, the deer man's powerful legs explode into motion. He charges straight at Doris. Doris looks up, sighs, and thinks, I really didn't want to bother with this. But the very next second, he effortlessly catches the deer man's staff. Even the deer man is stunned by the sudden shift in momentum. He grinds his teeth, pouring more strength into his strike, but Doris just tightens his grip on the staff and plants his feet firmly. A deafening blast erupts instantly. It shakes the entire arena. Whoa! The shockwave even reached all the way up here. How is that even possible? Hoon-suk struggles to open his eyes and assess the situation. It only takes a split second. But I'm certain this match ends with Roiger down. He gets up from his seat. Sure enough, Doris has completely overwhelmed him. He announces the result. Doris is the winner. Everyone disperses. That night at Bobo's house, Hoon-suk is brooding like a hermit. He grips the letter in his hands tightly. I knew it. Just Bobo alone isn't enough, is it? Reviving his spirit, he pulls out a book. All right, let's review the plan to hunt the battalion commander. He sets the book down. Here. It's an encyclopedia of monsters along with a map of their habitats that he drew by hand. This is the map you always use when hunting monsters, right? Exactly, according to my research. Some powerful creatures like Queen Talus have their own territories. Thanks to the sacrifice of the cooking soldiers, I've discovered the territories around here. Rachel listens to him rambling and panics. Hero, are you planning to use this to listen closely? In Korea, there's a saying, use one enemy to destroy another. To destroy. Let the barbarians fight each other, Hunsyuk declares boldly. If Doris is a strong opponent, he just needs to overwhelm him with even stronger monsters. 3 days pass. Deep in the forest among the majestic mountains, Rachel is constantly grumbling after having to memorize the monster encyclopedia. These past 3 days, I felt like my head was going to explode. Hunsyuk hears this and complains, I told you we should have split it up. She ignores him and continues, forget about that, just give me the map quickly, I'm going to be sick. He opens the map and points to a spot on it. The first target is 1 kilometer ahead. It looks like a giant worm. Rachel hears this and starts picturing the creature showing off her knowledge. That must be a sophis. The name means forest worm in an ancient language. There are also more speeds and Aston bias, but they look similar. Her voice fills the area with speculation. But you can rule out sophis. It's not aggressive enough compared to that level of strength, so it won't attack first. She says, wearing a very smug expression. What do you think? I'm pretty good, right? A real genius, aren't you? Hunsyuk thinks, having nothing else to say. Yeah, sure. He silently mocks her. Sometimes even an idiot has their uses. A subordinate runs toward Hunsyuk and shouts, Commander of the cooking squad, have you decided on today's hunting grounds yet? Hunsyuk keeps his eyes on the map. Yeah, it's just ahead. Just wait. Loud noises erupt continuously. There's no need to capture anything, just mindless slaughter. I'll let you eat your prey immediately. A green goblin says, his face unable to hide his excitement. Wow, the commander actually has a heart. Today we can eat as much as we want. It immediately slashes down with its sword. Hunsyuk watches from behind, observing everything, unable to suppress his doubts. We've already captured so many. Why hasn't the lord of this territory appeared yet? He is so confused he starts pulling at his own hair. Don't tell me we've done all this for nothing. He shouts the order, everyone drop your weapons, stop right there. A subordinate hears this and quickly shouts to the others, the commander says to drop your weapons, everyone back off. Suddenly a footstep makes the ground tremble. Hunsyuk hears it and jumps. That sound. He thinks to himself, has it finally arrived? The birds in the forest fly away in a panic, terrified of something descending from the sky. The hero looks up, a pair of piercing, glowing red eyes appear. A massive red monster arrives. It terrifies everyone present. Nidrak? That's a monster called a Nidrak. It's off the charts. A dragon has appeared. Run. With every step the Nidrak takes, the ground sparks. Seeing the monster, Hunsyuk isn't scared. On the contrary, he's thrilled. This is it. With this thing. You seem to see the battle body before your eyes. We can defeat Doris this time. At Hamish's office, a voice echoed. Something is very strange, Redron. Redron, upon hearing the question, was startled. What was that? Hamish sat in his chair, his expression somewhat annoyed. I am talking about Hyunsik. It has been 3 weeks and we haven't heard anything from him, have we? The voice carried a hint of resentment. Could it be? Is our Redron teaching him something special? Redron, expression still cold, replied, Not at all. We are just training normally. The room echoed with Hamish's voice again. Then according to you, what are the chances of Hyunsik defeating the battalion commander? The other replied, There are none, sir. Redron then cautiously added, Now that I think of it, I noticed Hyunsik seems close to the battalion commander. Hamish, hearing this, was puzzled. Close to that pig. Kotia slightly raised his head, his face full of thought. He said he would defeat the battalion commander. Yet he is close to that guy. Deep purple lips curled into a strange smile. What is Hyunsik thinking, I wonder? Elsewhere at Doris's office, 8 dirty plates were piled high like a mountain. Doris was enjoying a piece of meat. As expected, the meat you roast is the best. He satisfiedly rubbed his round, full belly. Thank you for the food today, Hyunsik. Hyunsik cleared the plates but sighed. This caught Doris's attention. He looked completely bewildered. Is there a problem? Hearing this, you sighed, raised your hand to wipe the sweat from your forehead, and looked troubled. There is a big problem with the cooking squad. Perhaps today is the last day I can invite you, Lord Doris, to eat. Hearing that, Doris couldn't sit still. Why, what is the problem? Hyunsik then explained. The Legion commander said she wants to eat a special monster's meat, but that monster is too strong. We have been attacking for days and still can't catch it. His expression suddenly shifted to extreme terror. Now that I recall the name of that monster is... A stream of thoughts rushed through his mind. I heard that many people in the Legion have been injured lately. What could that ferocious monster be? As if guessing his thoughts, Hyunsik spoke up. Mapping. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Doris couldn't help but wonder, mapping, I've never heard of it. You heard this and felt a bit guilty, but replied, why would I lie when our safety is being threatened? He offered a solution, then I will lend you my soldiers. But you still looked depressed. Even with 100 soldiers, it's useless. We still can't catch it. However, Hyunsik pretended to be troubled and spoke up. If the great Lord Doris were to take action personally, perhaps it would be destroyed immediately. You covered your face acting mysterious. If so, then the Legion commander will know of your achievements. Before Hyunsik could finish, Doris was already imagining the scene. Hamish praising him. Oh my, so you aren't a pig but a lovely guy. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel excited. Is that so? Hyunsik saw the plan was about to succeed, so he tried his best to assure him. Because the Legion commander and I are close, I guarantee I will tell her about it. Doris, on the other hand, acted a bit troubled. This seems a bit troublesome. But very quickly he grabbed your hand and agreed, but all right, I will help you. We are friends after all. Hyunsik's eyes sparkled, acting very joyful. Are you telling the truth, sir? Oh, thank you. But behind the plates of food was a cunning smile. Thank you very much. Early the next morning at the agreed location, Racho was hovering in the air, speaking up. Hero, have you memorized the map? You glanced slightly at her and replied, Of course I am a GPS system powered by rice now. Then you looked down and whispered to Bobo, who was wagging its tail at your feet. Bobo, we are going to catch that pig. Usaru, do as I said. Hearing this, its eyes sparkled. Usaru on this side tried its best to encourage itself. Usaru, the order is for meat work hard. Seeing that your teammates were ready, you happily led the way. All right, let's go. The system displayed a notification, Pig Hunting Mission. Reward promotion to Battalion Commander. On the other side, at the center of the great forest, a group of goblins was moving forward. One of them couldn't hold back and asked, Where are we going? Another heard the question and replied, I don't know, the commander said we are going to hunt a very powerful monster. Doris at this moment was complaining, It's ugly outside. He sat on Usaru's back, using his hand to shade himself from the sunlight. Hyunsik, how much further do we have to go? Hyunsik, walking beside him, replied respectfully, We are almost at the greasy territory, sir. You gripped the leash, holding Usaru, thinking to yourself, He is stronger than he looks, so we need to be careful. Thinking of the massive army of soldiers behind him, plus the 500 soldiers he brought from his own battalion. Surely Nidrak won't lose, right? A thunderous noise made flocks of birds scatter in panic. Seeing Nidrak appear, Doris asked, Is that the greasy one? You heard the question and replied, Yes, sir. He then looked pensive. It seems I have met it somewhere before. Hyunsik quickly interrupted that train of thought. All monsters look the same, sir. Doris's hand tightened, preparing to show his strength. That's right, a monster is a monster after all. His eyes suddenly became sharp. My battalion will take care of that monster. He leaped off Usaru's back, not forgetting to give instructions. So remember to tell the Legion commander about my achievements. Hyunsik watched him go and replied, Of course, sir. Doris lunged toward Nidrak. Order the troops below L to advance attack. The battle turned fierce smoke and fire everywhere amidst chaotic screams. He slowed down. Watch your flanks, don't retreat. Following the commander's orders, Doris landed, preparing to take off again. All right, attack again. He curled his body into a ball and lunged like a meatball cannon, observing the battle between them. Hyunsik down below couldn't help but worry. At this rate, that pig will actually kill the monster. I didn't expect him to use his own soldiers like that. He was surprised by their loyalty. Doris's soldiers were literally shielding him completely. He thought to himself, this is completely different from what I imagined. Doris lunged, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Time to end this, fatty! But another soldier came running, shouting loudly, Lord Doris, Commander! The soldier screamed, relaying urgent news another monster was coming. Hearing this, he went pale. What? Hyunsik, hearing this, couldn't help but be shocked. This is Nidrak's territory, right? Amidst frantic screams, he realized, "We need to retreat." Sophie appeared with the deafening roar. Huin Siok on the ground saw it, his legs trembling. "That's Sophie." His face showed clear anxiety. "I didn't think about it. It's not an aggressive creature," he thought. "It must think being here is an invasion of its territory." Doris raised his hand high, ordering, "No, stop! Everyone retreat!" Jacob beside him was even more anxious. "Hero, what should we do now? We can't let Doris get away." Huin Siok gritted his teeth. "Damn it!" he thought, calculating. "It seems we have no choice but to try it." He ran toward Doris. "Lord Doris!" Hearing the call, he turned his head back. "Huin Siok, you must have realized it by now. All these monsters are rushing here." A small line of text appeared. Dragon-style martial arts. First form instant eradication. He lunged with an angry expression, punching Doris straight in the gut. "Why is it my fault?" The scumbag Huin Siok screamed in outrage. "Cancel the order, no retreating, everyone attack. Fight bravely like the demon race." Nidrak and Sophie were fighting each other relentlessly. His voice didn't stop. "We will meet in Valhalla. All you brave demon warriors, do you hear me?" The retreat order was cancelled. There were panicked screams from the soldiers. "Help!" Doris was knocked back, unable to stop thinking, "This pain? This sound? Have I been betrayed? Why? By a lowly human?" His eyes turned bright red with rage. "A human bug dares to—" Doris's power exploded instantly. Huin Siok, amidst the explosion of power, secretly swore to himself, "I will trade everything to kill you." His roar was filled with both fury and pain. Text appeared signaling his current level up blooming. Watching Doris level up, Huin Siok was astonished. "What the hell is that bastard doing?" Rachel beside him also felt the danger. She urged him constantly, "Run, hero, hurry!" Waves of Doris's power surged toward Huin Siok. He tried to run away from there, but where could he run? She beside him saw it, her voice filled with horror. "Hero!" He escaped the attack and let out a sigh of relief. "That was close," he grumbled internally. "What the hell? What kind of skill is that?" The ground was cratered into a massive hole, and Doris was the one who caused it. He clenched his fist, power overflowing from his body. "Huin Siok, I will tear you to pieces!" Seeing this, Huin Siok thought to himself, "This is too dangerous." He looked for his two remaining teammates. Where did Bobo and Usara go? Bobo and Usara were being surrounded by two streams of blue energy. Jacob, knowing this, explained, "It seems everyone is trapped in Sophie's attack." Hearing that, he knew his situation was extremely dangerous. "Does this mean I have to take down Doris by myself?" Doris's eyes flashed with red, his teeth grinding to the point of bleeding. This made Huin Siok think, is he coughing up blood? He quietly assessed the opponent's condition. "I don't know what skill he used, but he's already overextended. Just stall for time." Huin Siok ran fast toward the front, shouting, "Rachel, tell me, all of the monster nests on the monster map you showed me earlier. Tell me everything you see. You fly and follow." Hearing this, she pointed to a small group on the left at the 11 o'clock direction. "If you go straight, you'll reach the Hellhound's den." Hearing that, he replied, "All right." Doris, with murderous intent, kept chasing from behind. "You think you can survive by running?" He wiped out all obstacles in his path. "Get out of the way, you monsters!" Huin Siok ran a smug smile on his lips because of his own reasoning. Normal monsters aren't that strong. But if it's their nest, that's another story. Eyes flashing, red veins bulging on his neck, Doris shouted, "A cockroach trying to survive, huh?" He whispered to himself, "I've made my decision." At least his face revealed a ferocity never seen before. "I will definitely kill you." Under that ferocity, Doris leveled up once again. Level up level 3, Falling Blossoms. He felt the change in his body and was very smug. Admire this overwhelming power. Leveling up is a demon's strongest weapon. Doris still didn't give up his intention. "Now you're a dead man." But suddenly he coughed up blood, his legs trembling slightly. This surprised Huin Siok. What the hell? Jacob quickly realized. His demon power is dropping. Looking at his own trembling body, Doris couldn't help but think, could it be that I've reached my limit just by using Falling Blossoms? I must have used too much demon power when catching the demonic beasts. After that, he suddenly turned and left. It startled him. "Hey, where are you going?" He kept walking, replying in an annoyed tone, "This isn't fun at all." But there's no other way. Doris ran fast, his mouth constantly spewing hateful words. "Just you wait, I'll come back and kill you later." Once he recovered his full strength, he shouted his vow loudly. "I will never forget this humiliation," he thought to himself, "if my body can recover." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out above Doris's head. "Hey, pig!" Seok flew back. As he braced himself to deliver the punch, he growled, "You think you can just come and go as you please? So free, huh?" Hearing that, Doris couldn't help but get angry. "You foolish human. Do you think you can take me on in a one-on-one fight?" He gritted his teeth and swung his fist forward, unleashing the Red Room style, a surge of blue energy trailing his strike. The blow landed squarely on Doris. Jaejoon's 7th Combat Art Destructive Shockwave. Seok was stunned. He actually blocked it. Doris, having stopped the attack, roared, "You fool, you've underestimated me far too much." Landing on his feet, he gasped, "Oh, man." Seok and Doris were clashing fiercely. Hemis just appeared on the scene and, seeing the mess, exclaimed, "What is this chaotic disaster right in front of my castle?" The ground had been torn open, creating a massive crater from their fight. Seok was sent flying back, clutching his head in agony. "Ugh, my head, wait, what?" Meanwhile, Doris was weeping and begging. "Commander, please spare me. I haven't lost yet. This isn't the end." Hemis had shifted into a terrifying, cold persona. She commanded, "Shut your mouth, Doris." Her eyes glowed with a menacing red light as she kept berating him. "You idiot! How pathetic can you be to get beaten to a pulp by a human like that? We are at war with the humans. The fact that you were promoted to Legion Commander in this situation makes me shudder." She immediately made a decision. "I have to kill you right now." Seok snapped out of it, jumping up from where he sat and calling out, "Commander!" He raised his leg high, thinking, just as she said right now, this very second. His foot slammed hard into Doris, sending him crashing down. I defeated the Legion Commander." Hemis looked at the scene, sighing. "Oh my." Her lips curled into a dangerous smile. "That's right, we had that bet, didn't we? Follow me." "Looks like we have a lot to talk about," a voice echoed from within the castle. "So even Seok is here, huh?" Hearing the question, Seok answered, slightly flustered. "Yes, I didn't expect this either. Who could have expected this? A battle between such massive monsters happening right there?" The person listening chuckled with amusement. She sat on her throne, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "What could possibly be going on in your head to think like that? Would it be a bother if I just sliced it open to see?" Hearing that, he panicked. "Please, just keep your curiosity in check." Hemis's voice shifted slightly. "Using my own orders against me, how crafty." As she spoke, she waved her fingers toward him. "I don't like it, but I'll acknowledge your victory this time. Next time, I'll just have to give clearer orders." Seok could only listen and nod, "Yes, yes." But then Hemis's voice changed. It carried a hint of a threat. Instead, "There won't be a next time." He stood to the side, listening to her warning. "If you cause any more trouble or try those little tricks again, you already know how it ends, don't you?" Seok couldn't hide his trembling. "Yes, Commander." A while later, at Bobo's house, a exhausted Seok collapsed onto the floor, groaning, "Somehow I'm still alive today." Rachel chimed in, "That was insane." He then voiced his curiosity. "Doris's transformation, his level up. What do you think?" She seemed deep in thought. "It looks like some kind of special noble martial art. You should ask that blockhead about it." Bobo, sitting nearby, barked as if to agree. Seok understood the bark and replied, "Yeah, you always have a hard time with monsters like that, don't you?" He hugged Bobo, petting him as he continued, "The commander could take them out in one hit." Being petted, Bobo happily chirped, "Gow." Seok couldn't help but sigh. "I feel sorry for Doris." Rachel's voice dripped with sarcasm. "And who was it that snatched up all the experience points from defeating him?" He clutched his face, sounding pained. Sorry, I'm sorry." She looked slightly surprised. "Are you really?" But behind his hands, Seok's lips curled into a smirk. "Of course I'm terribly sorry." Rachel saw through it instantly. "Hey, take your hands off. You're smiling, aren't you?" Caught in the act, he lowered his hands and opened his system menu. "I wonder how many levels I went up." Looking at the stats displayed, Seok was very satisfied. "Oh, went up quite a bit." The system clearly displayed his stats: hero candidate level 420, strength 134, agility 132, mana 133, Stamina, 137. Reputation, 56. Axe proficiency. C. Leadership. D. Cooking. F. Magic. Control skill. Red room style. Hui Sayok noticed an anomaly. Why does the status window have a box with a question mark? Is it a system error? Rachel beside him didn't believe it. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? He sounded very determined. No, really. There's really a box with a question mark here. She still insisted on not believing the hero system. No way. It can't be an error. Are you pulling my leg again? Hui Sayok saw he couldn't convince her. So he gave up. Forget it. Rachel quickly brushed it aside. Enough small talk. Let's check your combat power to celebrate you leveling up 48 times. He didn't object. Yeah, it's been a long time. She looked at the system panel with excitement now that it was ready. Let's see what the results are. Jacob read the numbers he saw out loud. 13,930, 63,936. Hyunsuk heard the stats Jacob read and lifted his nose in a smug way. Oh, that's quite a jump. It feels like just yesterday I couldn't even take down a single goblin. She ignored that attitude and happily flew to the other side. I knew it, so I prepared a surprise for you. Then she brought over a huge glass of beer. Keep getting stronger like this. Drink up. The small house filled with excited laughter. Until the day I cut off the Demon King's head. Cheers to our fortune and glory. Right then, he was busy wrapping his bandages, feeling hesitant. Should I go visit Ms. Abelson after practice today? I still have a few questions. A voice called out beside him. Hyunsuk! Someone was walking toward him. You're here pretty early today. He heard the call and turned to reply, You're here, Red Room. Red Room saw him, gave a slight smirk, and brought up the past. So you really defeated Doris? Congratulations. Receiving the praise, Hyunsuk was very happy and replied, Thank you, sir. Just then he hurried over to his side. Actually, I was just about to ask you something. Something regarding that match. Hyunsuk voiced his curiosity. Sir, do you know of a skill called Level Up? Red Room heard this and propped his chin up to think, if it's Level Up, that's an ancient, unofficial combat style. He was a bit surprised. Unofficial. Red Room began to explain, and images of the past appeared in his mind. Combat techniques are divided into two types, official combat techniques which are tied to specific movements, and unofficial combat techniques which lack structure and form. Compared to official ones, they lack quite a bit of versatility. While combat techniques are already rare, unofficial ones are passed down even more secretly. Hyunsuk listened to the explanation and started thinking, so the difference is between attack skills and enhancement skills. An image of the level up skill appeared in his head, Red Room style, level up skill. He was still speaking. However, level up is an ancient unofficial combat skill that has been passed down for a very long time. Any demon who uses ki can learn it, but it is still an extremely dangerous technique, so very few people dare to use it. The side effects are also serious. Hyunsuk looked at his own body. Could I possibly learn the level up technique? I do have, some demon energy in me, right? Red Room heard this and replied, It's already in your body, but it can't even be considered complete demon energy yet. I told you it's dangerous. He still refused to give up. Then there won't be any serious problems, right? And even if there are, I still have Ms. Abelson. He couldn't argue, but he was still very hesitant. But Hyunsuk, I still find it a bit... Inside, Hyunsuk was losing patience. Why is he taking so long to decide? Unable to wait any longer, he grabbed Red Room's leg and cried pitifully, If I don't have the level up technique, I'll die. You know this, don't you? I'm always out fighting and winning, then enjoying the feeling of not knowing when I might die. If I lose, I'll be so frustrated. My daily life is even more boring when the Legion commander treats me like some expiration-dated aunt of hers. Just this once. If it doesn't work, I'll give up. Just this once, this is my own body after all. Caught in this situation, he was very flustered. I understand, Hyunsuk, so please get up. Hyunsuk slowly stood up. Yes. Red Room still didn't feel comfortable. I still feel a bit strange about this, but a promise is a promise. Get ready for my demonstration. Let's begin. Watch carefully. At this moment, in a dark place within the Gatun Holy Kingdom in the church's dungeon, a prisoner was locked behind bars. A priest stood outside and spoke, Geffen Osel, are you ready? Geffen lifted his head. Even though he was injured, he wore a mocking smile. I was wondering who it was, and it turns out to be the Pope. You said you had no more issues with me. So, why are you here? Auburn saw his appearance, closed his eyes, and smiled lightly. I want to give you a special opportunity to redeem yourself. There is no such thing as an eternal sinner before the Lord. Jifen was confused. Then what do I have to do? The old man's eyes shifted and became manic. You must eliminate Abelson Mario. He saw that look. His voice trembled slightly. Isn't it capture? Why did the order suddenly change? He couldn't help but feel terrified. What would the church gain if the saintess died? The other man replied vaguely, well, why do you need to know that? Jifen tried to find a way to decline. There is a powerful entity there. Even if I go. But Auburn didn't give him a chance to refuse. Don't worry, I will send 4 knights with you. The Black Truth won't be there anytime soon. He leaned close to the bars. Holding up the key ring, since you messed up the fusion last time, make sure it works this time. If the fusion fails, there will be no mercy on the path to glory. Meanwhile, his body is going through intense pain while someone beside him keeps encouraging him. Hang in there, Huizuk, you can do it. Someone else witnessing the scene shouts, their voice filled with reproach. Are you too crazy? A human trying to learn how to fight like a demon? He gritted his teeth, and Jerome, seeing this, said in a trembling voice, No. Huizuk said he was okay now. As time passes, there won't be any demonic energy left inside him. Abelson turns slightly, looking back and shouting, Are you 2 priests? How can you decide what's okay and what's not when you don't even understand the situation yourselves? 2 bodies with 2 opposing powers appear as she explains, What I have done is, I tried to contain and seal his demonic energy, but you released it and claimed you could control it. Huizuk is still writhing in constant pain. He asks in terror, Then what will happen to him? Abelson, hearing the question, replies, He can't keep enduring this, since we can't seal the demonic energy once it's been released. She says, clutching Huizuk's hand, I will try to make his body accept this dark energy. A surge of bright red power flows chaotically. I will compress the demonic energy and mix it with holy power so it spreads throughout his body, transforming it into something his body can tolerate. It's like creating an antidote for a poison. Red Room can't believe what she's hearing. Is that even possible? Abelson, for her part, is also not entirely sure about my own ability either. I've never done this before, and no predecessor has ever done it either. There is a possibility that the demonic energy inside will clash with the holy power and cause chaos. But she still lifts Huizuk's hand. However, if every path leads to a serious consequence, Before she can finish, a golden light bursts forth, enveloping both of them. Then we have no choice but to try. A while later, Huizuk wakes up in bed looking surprised. Huh! He sits up and tousles his hair. What's going on? It seems a lot has happened. Bobo sees him wake up and jumps onto the bed, hugging him tightly. Dion is also overjoyed beside him. You're awake! You're finally awake! Our hero has finally woken up after 3 days. Huizuk, hearing this, looks dazed. 3 days, she says, her voice tinged with reproach. Don't you remember anything? He opens his system window and replies, My memory was cut off right when I was learning the upgrade skill. Did I hit an abnormal status or something? Huizuk's eyes widen. Wait a second. He looks at a new ability that appeared on the system board. What is this? He can't help but be shocked internally. Demonic energy. Suddenly another voice rings out, making Huizuk jump. Oh my. Hamus and Red Room walk in and she keeps talking. I was right, wasn't I? I said he would wake up. Seeing her, he hurries to get out of bed to pay his respects. Hamis sees him about to bow and gestures with her hand. Sit down. It's hard enough for you to move with that body. She starts talking business. I've already heard everything from Red Room. You tried to use demonic energy while still being human. Her voice continues, filled with mockery. Why didn't you tell me such a funny story? He can only smile wryly as her gaze sweeps over him from head to toe. So this is the work of that saintess, is it? It seems she deserves to be respected as a true saintess. This isn't half bad. Huizuk is confused. What about her? Hamus doesn't answer, but pokes her tongue with her finger. But the final part of this is quite boring. It's not fun. So Hamus's finger glides over Huizuk's toned body. This time I'll personally help you out a bit. What were you again, my part-time aunt? Yeah, I don't remember what you said either. A surge of dark energy sweeps over him, accompanied by her voice. Consider this an honor. Huizuk coughs up a mouthful of blood. Red Room looks worried. Hamis says softly, Don't worry, Red Room, after he sleeps and wakes up, he'll be fine. His eyes slowly close while in his ears he can still hear the voice. Now let's head back to the office. The Demon King has suddenly summoned me, so I definitely have work to do. Time passes. A few days later at Bobo's house, a slender hand rests on his bare back. That's enough treatment for today. A train of thought runs through his mind after the energy control incident. Wiseok lies on the bed looking completely relaxed. Man, I'm always grateful to you for treating me. The thought continues. Abelson has come to treat him almost every day. She hears his thanks and turns her head slightly to look back. It's nothing. After all, it was your own willpower that helped you get through this crisis. And you're my only hope, so. Huseok didn't quite catch what she said last, so he blankly asked her to repeat it, but Abelson just brushed it off, changing the subject. That's enough for today. Truth be told, he heard her fine, but he didn't understand her intentions. He couldn't help but wonder what on earth did Abelson mean by saying something like that so suddenly, and besides, what in the world is even happening right now? I have so many questions, but I'm just an outsider in this world, so I have no choice but to wait for her to tell me herself one of these days. Elsewhere inside the castle, a voice echoed, "If you keep asking me, I'll teach you the theory behind manipulating demonic energy." Red Room sat on his throne, arms crossed over his chest. "But don't push yourself too hard or you'll end up dead." Huseok, standing opposite him, firmly replied, "I'm fine. It's been 3 days since I woke up. They said I'll be just fine, as long as I don't use magic or demonic energy." Hearing this, he fell silent. "Lord Hamus has been gone for 3 days already, hasn't he?" Huseok continued his own story. "The combat style of the Golden Tribe is—" Red Room was filled with anxious thoughts. The conference at the Demon King's castle was an annual event, but for some reason, "I have a bad feeling about this year's event," a voice called out from the side. Red Room didn't respond, so Huseok called out again, louder. Startled, Lord Zedron snapped out of his trance. Only then did Zedron collect his thoughts. "My apologies, I was distracted," Huseok asked with genuine concern. "You've been so busy lately, haven't you? Fulfilling your duties as the Legion Commander? Is there anything I can do to help?" Touched by the concern, Red Room smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry, the Legion Commander will be back soon. Even though the Legion Commander was summoned earlier this year, it probably won't be much different from before." He reminded the boy with good intentions, "So there's no need to worry about me, just focus on yourself." Hearing that, Huseok bowed deeply and answered loudly, "Yes, my lord, understood as you command." Red Room looked at him thoughtfully. Huseok is getting stronger. The demonic energy is gradually seeping into his body. His physique must be developing too. If he keeps this up and stabilizes his current condition, he's certain to make incredible progress. Huseok, oblivious to these thoughts, was wincing at the bump on his forehead. Suddenly, a powerful footstep approached. He recognized that energy. It was holy power. Seeing Zedron suddenly stand up, he asked in surprise, "My lord?" Grabbing his weapon, he said, "There is someone else using holy power in this castle right now." Aside from the Saintess, Huseok gasped, "Holy power, could it be?" Red Room didn't answer, but commanded in a low voice, "There are intruders. I'll go check what's happening. You wait here." Elsewhere, a group of people in black cloaks couldn't stop exclaiming, infiltrating this place was surprisingly easy. The person in the lead couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the leader isn't here? Lord Geffen hissed, "Shut your mouth, she might not be here," but Geffen continued walking while saying, "There is still another monster in this castle, the one they call the Red Nightmare." He didn't realize that Red Room was already standing there, arms crossed, blocking their path. "How did you know Lord Hamus wasn't here?" "Humans." The underlings behind him panicked. "Is that the Red Nightmare?" Geffen shouted, "Don't panic!" He quickly gave orders to his men. "Lucas Nail, get to the Saintess Orca. You and I will deal with the Red Nightmare." Those who received the order quickly replied, "Yes, understood." Hearing Geffen's words, Zedron judged silently. Their target is the successor Saintess, and her cell isn't too far from here. He clenched his fists. "Fighting 4 humans isn't hard for me, but dealing with 2 of them while simultaneously keeping the other 2 from escaping." Suddenly a loud voice rang out through the space. "Lord Zedron!" Huseok came running from behind. "It seemed like a pretty serious situation, so I came too." "Are you okay?" Red Room couldn't believe it and turned back. "I told you not to follow me, didn't I?" He thought to himself, "But honestly, I'm actually grateful." He immediately ordered, "Listen to me, Huseok. They are targeting the successor Saintess. Right now, take the Saintess and run." As Red Room spoke, he tossed a necklace toward him. "For now, keep this necklace." Huseok caught it but remained bewildered. "A necklace? What am I supposed to do with this?" Red Room, while fighting in haste, explained, "Use that chain as proof. Geffen charged forward with his weapon, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" He added, "To summon the high-ranking officers here." Husiok didn't hesitate and took off running. "Got it." Seeing him run, Geffen panicked and ordered, "What are you doing? Stop him!" But Red Room wouldn't let that happen, preparing to strike with a powerful punch. "You cannot take the Saintus away without His Eminence Hemis's permission." The human fought Geffen fiercely. Red Room's 7th combat technique. Red Room channeled all his strength into a devastating explosive punch. Beside him, the floating pendant kept complaining, "A hero quest is appearing in this situation." Huisiok replied while running breathlessly, "Yes. How many times do I have to repeat myself?" The system window above his head kept flickering. Hero quest. Evil beings have come to kill Abelson. Mario is a hero. It is your duty to protect the safety of the successor Saintess. And who knows? Perhaps if you both overcome this obstacle together, love might just bloom. Protect the Saintess at all costs. Quest Protect the Successor Saintess. Reward 1,000 hero points. Lucy stared at it, thinking, evil beings humans want to kill the Saintess. His eyes narrowed in confusion. And what's with that massive 1,000-point reward? What the hell is actually going on? Huisiok ran up and shouted, "Abelson, we have to get out of here right now. Humans are attacking." Hearing this, Abelson's voice trembled. "What do you mean?" He replied vaguely, "I don't know the specifics myself. But it seems the guys from before have returned." A sword slammed into the ground. The attackers had arrived. Outside, soldiers under Zedron's command were screaming, "Intruders on Lord Zedron's orders. We will hold them here." The shouting outside made both of them jump. "Take the Saintess and run. Let's go, human." Huisiok grabbed Abelson's wrist. She startled. "Wait." He threw Abelson over his shoulder and took off running. Pardon the intrusion. Meanwhile, at the Demon King's 3rd Legion headquarters in the council room, Roger sat on high and spoke incessantly. "I knew sooner or later Doris would lose Lord Hemis's favor. But still, how stupid must he be to be crushed by a lowly human?" He recalled Hemis's parting words, "Take care of everything while I'm away. You can do it right." Thinking of this, Roger couldn't help but sigh. "Why do I have to deal with this?" He returned to the meeting and told everyone, "It seems there is nothing left to discuss. The meeting is adjourned. Just follow orders. If anyone dares to act out of line." A small green goblin ran in from outside and shouted, "Captain Roiger, urgent report." He remained calm. "What is it?" The goblin said urgently, "That human cook has arrived here with Lord Zedron's pendant." The goblin's voice grew louder. "He says humans are attacking the fortress because they are targeting the Saintess." Roger's face changed slightly. "What is it this time?" He walked outside. Seeing him, Huisiok panted. "You're the captain, right?" Roger replied nonchalantly. "Explain exactly what you just reported to me." Huisiok's voice sounded exhausted but urgent. "The thing is, Lord Zedron discovered holy power. He pursued it and found humans trying to kill the Saintess." Roger couldn't believe it, thinking, humans? Why would they want to kill the Saintess? Outside, he kept trying to stay calm. "Calm down, breathe in, breathe out." Before he could finish, a whistling sound echoed in his ears. Reacting quickly, he shouted, "Everyone get down!" Countless weapons whistled through the air, and the scene erupted into chaotic screams. "Humans are attacking us, light the signal fires. They are targeting the Saintess, protect the Saintess." Roger watched the scene. He felt troubled. This is absurd. Humans actually want to kill the Saintess. Roger raised his hand and energy gathered intensely, creating long streaks of light and swirling currents of air around him. It wasn't too late to intercept them. Huisiok was also struggling to counter 7th combat technique Zedron. The move was unleashed from the point of impact. A massive column of energy exploded violently, tearing through space with blinding red and white light. "Destructive wave," Huisiok roared. "I will protect you, Abelson." Scene shift. Geffen Ocelot was laughing boisterously. "Poor Arca, I didn't think I'd lose a loyal friend so meaninglessly." Zedron's face remained cold. He uses his subordinates as shields. His eyes narrowed, pupils contracting slightly. "I suspected it, but he really is strong. Even though I've determined that holy power and demonic energy are opposites, his level must be..." Commanding a region, is this the level of a human hero? Geffen Ocelot remained at ease. "So the Crimson Dream makes Drayson tremble in fear, is that all a demon is?" Red Room warned. "You know you can't win, yet you're still mocking me." Geffen Ocelot was calm. "What else is there to do? There's no dining room here." Crimson Dream, is that all this fortress has? He said leisurely. All I need to do is keep you here and wait. My subordinates can easily wipe out the troops down there. Zedron's face remained cold as ice, his eyes narrowing slightly. His deep gaze betrayed his contemplation. He's certain that Lord Hemis is not here, and he finally realized just how much classified intel from the fortress leaders had been leaked. Enough talk, I'm done with your patience. I don't have much time, so let's end this quickly. Geffen Ocean wore a calm, confident smirk. And just how do you plan to do that? You know damn well your power is useless against me. The moment he activated the Red Room technique, the ground shook violently as immense pressure crushed everything. Rocks and debris were hurled into the air like a cyclone. You need to burn this into your mind. True power is what overcomes that pathetic uselessness. Scene change. Lucas looked down with a sneer. I've never heard of the Demon King's army having a hero like you. Lucas remained unfazed. His face twisted in a mocking provocation. The Saintess, and even that traitor. Who would have thought 3 humans could be so corrupted? You've lost. The entire fortress guard will be here any second. Hyun-seok ground his teeth, his hands clenched tight. No matter how strong you think you are, you can't fight an entire army by yourself. Stop wasting your breath, just surrender. Lucas laughed scornfully. Lost. Are you sure about that? He sprang up and swung his blade, taking someone down. Since when did humans learn the close-quarters combat of Sir Jadran? It's thanks to that I caught this guy. The fallen man began reciting a curse. Flames erupted over his body. My body belongs to the gods. I offer this vessel as a burnt sacrifice to you, my lord. The fire surged and roared. So please grant me the strength to punish the evil. Lucas stood in the center of the terrifying inferno, divine flames burning in a sea of fire. Lucas went completely dead silent, his eyes wide with bewilderment. A self-immolation spell. No sane person would ever use that. The fire had surrounded him on all sides. He added, mocking, a wall of fire imbued with the divinity of a high-ranking saint knight. Just touching it is enough to burn anyone to a crisp. A look of pure satisfaction crossed Lucas's face. Even high-level demons can't pass through this easily. Just give up and hand over the Saintess. The hero Hyun-seok wondered why. The fire roared wildly, hungrily, consuming everything in its path, leaving nothing behind but ash. Hyun-seok shouted in anger, Why are you trying to kill her when you're human too? He yelled, Get her away from me, Abelson, you're on their side. Why? Lucas frowned. Our side? What garbage? Haven't you seen enough yet? Hyun-seok? Abelson, with her pure face, bowed her head slightly. The holy nation abandoned their gods a long time ago. Hyun-seok gritted his teeth and turned to her. What do you mean? She replied, All they ever wanted was a puppet that would obey them. Her face went pale, her eyes wide to the limit. Her gaze trembled with panic. It doesn't matter if that puppet is a real saintess or not. The sword in Lucas's hand plunged into the ground. He smirked, his smile full of arrogance. Enough talk. Come at me, hero. I'll give you 10 seconds. Hyun-seok furrowed his brow, thinking, How long can I actually hold out against this guy? What can I possibly do? The count continued. 10? Hyun-seok thought, There's only one way left. The count echoed again. 9. His legs went rigid, glowing with a brilliant light. The scene radiated a feeling that he was about to unleash a devastating attack. Level up, promote level 1 bloom. Abelson panicked. Hyun-seok, are you planning to use demonic chi? Stop, your body won't be able to take it. 4. Hyun-seok's face twisted in agony, his teeth locked as a crimson surge of energy exploded from his chest, radiating murderous intent and raw, violent power. 8. If I stay like this, we're all going to die. I have to do it no matter the cost. 4. His body felt like it was going to burst. Level up. Promote level 2 full bloom. Geffen Ocean counted steadily. 7. He recalled Jadran's worried warning. 6. Listen to me carefully. Hyun-seok, the promotion goes through 3 stages, bloom, blossom, and wither. Each stage of this combat technique is many times more dangerous, so never. Hyun-seok clasped his hands and muttered. A jump to the next level unless you have fully mastered the previous one. I've heard that so many times I'm sick of it. His body was glowing red. I'm sorry, Jadran. He roared, unleashing his power. 5, I have to use it this time. His shoulders slumped as a vortex of power swirled beneath him. 4. My heart feels like it's going to explode. My body is screaming at me to stop. 3! Rachel flew over, terrified. Hero, are you insane? I know the situation's is bad, but a level up... Hyun-seok's eyes burned. You might not survive it. Don't listen to her focus on his counting. 2. A blinding light enveloped him. The system announced, Level up, promote level 3 full wither flower. Hyun-seok's jet-black-toned body exuded an intense oppressive aura. Every muscle rippled as if harboring explosive power while his eyes flashed a menacing deep red. Jadran cast the support magic. Don't stop. Lucas witnessed the scene and sneered. 1. A human using a level up. So you're not an ordinary hero after all. On Hyun-seok's body, waves of power surged throughout his veins. He said decisively, Here I come. You lunged at him like a ravenous beast. 2 techniques, each carrying destructive power, slammed into each other, creating an earth-shattering collision. Lucas stood his ground unwavering. That black aura. It's proof that the user has reached the 3rd level. I don't even know how he managed it. Humans can use demonic close combat techniques, but your stamina will surely run dry in a few minutes. A blinding light erupted and a terrifying shockwave rippled out in every direction. With a heroic spirit, he thought, I only need to wait and victory will be mine. He swung his sword, sending a brilliant arc of light cutting through the flames. Hyun-seok stood firm, blocking the blade with his bare fist. Lucas was bewildered. The man had countered his strike with a punch. A powerful blow landed hard against his chest, making the very air around them tremble. Lucas could only think, I've never seen anyone do something like this. Clutching his stomach in pain, he spat out, You bastard, you're using dirty tricks! Every muscle in Hyun-seok's body was strained to the absolute limit. Lucas complained, You're a human corrupted by demonic power. Do you have no self-respect left? Crimson veins bulged across his face. Damn it, I've reached my limit. Abelson clasped her hands in prayer, thinking, But if I collapse now... He recalled the warnings from Red Room. Remember, Hyun-seok, leveling up is a technique that pushes the body to its absolute breaking point. If you use close combat techniques on top of it, you might never recover. Hyun-seok's muscles bulged under a brilliant aura, giving the feeling that just clenching his fist would be enough. It was enough to crack the ground. But right now, a silver-haired beauty is crying before me. Do I have the potential to die? He roared, his energy feeling as though it might explode. Who cares? As he clenched his hand, Hyun-seok's sinewy grip felt like it could crush gravel through raw strength alone. My body has already gone past its limit. Even if I stop here, my body won't avoid collapse. His eyes flared with a blinding light like a miniature sun, making anyone who met his gaze tremble instinctively. If there's no way back, then I'll fight until the end. Abelson's eyes welled up. Hyun-seok. She looked at his hands, demonic energy and holy power clashing against one another. His face hung low in silence. The features that were once tough were now filled with melancholy. She closed her eyes, her lashes trembling slightly, her hands clasped tightly before her chest. She squeezed them in a prayer. If I use holy power on him now, Hyun-seok, he will explode instantly. Please, God, don't take him away. Hyun-seok glowed like flowing lava energy surging beneath his skin. The surrounding air vibrated violently. Cedron close combat technique, Lucas wondered. Is he layering another combat technique on top of that? In the end, you've chosen to destroy yourself. He planted his feet firmly, his heels grinding the rubble beneath him. In a flash, Hyun-seok shot forward like a lightning bolt. Each step dragged a massive shockwave, making the air scream. The first form total erasure. Come at me, Lucas said confidently. I'll make you regret this with your death, you heretic. His arm swung out, power gathering around his fist into a blinding orb of light that tore through the air. Lucas stood proudly. Is that all you can do? How pathetic. His hand formed a violent vortex of energy. It's not over yet. His skill exploded, a flurry of strikes, a blinding aura blanketing the battlefield. Combining the Cedron close combat technique with the first form total erasure and a rapid-fire flurry, Lucas's eyes scanned Hyun-seok with disdain. He frowned slightly. The man wasn't just using 2 combat techniques. He's changing them on the fly. Lucas just slammed his sword into the ground. A powerful surge of mana erupted instantly from the blade energy swirling violently around the hilt. Like a vortex being released, he roared fiercely. He stood silent for a few seconds. Red Room, keep at it, he encouraged. Hero Abelson worried, Hyun-sok. The man collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. She rushed to hold him. Oh, heavens, his condition. She stood still, her brows knit tight, anxiety clear in her eyes. His breathing is so weak. Hyun-sok, please hang on a little longer. I will, Lucas roared in pain. I underestimated you. His eyes widened, but blood began to stream from the corners of his eyes, trailing down his cheeks before dripping onto the ground. You've surpassed common sense. If I let you live one day, you'll be a threat to the Empire. He covered his face with his hand. So I'll finish you here. Before he could finish his sentence, Red Room lunged forward with immense power. Sorry I'm late. He gently lifted Hyun-sok into the air and tossed his body aside. So you finally used my close combat technique, huh? Hyun-sok lay there, his breathing becoming weak and intermittent. Each inhalation felt as heavy as if he were spending the last of his remaining strength. Red Room turned and asked, Can you save him? Abelson the Saintess replied decisively, I'll do everything in my power. She held his hand. Hyun-sok, please don't die. You're not done yet. The scene shifts to a luxurious room. Hemis relaxes. Seriously, is that all you've got? She sighed. The VIP lounge at the Demon King's castle. The 5th day of our periodic meeting. The Legion commanders come all this way just to eat this terrible food. Bak Hyun-ah looked annoyed. Stop whining and just eat what you're given. She sneered, Big mouth. The 4th Demon King Legion commander Bak Hyun-ah still doing the same old work. Hero. Hemis held a cigarette lightly between 2 fingers. A thin trail of white smoke rose slowly, dissolving into the air. Since when did our beloved Hyun-ah learn to respect others? If it weren't for the rule that Legion commanders aren't allowed to kill each other, you would have died by my hand 100 times over. Hamster panicked. Lord Hemis, there's an urgent report from the Black Fortress. She remained calm. What is it? He reports that the Gasfriend Empire has attacked the fortress, ma'am. 4 knights were attacked, including one of hero rank, and many soldiers are dead or wounded. She went silent for a few seconds, then broke into a faint smile. The periodic meeting of the Legion commanders is interrupted, and the humans suddenly take advantage of the opening to attack the fortress. Hemis calmly brought food to her mouth. That really is a coincidence. Don't you think? The Demon King changes the scene as Hyun-sik wakes up sighing, Man, I survived again. Are you kidding me? Rachel complains. Is this lunatic really still alive? Just go die already, he grumbles. I'm still a patient here. Rachel scratches her head in disbelief. How the hell are you even alive after taking a hit like that? I honestly thought I was a goner. She lets out a sharp sigh. You're telling me. She explains how he used a close quarters technique, but the monster survived his direct attack only for the Minotaur to suddenly appear, save him, and finish it all in one blow. After that, the Minotaur and the Saintess took turns looking after you every single day, she adds. And I helped out whenever I could, too, she yells. Everyone says it's a total miracle you're alive. Stop doing reckless stuff like that. You're gonna give me a heart attack from worrying. Hyun-sik closes his eyes and sticks a finger out at her. Rachel shrinks back, shouting, What is it? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? He gently pokes her cheek. She glares at him, but he says, I'm just saying I was right, wasn't I? He breaks into a bright smile, his eyes curving into crescents. That familiar playful look is back on his face. Yeah. Sorry for making you worry. You did great, Rachel, he says. She mutters, No, it was nothing. A few hours pass, and the place where Hyun-sik is resting gets crowded. Zadran says, So you were able to pull off that technique not because of your own power. Hyun-sik is doing push-ups on the floor, looking embarrassed. Yeah, it was all thanks to the magical energy that Lord Hermes planted in me back then. You've already told me that 189 times. Redrum chimes in with praise. I admit you're quite talented, but stop being so reckless. You think you have 9 lives or something, I'll say it again without Lord Hermes' help. You would have been dead a long time ago. Hyun-sik looks awkward. Please, that's enough, seriously. Hermes barks, Bobo, seriously enough, I'm sick of hearing it. Hyun-sik asks curiously, But Commander, how did the meeting go? Hermes replies, Oh, you silly kid. My kids were getting beat up at my headquarters. Who cares about those boring meetings anyway? She says happily. I just blew off the meeting and came back, so what? She adds casually, The Demon King is probably going to be a little annoyed, though. Both Hyun-sik and Zadran freeze in shock. She closes her eyes comfortably. But that's not what's important right now, even though I planted that magical energy in him. A human just at the captain level using it as if it were his own natural strength. Hyunsik bows his head, 2 lines of tears streaming down. Demon King, are we going to be okay? Hermes licks her lips. Hyunsik, you really are an interesting human. Tigrath stands tall nearby. He silently looks toward the burning castle. The ground is covered in countless bodies, and the ruins of battle creating a devastating and heartbreaking scene. Hermes speaks up. Great King, do you still remember? Even back when we first arrived in this world. And even when you finally said you would shake hands with that person. Dead bodies are scattered at Tigrath's feet. Hermes stands behind him quiet. I have always followed your wishes because I understand what it is you are trying to protect. He rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. What exactly are you trying to say, Hermes? She brushes it off. If you go this far for someone like me, you're going to have trouble. Tigrath raises his voice, arrogant. Is this not the same as saying you will no longer follow my orders? He slams his hand against the chair. Has living so long made your senses dull? Hermes remains calm, as if she already knew. I knew you were going to say that. I don't want to argue with you, Great King, so I'll be taking my leave now. Her feet hesitate for a moment, but then she mocks him. After all this time, are you really saying I am the one who has become dull? Please think carefully. This is my last piece of advice as your longtime companion. She turns her back to leave. Well then, goodbye, 3rd Battalion Bobo's home. She walks outside and shouts back, Safe travels, Master. Hermes walks away. Oh, right. Congratulations. Redrum replies, Huh. Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. She praises him. You defeated a hero-level human all on your own, didn't you? Isn't it time for you to move on now? To advance to a higher position? He can only smile. I'm honored that you'd say that. I'm very grateful, but I don't think it's the right time yet. Hermes says calmly. Oh my, why not yet? Redrum replies. A part of me still wants to witness Hyunsik's growth. She turned back with a look of weariness as you spoke. Yet I still wanted to continue learning from Lord Hamis to further improve myself. She gave a faint, gentle smile. Hamis brushed it off, changing the subject. All right, let's talk business. The castle has been completely ruined thanks to that human intrusion. Hasn't it, Red Room? Red Room stammered. Yes. Yes, I have no excuses. She suggested, It seems everyone has become lazy. Since this isn't the front line yet, I think we should hold a tournament to select a new captain for the entire 3rd Battalion. The scene shifts to Quincy sitting in front of the system screen. Deep in thought, he looked at the system, puzzled. Even though I've upgraded the hero shop to intermediate level, I still have 950 points left. It would be a waste to just leave them there. Is there anything worth buying? Rachel spoke up. Well, regardless, you have already completed a mission and gained another 1,000 points, haven't you? He looked at the display on the system, happy. Even so, it has reached the intermediate level now. That means from now on there will be even more items, right? There are all kinds of goods here. There's even a new miscellaneous category. Does the hero shop want to take this opportunity to spruce things up a bit? Quincy looked at the shop, bringing his hand to his chin in contemplation. Even so, they are just basic armor. The quality is terrible compared to the cost. None of the sets have any secondary stats. Rachel agreed. That's true. What I mean is even that brute could crush them. They're like paper. He looked at the shop, having his own calculations. There were a few accessories with various options, but it was hard to figure out what they were. So he chose a pair of glasses that looked quite nice and commanded the system to bring them up. Let's upgrade the tactical gauge first. The system displayed the new item, Tactical Gauge, a scanner capable of calculating an opponent's strategy based on physical strength, agility, and magic power. Reveals the opponent's combat power. Hero points required 150. He wondered, but hey, what is this item called? Creation of Techniques and Magic. Creation of Magic and Techniques. On the display, create your own unique skill and use it to crush your enemies. Hero points required 500. Rachel also didn't quite understand what it was. This isn't an item. It looks more like a unique skill creation system. For example, if we turn your kick into a skill and then upgrade that skill, then even though it's still the same kick, it will be much stronger. Something like that, perhaps, Quincy opined. Sounds like one of those products without an insurance policy. The system-guided 500 hero points will be deducted. The skill creation process has begun, proceeding to observe and record the user's mana and physical movements. Within a certain period, the user can manually adjust the start and end times. He was extremely surprised. Ah, so this is how it turns movements into skills. He was eager to try it immediately, so he stepped quickly and ran outside. This is pretty decent. The system announced, then proceeding to record the movements and mana of the hero candidate Quincy. He sprinted at high speed, balancing his body before swinging his leg to kick. Starting with a kick then. System message, recording process finished. Automatic notification. Proceeding to create technique, optimizing physical balance, optimizing mana control, automatically adjusting balance. He stood frozen in front of the many system messages. What kind of advanced system is this? Quincy closed his eyes, breathing gently satisfied. Finally, my life has truly turned into an isekai reincarnation story. The system's red alarm sounded a warning. Technique creation failed. Warning, please follow the correct sequence. His eyes widened. What the hell, I did exactly what it said, didn't I? Why on earth is it not working? Rachel reminded him. It seems the system cannot recognize the user. There is a bug related to your ability to use demonic chi. The hero system's security is truly the strongest in the world. This is not a server error, so the fault lies with you, Mr. Hero who uses demonic chi. Quincy swung his arms furiously, his eyes wide and burning with anger. I'm about to go insane! And now what's the problem? An automatic message appeared. Hero quest, friend. It seems you just blew 500 hero points, huh? Oh dear, but it's too early to despair. You can always earn more points. Now is the time to forget the past and look to the future. Create your own technique with your own strength. Goal. Create a unique technique. Reward. He got furious. Screw that. Give me back my points. Quincy rushed over and knelt, bowing his head on the Red Room training floor. Master, please help me with just one thing. Red Room, after hearing his story, crossed his arms sternly. So that means you want to develop your own personalized technique, right? He nodded vigorously. Yes, that's exactly it. He stood silently for a moment before the boy's desperate, tearful plea. He finally agreed. Fine, I will help you. After all, truthfully, I was also just thinking about training you today. He walked away majestically. Follow me. Training starts right now. He stumbled after him, flustered. Yes, Lord Zydron. The two started training. Quincy recounted that from then on, the training session began. Zydron instructed him on every single movement. As he trained, there were times when he was exhausted and wanted to collapse. He diligently repeated every movement to perfect the skill. He shouted, "Keep training!" Many times he trained until he was so exhausted he had to lie immobile in bed recovering from his injuries. And then the day he uploaded to the system arrived. It was finally a success. Quincy's hands clenched until they trembled. The system announced, You have completed the hero quest. Quincy Hero Candidate rank 461. You have achieved a great milestone, surpassing the limits of a hero and escaping the conventional mold. He had just trained his mana to the point of near collapse to create his own technique. He stood proudly between two mountains. Pushing beyond the limits of a hero and breaking free from the conventional mold, you finally pushed your mana training to the very edge, crafting your own unique combat technique. You stand tall and proud between the two mountains. With a straight back and a gaze fixed firmly ahead, a modified version born from the martial arts of Zedrun, your eyes shine with the confidence of the nobility. The crowd's roaring cheers made the atmosphere in the arena hotter than ever as the tournament kicked off. Jack, our host and commentator, shouted, Hello everyone, I'm your host. Jack is back, baby. The tournament we're holding is a massive event to select 1 regiment commander and 13 battalion commanders, the voice echoed. Someone asked, What's the estimated number of contestants? Well, there are over 1,000 people. Park Hyuna stood inside, listening to the commentator explain that there would be 3 matches in total, all conducted in a completely different format. Apologies for making you wait, folks, but this is different from the usual commander selection matches. The first match starts in 1 hour. Hyun-seok smiled brightly while Jack kept commentating, Oh boy, looks like I slipped up there. A confident, almost arrogant smirk played on his lips. His sharp eyes narrowed as if provoking his opponents the moment he heard Jack call out. The outlaw of the slaughterhouse path, the maniac runner, inside Park Hyun-ah and Hyun-seok stood face to face. She was confident. She stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes bright and her expression calm but filled with confidence. I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now. You're a human, aren't you? She looked at him sternly, noting his black hair and the combat power scanner. At first glance, you look like an ordinary hero. He put on a silly, clueless smile. She leaned in close. But I can also feel demonic energy on you. Red Room walked in coldly. Get out of here. 4th Battalion Commander Park Hyun-ah, he explained. I have to deliver orders to the head of the cooking squad per Lord Hemis's command. Park Hyun-ah wondered, an order for this guy? He replied, that's right. She pouted and started to leave. Fine, whatever. Since you're kicking me out, I'll go. She turned back, thinking to herself. That bull-headed guy is harboring a human, not just food, but a squad leader. She wore a bright smile in a rather good mood. This is getting more interesting by the minute. Inside Red Room explained, she acts a bit strange sometimes, but regardless, she's still a commander and a former hero just like you. Hyun-seok's jaw dropped. Red Room added that she was here to oversee the tournament on the Demon King's orders, but Lord Hemis had used the selection process to isolate her. Hyun-seok was curious about what had happened. He sighed and scratched his head. All right, I get it. So what are Lord Hemis's orders for me? He looked surprised. Oh, Red Room said that you have to at least make it to the quarterfinals of the tournament, or you'll be sent to the 2nd Battalion as research material. The scene shifted to the arena. Jack's voice continued steadily. 2 hours until the start of the tournament, I will now explain the rules. The first match is a simple foot race. Just reach the finish line. No other rules today. You will be forgiven even if you accidentally kill your opponent. Hugo wore a sinister smile, reminding Hyun-seok, did you hear that? You won't be punished even if you kill someone, so try your best to survive, you arrogant little human. Hyun-seok, who was doing push-ups, replied confidently, Ah, yes, I understand. Roger stood by silently. Then all the contestants, including Hyun-seok, dashed out. The race began. A bat was also participating in the competition, flying overhead, and said contemptuously, You barbarians who can't fly, how pathetic. It spoke craftily, Let me drop some goodies for you. Below Hyun-seok was accelerating and ordered Rachel deploy a protective shield. It formed like an umbrella over his head. Tell me the situation ahead. Rachel warned, You'll be in 100th place if you keep running like this. Hugo accelerated right beside him, sneering, You're still alive, huh? Hyun-seok dodged an attack by a hair's breadth. Rachel launched a swift counterattack, creating a fierce shockwave that tore through the air. Die, I'll block him. He was satisfied. Well done, Rachel. Hugo raised his hand, summoning a glowing red energy sphere. The core flared with a blinding light radiating terrifying pressure. How about this? Violent, churning energy inside made the sphere look like it was about to burst. Then the red energy sphere was quickly covered by hundreds of glowing squares, creating a mysterious barrier. Hyun-seok, dashing forward, glanced over. Huh! Is he weakening his own attack? He gritted his teeth in frustration. That should have been a powerful blow, but he split it up himself. Hugo, arrogant and bossy, shouted, That human is attacking us. His face darkened, and he growled in annoyance. Damn lunatic! A whole legion behind them was targeting him. Kill him. You've been an eyesore to me for a long time. Hugo accelerated and flew ahead. Have a fun time running away. He also frantically accelerated. You damn goat, don't let me catch you. He wondered. Rachel, how many people are ahead of me? She informed him. You've already passed 16 people. There are still about 24 people. Suddenly, someone behind him attacked. Whoa! Hyun-seok lost his balance and fell forward. His face was worried. Damn it, I can't. He remembered Red Room's advice. The combat techniques you're learning aren't suitable for humans. Memories of his last upgrade flooded back. My techniques are meant for demons. He warned him, so you have to create your own set of skills. Images of him triumphantly succeeding flashed by. Finally, merging the demonic energy Hemis granted me with human magical power. That's my skill. That's my combat technique. He remembered standing between two mountains. A combat technique only I can use. Hyun-seok suddenly realized, that's it. You recall Zebron's warning, the combat techniques you're learning aren't meant for humans at all. The memories from your last upgrade come flooding back. My techniques were crafted for demonic arts. He warned you, so you had to forge your own set of skills. Then the image of your triumph finally succeeding flashes in your mind. By fusing demonic energy with the power Hermes granted you, and combining it with human magic, you've created your own unique combat style. You remember that moment standing between the two mountains. A combat technique that only I can use. Hyun-seok suddenly realizes, that's it. The color purple symbolizes nobility. With a serious face and sharp eyes, he shows he's ready to face any challenge. Maybe I should name this combat technique Nebulous. Suddenly his legs seemed to grip the ground with extreme force. The system notification chimed, "Your mana has increased from D to C. Your demonic energy has increased from E to C." A massive burst of power erupted. It formed intense, swirling currents of air around his body. An automated system notification, nebulous life and death, an ancient term referring to the birth of a noble, a combination of two forces, creating an entirely new kind of strength, a unique combat technique for Hyun-sung based on a death force that blends mana and demonic energy. Mastery level 0.06%. Hyun-sung shouted, "Get out of the way!" He lunged forward like a missile, constantly bypassing other contestants. Their eyes were dazed. He was moving so fast his physical form was invisible. Leaving only a long trail of light, he surged ahead in silence, a massive purple aura of mana radiating from his body, carrying immense pressure. Announcer, 95 people have reached the finish line. Hyun-sung tried his absolute best to secure a good position. The announcer yelled, "Only 5 spots left." Hugo's eyes popped out in shock. "How are you already here?" He dashed past, smirking. "Finally met up, haven't we?" Hyun-sung's fist was thrown with terrifying speed so fast that only faint streaks remained in the air. Melee technique, Zedrun, third form. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a punch as powerful as a falling meteor carrying devastating destructive force. "Oops, almost accidentally killed you." Nearing the finish line, his legs moved nimbly as he sprinted forward fast as a bullet fired from a chamber. As the announcer shouted, "The 99th and 100th," he threw his body across the finish line.
I made it.
Sitting on the ground, panting heavily, he finally saw Hogos and Hyun-sung. He smiled triumphantly. "I did it. I really did it." Meanwhile, Hogos was purple with rage. "You filthy human, I will kill you. The race is over." He was also formidable. He stood right up and kicked him. 100 people have passed the first trial and will advance to the second in 3 days. Everyone disperse. The night sky was covered in a deep blue, almost black hue, wide and deep as if it had no end. The air was silent, filled with a vast, stretching expanse where thin clouds drifted slowly like streaks of silver smoke that night. In a forest near the dark city park, Hyuna pondered, "Are you really going to let him reveal his power right at the tournament?" Motem stood quietly listening. Then Hamus called from behind, "Long time no see, Motem." He spun around. Exactly 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days, Hamus. He was full of doubt. What must I do this time? Magical energy glowed brilliantly around Motem's body. Hamus's acquaintance, Motem. Combat power, 198,532. Motem wondered, "So I just need to take all the flags from the contestants." Hermes replied, "That's right, but don't be reckless. If there are potential candidates, go easy on them." Park Hyun-ah was surprised. "Go easy. Such talk, you've become softer." Hermes remained calm. "Soft, I am the commander of the 4th Legion." She crossed her arms sternly. "Why do you think demons lost to humans? Because we are too fair." She analyzed, "Demonkind tries to solve everything with violence. If we are inferior in strength, we lose, and if we lose, we die. We accept that too easily." She thought of Hyun-sung. But humans are different. If they are at a disadvantage, they avoid it, and they come up with plans to balance the scales. Hermes pointed her sharp claws toward Park Hyun-ah. "That is why our Demon King's army keeps failing against these weak humans." She looked up at the sky and warned, "You have much to learn, commander of the 4th Legion." The next battle, the rules were announced. The rules for the second tournament, a group of 4 is formed randomly. Each group is given 2 flags. After 48 hours, the 10 teams with the most flags move to the next round. The 4 teams with no flags are eliminated regardless of rank. Hogos held his flag looking up at the sky and laughing loudly. "Is that it? Use humans as bait to ambush others." Others chimed in, "Exactly too smart." Hyun-sung bowed his head in disappointment, tears streaming down.
Why am I on this guy's team?
System notification, Team 9 Hogot Ikigli Ferguson Hyun-sung. Hugo held the flag confidently. "See? Look at this. If we just sit and wait, we'll pass the second round." Hyun-sung sighed. "He's so annoying." The system displayed the rankings. Second tournament ranking, first team 59 5 flags, second team 87 5 flags, third team 24 5 flags, Fourth team, 9 4 flags. Fifth team, 1 3 flags. Huh. All 4 were surprised. Our rank suddenly went up to 4th. Team 9 stood staring at the board for a while. Second tournament ranking, first team 87 7 flags, second team 24 5 flags, third team 9 4 flags, fourth team 1 3 flags. Motem's footsteps approached. Hyunsung keenly turned around. The metallic sound of Motem's body full of aura. Combat power 198,532. He wondered, is he the one disrupting the leaderboard? Hugo laughed loudly, pointing his finger in contempt. What is he? A golden gatekeeper? The other 3 rushed out immediately. Hyunsung frowned, panicked. Hey, don't attack him! You cannot fight him! Hugo shouted. Shut up, you coward! He tore through the wind, charging straight at the opponent. Die and become my flag! Motem snatched the flag back and unleashed a powerful punch. Hugo's body was knocked back hard, rolling far away. He stammered, my flag. He gently placed the flag into the basket on his back. Park Hyun-ah sat leaning against a wall, sighing. Talk is cheap. I don't know what you're expecting, but it's meaningless. We cannot win. Motem with their skills. Hermes remained silent, deep in thought. The countdown was ticking away. First team 87 7 flags, second team 24 5 flags, third team 1 3 flags, fourth team 23 3 flags, 25th team 9 0 flags. Only 1 minute left. Hyunsung ordered his teammates, limit no. 0.0519, stop you armor-clad guy. Everyone attack when I give the signal, especially you, Goathead, use your brain. Motem thought to himself, those guys I just took the flags from. Those must have been just simple attacks. He shouted, Magic Strike Attack! Hugo summoned a glowing red sphere that was swirling incessantly, but the flames were compressed. Damn it, don't give me orders! He hurled it at Motem, creating a shocking explosion. Fire rose, dust flew everywhere. Hyunsung commanded Ikigiri, fly in the air and take the signal. Got it. He transformed into the bird head and dove down at the speed of light, aiming straight for Motem. He began to hesitate. Coordinated attacks. This is the first team that has ever tried these tricks. He reached out and grabbed Ikigiri cleanly. It was such a strange move. He was just going through the motions, defending as if he were playing with children. He held Ikigiri with one hand while reaching out with the other, saying, You guys are too predictable and slow. Even the demonic energy you possess is pathetic. It looked effortless, but the power behind it couldn't be underestimated. The ground cracked and shook violently as Hyunsip tore through the air, shouting, It's time, Motem! His eyes sharpened and his footing became solid. He unleashed a strike that surged forward like a storm, aiming straight for Motem. Using the first stance of the noble king, he extended his arm with total confidence. That's right, now I can snatch them. Being quick-witted, he clearly understood this move of his opponent's team. Good coordination, not bad for an improvised plan, he said, easily pushing his opponent's head away. But is that all you've got? The sheer force of his counterattack hit Hyunsip head-on, sending him flying backward through the wind-tearing speed. There was very little time left, but Motem was still fighting alone. Time limit? No, you're using a power I've never seen before. Was that dark energy just now? With only a few seconds left, he was extremely anxious. Time limit? No. 10, damn it, we're running out of time. Motem's hand covered his face entirely. He stammered. If he wanted to know so badly, Motem began a counterattack. It's all or nothing now. Take this hit and you'll find out. Power burst from the focal point, erupting into brilliant rays like lightning mixed with magical crystals. The demonic energy exploded. His whole body resembled a predator pouncing on its final prey, carrying the momentum to crush everything in its path. Time limit. No, 5-4. With 4 seconds left, his hand reached out, nearly touching Hyunsip's face. His whole body lost its balance. He dragged his feet hard against the ground to keep from falling. His body collapsed onto the dirt with a heavy, suffocating thud. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he slammed into the floor, lying motionless amidst the dust. The announcer's voice echoed, "The match is over." "Motem is confusing," someone muttered. He detonated his own magic. Was that a suicide attack? It started on time, but it wasn't strong enough. Hyunsip smiled brightly, looking satisfied. "This iron box." His voice was cheerful as he looked behind him. "Since when, Motem?" Motem stood frozen. "Did you think I'd self-destruct without a plan?" he said. "It was all part of the plan. He grinned broadly and raised his hand. You're just unlucky to have run into me. The announcer called out, rank 17, 15, 4, 21. Hyunsip teased him, flipping him the bird. Don't ever let us meet again, Ironbox. So the results are in Team 9 also advances to round 2. Automatic notification. Magic/demonic energy detonation. A technique that uses the properties of mana and demonic energy to trigger a powerful explosion through minor collisions. The user causes a conflict between the mana and demonic energy within their body and releases the explosive power outward. Proficiency 11%. Hemis sat there discussing it. So what do you think of Hyunsip? Motem replied, he's human, but he uses demonic energy and mixes it with mana. I've never seen anything like it before. She acted as if she had already guessed it. I figured as much. Any other assessments? He thought back to the scene of the fight. He's talented, quite agile on his feet, and he's gutsy and clever in every situation. To be honest, he's better than most demons I know. Hemis felt satisfied hearing that. We need innovation, a breath of fresh air at this moment. A breath of fresh air. She looked away, considering. Well, I think that would be interesting in its own way. Scene change. Auburn stands before the door deep in thought. The Holy Emperor Gatun. So Lord Gafon failed in that battle then. Unbelievable. A hero-level person with such strong abilities just disappearing so meaninglessly. Aaron wondered, Your Majesty, what will you do about the Saintess now? Auburn, his angular face masked with indifference, hid cold, calculating thoughts deep in his eyes. That stupid bitch doesn't matter. No matter how obediently she behaves, she's still just a princess from a small country. He stated bluntly, I will strip Abelson of her status as the church's next saintess. Announce that the wretch is a heretic who has allied with the Demon King's army against the Holy Church. Aaron was startled and stood up. Next is the item Ascenda, and the gluttonous demon is causing trouble again. On the table lay a folder. He deduced she's probably reorganizing her troops and demanding a structural change. Is she planning to recruit for her army through these arena battles? Auburn picked up the file to look at it. Is there no way to sabotage her? Aaron closed his eyes and lowered his head. We asked the Demon King for help, but we were rejected. It seems causing more trouble with the gluttonous demon will be a bit of a headache for the time being. He suggested, what if we utilize one of our heroes for this battle? If it were Lord Kinsley, wouldn't his strength be enough to defeat the glutton? However, it is said that the traitor Park Hyun-ah is currently in the Dark City. He analyzed, she is also a powerful person nearing hero-level status. It will be very difficult to confront both of them at the same time. Auburn replied, On top of that, many other traitors are also in the Dark City. His face was cold as ice, and his narrow eyes squinted slightly. Surely the Demon King doesn't intend to getting involved in this war, Aaron? I think it would be best if you advised His Majesty to cancel all these war preparations. Auburn squinted, suspicious of Cardinal Aaron. Aaron, he repeated, have you forgotten that the Duras Church and the Dragon Empire have become two massive powers dividing this nation? Auburn, expressionless, continued. That's thanks to evil forces like the Demon Tribe. We've meddled too much in the affairs of the nobility and corrupted their will. He briefly recalled an image of a goddess. Yet evil must exist so that goodness can shine even brighter. It only fuels the blind faith of those who need our protection in the church. And that faith has become the strength of the church to defeat those wretched demons. Auburn narrowed his eyes. Until now, we've collaborated with a few demon generals to manipulate wars and control the minds of the commoners, but if the demons keep changing and evolving like this, then they will become impossible to control. Come to think of it, the new spy mentioned something, didn't he? About the location for the next battle being changed. Aaron suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right. He produced a map. The main battle was supposed to happen here. In Inamosit, the place famous for its beast forest. It's quite far from the Black Castle. It seems the Lord is guiding and blessing us, his disciples. Auburn's lips curled into a faint, thin smile, but his eyes remained ice-cold, filled with a calculation that made others instinctively wary. Cardinal summon the strongest heroes. Let's take this opportunity to test their capabilities. Scene change. Hyunsik pondered. Now that I've started mixing demonic energy with mana, my skill window has gone haywire, Rachel warned him. Before this, you were nothing more than a guy with only one-trick martial arts. Zedrun-style martial arts. A variation of Zedrun-style martial arts. Hyunsik thought that sounded pretty decent. Well, the diverse martial arts style has officially been added to my skill window, so that's fine. Mana and Demonic Energy Burst. And Mana and Demonic Energy Burst were both evaluated as having progressed significantly. Name Hyunsik, SSS, rank Hero Hero, candidate level 466, strength 170. Skill, Magic Control C, agility 165, 4 other skills. The system displayed stamina 168, mana 170, skill Zedran-style martial arts, Zedran-style martial arts variation, charisma 74 mana, and demonic energy burst. Hyunsik looked at the calculations. So I have 5 skills now. He analyzed. My leadership rank went up too, huh? The new effect is quite useful. Leadership C. When a subordinate follows orders, their execution capability increases. Am I gradually walking down the path of commanding the Demon King's army? He tapped the screen. Aren't there items to boost my stats even further? Park Hyen suddenly peeked over. That level isn't enough. You need to awaken. Her voice rang out suddenly, and he reacted out of reflex. He took a step back but tripped over an obstacle, falling flat on his face in a panic. Commander of the 4th Squad, she said, you're too loud, so shut your mouth and tell me, how many hero points do you have? Hyunsik scratched his head sheepishly. I have 1,300. She frowned at the shop rank. You stammered intermediate. She scolded him. You're pathetic. He offered a weak smile. So what did you buy at this level? Commander, could you give me some guidance? Park Ha-en laughed heartily. Ha, look at this guy trying to steal someone else's experience. If I tell you, you have to answer everything I ask later, deal. He stammered, yes. She analyzed, among the aura-type skills, they're all good. You already have an aura, right? Then just keep upgrading your shop rank and buy a spatial bag. It's like a portable warehouse, extremely valuable. Hyunsik sat there, dazed. A spatial bag that's available at the next level. Park Ha-yen cut his train of thought. All right, my turn. She pointed a finger. First, you're a hero, right? He smiled foolishly. Somehow, yes. Correct? She held up 2 fingers. Second, why on earth are you in the Demon King's army? He gave a wry smile. Also, somehow, I ended up here. The 3rd finger. Third, how the hell? Can you use demonic energy and mana at the same time? He stammered. It just happened by chance. Park Hae-un folded her arms across her chest. So, to summarize, you're a hero, but somehow you're in the Demon King's army and somehow you managed to mix demonic energy and mana. Hyunsik just smiled. That's right. She yelled angrily, you rambling jerk. He lunged forward. But, Commander, you're also in the Demon King's army? Park Ha-en sat there calmly. A while later, Hyunsik was pressed face first into the ground. Yes, Commander? She asked seriously. Do you want to transfer to the 4th Squad? I'll nominate you? He pressed his head into the dirt. No, thank you. She was annoyed and rested her foot on him. Reason? Do you have any reason to be here? Well. He tried his best to keep his balance. First, Hemis looks like she'd kill me if I transferred. Park Ha-un was relaxed and carefree. First, huh? Then what's your next goal? Hyunsik's whole body was bent like a bow, shaking from the weight. My next goal is... Your next words made her eyes go wide. Save a wealthy blonde noble girl and become a father of 5. She kicked you, sending you sprawling to the ground. Forget it. You've completely ruined the mood for whatever you wanted to do. You really are just as smooth-talking as they say. Looks like she isn't going to let you off the hook. She stood up, turned around, and walked away. Go get some rest. Hyunsik lay face down on the ground, his expression calm. I think I might end up getting more attached to life here than I thought. Scene change, the next battle has arrived. Round 3 of the tournament. Hyunsik is preparing thoroughly. Putting on gloves, tightening his belt. He's all geared up. Bobo, watch the house for me, all right? Big brother is coming back in first place. The dog's eyes widened in celebration. Rachel asked, after we get to the arena, we're going to Inamosit then through Lee Jongjin, right? You replied, that's right. You pushed the door open with force. All right, shall we get going? Your handsome face radiated an arrogant aura, every feature etched with confidence and resolve, entering the monster land of Inamosit. System notification, level up. Hyunsik was surprised. I leveled up just by killing a weak monster like this. I've already leveled up 4 times now. Does that even make sense? In front of you was a yawning, Reet, a plant-type monster consisting mainly of females that help with pollination and reproduction, is for other plant-type monsters. You nonchalantly picked up the ret with a military tracker following behind. Could this area be giving double experience points? The system displayed Third Competition 1, Survival in the Monster Forest. 2. The competition ends when 10 out of 24 contestants are eliminated. 3. Each contestant will be given one magical tool item, the military tracker, a magical tracking orb created by Hemis for entertainment. Every hour it reveals the location of all contestants equipped with a GPS function. Rachel curiously pointed at the military tracker. But the Demon King's army is surprisingly skilled at using magic. I didn't expect them to use such complex incantations. Hyunsik strolled along with the reet passing through the forest canopy. Let's go. Quickly go grab these medicinal herbs. Then get going before someone shows up. A stone whistled through the air at incredible speed, smashing into your head with a dull thud. You staggered back. As you clutched your head in pain, Hogos was already standing there. Found you at last? The human-like demon flashed a sinister smile. This time, I will definitely deal with you once and for all. Roger lay with his legs crossed on a tree branch, sighing. So noisy it's killing me. A glowing red portal floated in midair. Inside, energy swirls moved constantly. Roger was bored. Naturally, I'm the only one who has to go supervise these idiots. At the Inamosit portal, a soldier below pleaded, "My lord, please don't do this." Isn't this the only portal leading to the castle? If it's destroyed, then... He sighed. All right, I understand. Stay still, will you? Who would even come to a remote place like this? Suddenly there was the sound of light footsteps treading on the grass. He sat up abruptly. Roger listened intently, slowly raising his hand to his forehead. With a light touch, spiritual energy instantly surged. Something strange. He discovered a bunch of humans out hunting, but I don't feel any suspicious magical power. Attacking first will reveal my position and cause a lot of trouble. Besides, the chances of running into each other in the vast Inamosit region are very low. He calmed down. Whatever, I'll just leave it and see what happens. Below, Hogos was still showing off and barking. Tremble before the power of Lord Hogos and beg for mercy. Human, what if you don't want to beg? Then run away. No need to be ashamed. A wound on the back is a disgrace to a swordsman, not a warrior. Hyunsik scoffed. Should I kill you now? He got into a fighting stance. Wait, if you kill me, you'll regret it. You wondered, regret what? His face twisted. I have extremely important intelligence. You waited expectantly. Oh, and what is that? He looked serious. It's that... Hogos pointed at you. All of us demons have unanimously chosen you as our primary target. Hyunsik was strangely calm. Oh, sounds scary. The corners of your mouth curled into a confident smile, your eyes sharp as if you had already secured victory. Where did the rest of them go? Why are you the only one left? Sweat broke out on Hogos's face. He warned, that. The 5-second countdown echoed. He yelled, 4, 3, 2, Hogos found the human, kill him. Hyunsik's eyes bulged. Stop playing these ambush games. Scene changed to a room with a large screen. The Black Fortress battle zone. Hemis was watching the match. They're all aiming for Hyunsik. What a pity. Bakwina was surprised and turned to him. Pity it would be better if you dropped that smiling face. Roger reported frantically, Lord Hemis, we're under attack. The humans are approaching the portal. He rushed. It's a heavy-duty human army using stealing tools. And I don't know how. But they managed to pinpoint the exact location of the gate. In the combat zone, the gate was glowing with runes, swirling violently on the ground. It unleashed a surge of wild energy that made the very space tremble. Hemis remained calm. Red Room, you just need to hear your name to know what she wants, right? Understood, I'll head out immediately. Hemis frowned. It seems they were well prepared. She clenched her fist. It looks like our information has been leaked. North Huin watched as Hemis's grip tightened even more. Somewhere else, the scene shifts. Huin Seok is huddled under a dense bush, holding 2 small branches to camouflage himself. He is trembling uncontrollably with fear. Are they seriously playing this human sacrifice game in a competition like this? Why is nobody in charge? What are the managers even doing? A fairy flies over gently. Hero, are you worried it's a total mess? Everyone else is running around looking, but that guy is nowhere to be found. Looks like we'll have to wait until the next positioning update. Vinciok sits still as a statue, not daring to move. His body is shaking. I'm really about to die here. How can I possibly survive this? Rachel advises him. Since you level up really fast here, why don't we go fight some monsters? Is there anything in the hero shop? It's like a light bulb goes off for him. Right, is there seriously nothing at all? Something that can save me from being ambushed? He lies flat on the ground and silently opens the system. Oh, this looks promising. Andrew Taylor suddenly appears right where he is. Are you the hero from the rumors? He gently takes off his black cloak hood. An army of black-cloaked figures stands before Hun Seok. Their faces are all cold to the bone, not a single hint of emotion. He looks blankly at them. Humans, but something is very strange. Andrew Taylor speaks. Apologies for not introducing myself. My name is the hero Andrew Taylor. Automatic system notification. Quest. Hero encountered. Oh boy, you've run into a group of treacherous heroes. There is no hope of fighting back against these villains, somehow. Survive. Objective, survive. Objective, eliminate Andrew. Bonus objective, eliminate the hero group. Reward 1,000 points. Hun Seok bows his head low. Greetings, senior. I am a rookie hero named Choi Hun Seok. May I ask what brings a senior to this lowly place? Before Andrew Taylor could finish saying, to hunt demons, Hun Seok flatters him. What a noble mission, eradicating evil to bring justice. He scrambles to stand up, wanting to leave. He looks left and right. Well, I shall take my leave and go kill some demons myself. Good luck. Andrew Taylor abruptly draws his sword. Hun Seok's face turns pale, his eyes wide with horror. He has lost all will to fight back. He turns and runs in a panic, stumbling as if he fears that being 1 second late, it will mean being swallowed by the darkness behind him. Andrew Taylor resolutely charges forward with his sword to eliminate the traitor of humanity. The others also spot him at that moment. Found a human? Hogo stands with his hands on his hips and laughs loudly. Do you think you can escape from me, Hogo? There's a clone of the human, too. He can use the duplication spell. Hun Seok collapses to the ground while Andrew Taylor stays silent. He speaks up loudly, worried, Attention all warriors. Recite the motto of the Demon King's army right now. Everyone stands there blankly, not understanding. Andrew Taylor looks pale. What is wrong with this freak? But he begins to recite it loudly. We are the legion of the great Demon King. Then everyone joins in reciting, Crush all humans. Hogo's confused, reads along too. Crush the humans. He shouts it forcefully as if he were on the same side. That's right, comrades. Let's destroy the enemies of our father, the Demon King. Like a true warrior of the Demon King's army, the system reports hidden stats activated. Charisma and leadership ally morale increased. Attack, Hogo stunned, turns around. He wasn't wrong. The warriors are also confused. Is the Demon King's legion still an army? Hogo shouts, pointing forward. Attack, destroy the humans. Hun Seok stands in the middle of the battle, pleased with himself. Comrades, I swear I will remember your bravery. He puts his hands together, then quickly runs in the other direction. Sacrifice yourselves. See you again in Valhalla. He runs for his life. They won't be able to hold out for long. He'll catch up soon. What should I do? Suddenly an arm pulls him back. Hey! Hun Seok is surprised. Commander, what's going on? Roger says calmly. The gate connecting to the castle was destroyed when the humans raided it. He turns around terrified. And the gatekeepers? I suspect they've been wiped out, he replies. I barely survived myself. He analyzes wiped out, but there were only 40 enemies at most. He crosses his arm to looking serious. All of them were at the level of a battalion commander. Among them, 3 were like me at the regimental commander level, and 1 was nearly at the division commander level. Hun Seok, if we're this terrified, how are we supposed to make it out alive? Roger's eyes narrowed. Neither of us can, Hyun. They've already put a tracker on you. And since I'm a superior officer in the Demon King's army, they'll be coming straight for us. Hun Seok's eyes went wide, his mouth agape. Speechless and stunned, he stammered, Can't you just cancel the spell? You're good at magic, aren't you? Roger stood straight, arms folded across his chest. We don't have that kind of time. A beep-beep signal pulsed from the tracking device, warning of danger. A master-level demon beast was approaching. Checking the location, Roger shouted, Hun Seok, look again. If that demon beast is here, then maybe... The commander had an idea. I've got it. Scene shift, the human army reported, we've wiped out the demons. Andrew Taylor marched forward. The traitor hero has escaped, move out everyone. They charged off like the gale. One of them pointed, not far to the east, the traitor is there. Andrew Taylor hesitated. But he's not the only one there. I can sense it. Could it be a froblet? The subordinate explained. Average combat power 250,000 to 300,000. It's the strongest predator of Inimus, a giant tree-type demon beast. Classified as high risk, it takes at least one hero-level warrior to subdue it. Andrew frowned. Not impossible to defeat, but the casualties will be massive. The sky above the forest was a brilliant blue without a single cloud. Birds glided freely as a small figure disappeared behind the towering canopy. In the middle of the clearing stood a giant crimson flower. Its thick, razor-sharp petals trembled, revealing layer upon layer of jagged, needle-like teeth inside. It was a froblet. Andrew Taylor looked up. "You lot draw its attention," he muttered. "As for that traitor, system notification. You have used pheromone perfume, a scent loved by demon beasts. The greater the range, the lower the effectiveness. Slightly increases the demon beast's friendliness toward humans. Hero points required 10. Scene shift. Hyun-seok and Roiger had disguised themselves as the vibrant flower. Hyun was thrilled. Hero system dryad bark and pollen, upgrading status. I'll do whatever it takes to survive, even if it means becoming a female plant. Andrew Taylor pouted. I'll deal with him. He stomped hard on the ground. Hyun-seok's eyes widened in horror. He's coming. Without any warning, Roiger suddenly burst into motion, moving like a phantom. I know, let's go. The ground exploded as if from a blast. Thick dust billowed up, and with immense force they charged toward the battlefield. Andrew Taylor began to use his skills. High-level hero sword play first form. Path of hero fill. Both of them surged forward simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, their weapons clashed violently, sending sparks flying. Suddenly, one soldier stood right next to Roiger, preparing to strike. Roiger's right leg whipped through the air, delivering a kick as heavy as a sledgehammer, slamming straight into his opponent. Hyun-seok shouted while running. I'll handle the small fry just like we planned. Just hold him off for a little longer. Andrew Taylor sneered. Is your whole plan just to stand there and stall for time? Roiger stood silently and serious, sticking to the strategy. Before encountering the enemy at the top of the froblet, he remembered the planning session with Hyun-seok. This plan will fully utilize our strengths, Hyun had insisted. Commander, just keep running and exhaust them using the demon beast as a shield. Against his attacks, the system reported, stealth skill, whip, blink, and binding magic are all mid to long-range support types. Hyun continued, meanwhile, I'll take care of the rest with the demon beast. He had given strict instructions. The key to the plan was never to engage in direct combat. The tactic is you lead him to me. Andrew Taylor attacked relentlessly. You coward! How long do you intend to keep dodging my strikes? Roiger's face remained calm, but his eyes narrowed. Is this how humans fight? Truly pathetic. Andrew lunged crazily. Damn it, stop getting in my way, Hyun-seok thought to himself. But it's also thanks to this that we can buy some time. Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures knelt before him, bowing respectfully. The command, kill the traitor. He rushed forward so fast that the naked eye could barely track him and roared, Die! He unleashed a flurry of sword slashes. Hyun didn't counter, he just kept backing away. He's strong. Just one strike from him could cut me in two. His sword swung upward. Hyun-seok looked at him with contempt. His movements are too easy to predict. He observed carefully. There's no intellectual game here. There's no trickery at all. He's just swinging that sword like a machine. Hyun suddenly stomped on the guy's foot, causing him to lose his balance and lurch forward. Simultaneously, Hyun bit his own tongue. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he quickly kicked the guy in the head. He took him down in one hit. Hyun-seok took off his floral mask. Is that it? Easier than I thought. Even with these movements, are we still human? His face twisted in pain, teeth gritted, cold sweat beads forming on his forehead, while his eyes were filled with such agony as if enduring a terrible torment. I've been using the upgrade for too long. At this rate, my stamina will... System automatic display. Your demonic aura control skill has increased from rank C to B. Temporary body assimilation with demonic aura has begun the transformation process. Hero System Roiger ran around the corner of the froblet, pursued by Andrew Taylor. His breath became ragged. Every gulp of air was a struggle. I've hit my limit. Looking up at the froblet, which was also injured, both he and the demon beast could no longer fight back. Andrew Taylor said confidently, You're nothing special, other than being able to run. But your time for running away is almost up. A faint smirk plays on his lips, his eyes sharp and filled with certainty. He says, "We heroes only get stronger every time we slay a magic beast or a demon. I've already reached level 983. He moves fast as a rocket. "Once I kill the magic beast you're using as a shield, they collide with a force that could shatter the world every strike strong enough to tear through the air. I'll probably hit level 1000 with ease." The clash of metal echoes across the battlefield. Neither gives an inch. Roger is silent for a long moment, deep in thought as the two sides clash like wild floods. They crash into each other violently amidst thunderous roars. Andrew Taylor is ruthless. As he upgrades his stats, he stabs his sharp sword downward, sneering, "Dealing with a brat like you is a piece of cake." Roger's eyes are cold and sharp. "You know, I never run away without a reason." Red light flares intensely over the froglet's body. Lights also spark along the branches and all over the base of the tree. A blazing red magic circle explodes with countless runes spinning crazily, radiating a blinding light that envelops Roger, who is unleashing a terrifying destructive power. Countless chains twist together, carrying a destructive force as if to swallow the entire space. The scene cuts back to when Roger and Huynh Seok were discussing their strategy. He holds up 2 fingers. For the second plan, he smiles playfully. It's called life-stealing. Roger is confused. Life-stealing, is that some kind of code between heroes? He explains, "First we take out the underlings before the magic beast goes down." "You're curious, aren't you? You keep him busy and at the right moment help me take down the magic beast." He scratches his head. "Either way, I don't have another choice. Honestly, there's no other choice." Roger holds up a finger. "First, can you even make it back? Before the level up wears off, that is." His eyes darken. "Second, once you level up, can you actually beat him?" Huynh Seok admits, "Actually, the odds of success are under 1%. He clenches his fist. "But if I give up, my hope is 0%. He tightens his grip, his face full of determination, as if he has made up his mind to see it through to the end. "If my only choice is between 0 and 1, I'll bet everything on this 1%. Back to the present, the chains have tightly bound Andrew Taylor's arms and legs. A restraint skill. "What are you planning to do with that pathetic trick?" Roger's eyes flare with intense determination. "You better be ready for it, because we have a hero too." Huynh Seok leaps in like a shadow, shouting, "Time to level up." Andrew Taylor's eyes widen in shock. "What is that form? Is he a demon?" With a heavy stomp, his massive mana erupts, causing a violent earthquake. The system constantly reports, "Level up, level up." The froglet purses its lips. Fresh blood sprays everywhere as it lets out a shrill, agonizing scream. Roger collapses from exhaustion. "You arrived just in time, Huynh Seok." His hand is soaked in blood. "You worked hard, Commander." A faint, confident smile, almost arrogant, appears on his lips. He points straight at Andrew Taylor's face. "Now it's time for you to take my fist." He swings his sword, triggering a skill. "Ha! Do you really think you can win just by stealing one of my lives?" A blinding blue light explodes, covering his body in waves of intense energy. Transcendent Hero Sword Technique, 3rd Form Dragon Slayer. He lunges forward, swirls of energy wrapping around him like a cyclone. His eyes glow. "This guy is a melee warrior. I can't let him get close." In the cold blue light, Huynh Seok bows his head, his black horns, gleaming eyes glowing with killing intent. As if preparing to deliver the finishing blow, Andrew Taylor's technique manifests as countless floating blue crystals. Huynh Seok slams his fist downward, creating an energy vortex that overwhelms his skill. He screams, charging at him, "Transcendent Hero Sword Technique, 7th Form." He spins and delivers a powerful sidekick so strong the air lets out a piercing screech. Andrew Taylor's body turns into a black blur, flying backward at incredible speed. With a dull thud, he is slammed against the opposite wall. Andrew Taylor. His body is covered in wounds, blood flowing from his mouth. "What kind of monster is this guy?" Amidst the dark purple energy rising around Huynh Seok's body, he leans back, muscles tense like a demon god just awakened. Andrew Taylor is terrified. "Are you really a demon?" He steps closer. You know the answer. His precise and decisive kick leaves the opponent helpless. "Every opponent I've fought has been stronger than me," he says. Andrew Taylor shrieks in pain. He grabs his head fingers, tightening. Giving the opponent no chance to react, he slams Andrew Taylor's head directly into the ground, sending dust and rocks flying. Huynh Seok growls, "After going through everything, I've realized one thing. He stammers, begging, Don't. He kneels on one knee, pouring all his power into his fist. In the end, with your level, you're a hero too, right? We're on the same side. Only a sickening thud is heard as the fist connects with Andrew Taylor's head. Hoon-seok stands up and looks at the carnage. It's just a number, that's all. The system reports, secret stat activated, combat ability increased, resistance to mental exhaustion increased, focus improved during battle, scene change. He lies on his back, hands over his face, looking utterly dejected. I'm done for. Roger walks over. Are you still alive? Hoon-seok smiles weakly. No, I've already stopped breathing. He pours some red liquid over his head. Drink up. He sits up, drenched in the liquid. He asks, what kind of weird medicine is this? Roger replies nonchalantly, your spirit brought it. Rachel hugs the bottle, moved. This is a high-grade recovery potion. Drink more. The system reports, item high-grade recovery potion, heals wounds and restores a small amount of mana. Hero point recovery capacity 500. Hoon-seok's eyes widen in surprise. Where did you find that? I got it from the heroes who fell. When they die, they drop all their loot. You push yourself up off the ground, stunned. Heroes in this world are truly bizarre. You look amazed. What are you trying to say? You continue. Heroes are supposed to represent justice, fighting against evil to protect the world. You sit there silently, your eyes cast downward, your face filled with a mix of sadness and regret. But here, even if you take down another hero, there's no punishment at all. You even get rewarded with experience and items. I just acted like a total villain, and yet, no consequences. Roger keeps his arms crossed, looking stern. That's just a human perspective. In my eyes, you're a true hero. After all, you saved me. In the lush green forest, his voice still echoes. Don't let human morality weigh you down. Everything has two sides. Right and wrong are never absolute. You look up, listening intently, scratching your head. Is he trying to cheer me up? Roger gently kicks you with his foot. Get some rest. Stop talking so much, Hyung-sik. You clutch your head, pointing. My bones, you're stepping on my bones. You said you sent a distress signal before losing contact, so reinforcements should be here soon. You grin happily. Yes, understood. A massive figure is approaching from the distance. Dust clouds fill the air. Red Room has arrived with a glowing red teleportation gate, a mobile portal built by Red Room. Roger kicks Hyung-sik toward the gate. In an instant, you're back in the city. You're home. All right, 3rd Legion, Demon King's army, Dark Fortress, here I come.